will now call to order the workshop of September 26, 2023. Do we have any citizens joining us this morning? Okay. Oh, we have two. So welcome, citizens of Clay County. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend today's school board workshop. This workshop is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly among ourselves and to make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and the education of our children here in Clay. There will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions at the end of the workshop presentation. Questions will be allowed, public comment will not be allowed. If you wish to ask a question, please fill out a comment card and hand that card to a deputy. Your participation is welcome and appreciated. So we'll begin with our draft agenda for October 5th.
Good morning. Before we do that, we'd all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now to say play ball. So a lot on the agenda. The very first item is the draft agenda. During this review of the agenda, we have a couple of presentations in the middle of that for various items that need more explanation. So without further ado, the first one is the minutes for the discipline hearing and the regular meeting on the 7th. The second item is travel expenses for FSBA FAD's 78th Annual Joint Conference. The third item is the renewal of our Google Workspace for Education renewal. So this would be email, Google Docs, Sheets, all of the Google products are on this contract that's being renewed here on this agenda. Okay, so then the first one with a little meat and bones to it is the next one, which is Information Services Board Policy 7.0 update. So one of the things that I would quickly point out when looking at this is that legislation recently has occurred requiring us to update 7.01. I realize that there's a board agenda item to discuss the timeline of review of all board policies. But one of the things we have to do is we have to move 7.0 to the front of the line because it has legislation that's impacting that's timely. Previously, the board policy for IT was about 5 pages long and was missing a great deal of items in there. So just a quick review of that would be there's new policy language related to data ownership. There's new policy language related to records and email retention and the laws related to that. It also goes in very heavily into data privacy and particularly staff internet safety policy. You'll notice a staff internet safety policy as well as student internet safety policy. All of these would be in compliance with the Children's Internet Protection Act and recent legislation. So in other words, because of the new legislation, we needed to really update our policies related to social media usage, inappropriate network usage. All of that is contained within this. I know it's a lot that's in here. Legal has reviewed this. I don't know if Mr. Block has anything he wants to say related to this topic, or we can answer questions through IT related to this policy.
I just have one question.
Sure.
On number 8, it says that data ownership, all data created or generated by use by the school district is to be used primarily for business purposes. And it goes on to say business purposes 3 times, hosted, consider the district property and should be used primarily for business purposes. What else would we use it for? Or is that just something that needs to be in there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I think it's important to make sure that we highlight these are not being used for any other purposes. We're not. This is purely a business contractual relationship with the providers. So we want to make sure that it stays within. It can only be used for purposes of business. that way they're not going beyond that, and that does track with the language of the statute about, the purposes that this data can be collected and used.
So should be means we do only primarily for business?
Yeah.
Should be?
That's my understanding. I don't know if Ethan wants to elaborate on that, but that is,
So,
It
basically.
doesn't say must, it says should be. I'm just trying to get clarification.
It says should be, we give a little bit of wiggle room because we don't want to directly prosecute somebody if they send an email going, hey, I'm having a party Saturday, because that would be seen as personal use, even though we delineate it cannot be used for personal use. So we just use a little bit lighter language to allow the district to take that action as appropriate, right? So it should be used for this. We intend it for use as such for business purposes only.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
You
mean-
don't want to be so constricted, sometimes people forget and they send something
Yeah,
that's of a personal nature.
that was the only thing I wanted to clarify.
Of course, if any questions come up between now and then, you can always give us a call, we're glad to answer them.
if I could just want to, and this may make sense, because we have talked about it, similar to like your AKO account or your
Yeah.
military email. You might send that out to notify someone that, hey, there's a birthday party, but it's for official use only, that's what allows. But occasionally someone may, we're gonna meet for lunch later, so, but we wanna make sure that we're clearly defining what the responsibilities and the use is, but also to the point as stated, that we're not, it's not so strict that someone sends it, uses it in a way that,
I think I was just looking at it a different way. I think I was looking at it as data that we collect should only be used for, business purposes.
Okay, if we're good there, the next one's personnel consent agenda. I would call attention that there's 2 job descriptions on here, and there'll be a third that'll be added. One is an insurance assistant, one is the ACE testing and program specialist, and the third be project managers. One of the challenges that we have coming up, where's Dr. Kim?
Yes, sir.
In the project manager situation, we have 2 retirees.
Yes, sir.
Is it safe to?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Griffith. First of all, congratulations on their retirement. We have 2 senior PMs with a lot of institutional knowledge that are going to be leaving us within the year. So one is scheduled to leave in May, which is Mr. Griffiths, and one is potentially scheduled to leave in December, which is Mr. Kramer. So the thought would be to have succession support with the PM with their projects because of all the audit requirements and documentation required to close out those projects, to have us have that PM available to come in and train for 6 months to take over the responsibilities of those projects when each one retires is great. And then when we get through that process of those retirements and get staff to that position, we could go back.
Mr. Brodsky, can you answer me a question?
Sure.
So, past couple months I've been meaning to ask this, but it's just we've been so packed in, I just never stop, but it's quick. You know, sometimes we have like a manager job, 12 months, and we redesignate it as a coordinator job, same job, 12 months. Why does that occur?
It depends. Sometimes there's an increase in responsibilities. We actually have a lot of folks that are instructional that act in a capacity far beyond their instructional level. And so sometimes it becomes necessary to bump them up. We try to avoid it going into an administrative type of role, unless there's clear supervisory types of responsibilities. For example, if you look at all the specialists that are in charge of each individual DSE program, they're all instructional folks doing, quite frankly, a heavy lift within that department. Like, for example, there's an instructional specialist in charge of all IND programs. So you can imagine the workload involved in that, and so on down the line for every program. So sometimes based on the job requirements, it's necessary to make that move. there's a grading system by which that's done for human resources. There's a scale or a metric that's used in order to do that.
That's why I'm asking, because it never usually goes, well, one time it did. So a manager to a coordinator is a higher increase in pay. And I think one time, it went from, only one time, from a higher increase, you designated to a lower pay salary. It just seems like it's always into the higher pay salary, and I was trying to understand then what happens if it's the same person? Is it an automatic increase in their raise, or are they just in a higher?
It would be, if it's the same person, it would be an increase, because the increase.
But it's such a wide range, so how do we do that? That's the thing, like, is it $1,000, is it?
So there's a complete salary schedule that's on the website.
I have a copy of it.
Approved by the board, that kind of outlines each one and where they are as far as salary goes. And so we grade the position based on the responsibility of the position to determine where it would grade out as, like what position would actually qualify.
Where do they go in that? So let's say the coordinator's from, I'm just gonna make up a number, 67 to 78,000, let's just say, 73,000. Where do they go in there when they're going from a management redesignation to a coordinator? Do they start at the beginning of the coordinator salary?
They could start at the beginning, but if they have years of experience in a similar environment, they might not start on step 0. Plus, there are positions that require us to put them on a level of the salary schedule commensurate with their occupation. For example, IT would be one where you could not find an IT person out there at the level that we pay them for, right, on step 0. Impossible to have somebody that does that. Sometimes in order to get that person onto the organization, into the organization, you would have to adjust the level at which they start based on their experience and also the supply and demand of the position.
So that's new hires. What happens when we do it in county? We have a manager and we move their position to coordinator.
You say a manager,
Yeah, like we move them to a higher
are you talking instructional?
salary and, yeah.
Instructional?
No, I'm talking about, if you have someone who's a manager, works 12 months, let's just say, it just says manager.
Right.
And you're moving them to a supervisor. On our pay scale, a manager is paid less than a supervisor or a coordinator, let's just say, right?
Right.
They're in our system. What happens to their salary when we redesignate the job to a,
So you would go up at the same level that they're at now, which would result in an increase. So for example, the person went from a coordinator to a supervisor, even though they had the same level of years of experience, 12 and 12, the supervisor gets paid more, so it would result in an increase in salary.
I think this is one of the things that I would like, I think I requested from Dr. Legecko, when we get around to doing our briefing from you, that would be, help me understand the impact on the budget every time we do that. It would be a big help for me to understand. But at a time when we don't have a lot of money, it's important to me, especially when we're talking about teacher salaries, it's important to me to understand how much other people are making and the increases we give them versus what we do for our instructional staff and our support staff.
Well, that's not quite apples to apples, because when you talk about a promotion from one position to another, if there's a pay increase, it's tied to additional responsibility. So whereas just a pay increase to somebody who's in the same position, their job hasn't changed. Their job is the same, we're
I
just paying
understand
you
that.
more to do the same job. So I don't know that it's, but I get your
In terms
point.
of money,
You want to watch the.
I want to know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that. But just, I wouldn't compare it to giving raises.
I'm not comparing it, it's an example.
So on the allocation document sheet, that's on there
I
every
see,
month,
yeah.
it would give you the amount of money, the difference between the two. One would be deleted, one would be added.
Dr. Legutko wanted to add something.
Actually, I was going to say that for information purposes, once the position is approved, the job description, and the position is filled, the allocation document identifies the delete and the add and the difference, the impact of the budget.
So that difference is the increase for that person's salary?
Correct, and it includes the benefits as well.
Okay.
So it's not just salary and benefits. Do you want to add something?
Yes, sir, just 3 things. The 3 things that we had to look at was, at one one time, the EFP, the projects being executed in facilities plan construction is only like 2 pages long. And, now the fiscal, we look at the workload, it's gone from 2 pages to more than 16 pages of projects and the fiscal responsibility that's included as well. If you look at the fiscal comparison of the audit responsibility with the money for these projects, we're talking about $80 million of projects that are being split out across. The workload's increasing, the fiscal responsibility is increasing, but most importantly, to kind of echo what you said, we have to be able to, we have 2 retiring, we have to be able to go to the market and find certified, qualified project managers that can come in and guarantee that these projects are done on time and under a budget or on budget to ensure, and audit documentation. Our existing project manager salary schedule, we will not be able to get replacement candidates for those PMs. And that's a great concern considering we've got more than we got $80 million of projects out there. And as they retire, we need to be able to have a bench ready to come in. So workload has more than doubled for those. The fiscal responsibility, when you look at the coordinators where they were, the fiscal responsibility that each one's responsible for compared to the same position district-wide was a significant difference, a big responsibility difference. And then marketability of us being able to attract, recruit, and retain the highest and best for that effort. That position is critical.
And
I have a question. And Doc, maybe you can shed some light on this, but just trying to think about all of this from a broader perspective. I hear from each department that we don't pay our employees essentially market price. Our nurses don't get paid what nurses should get paid. IT doesn't get paid what they should get paid. Project managers, our veteran teachers, support staff, bus drivers, all of this. How is it that other counties, and I don't mean this to be offensively, it's just me thinking out loud. How is it that other counties are able to build new facilities? And I know that they have higher taxes in certain counties. I get that, but there's also some that don't. And then they're able to retain and pay their employees competitively. Maybe not market, and I know that a lot of times, you have to think in your mind like, I'm not gonna, as a nurse, I'm not gonna get paid this much at this hospital, but the benefits of being at that hospital outweigh what I'm gonna be paid. So I get that perspective on things. However, I just feel as though we have a $600 million budget. We have a lot going on within that budget, but at the same time, my biggest question is why can't we be competitive with every department?
And can I just add on to that before we, so when we talk about apples to apples, I'm talking responsibility. So I've heard the same thing about there's more responsibility, we're working really hard, people are promoted based on their responsibilities and competitive wages. So I absolutely can compare responsibilities to responsibilities. And I'm going to talk about this because I know for a fact that teacher responsibilities have quadrupled since I started teaching 20 years ago, all right? Quadrupled. I also know that when we send self-contained students out into the regular classroom, so for instance, I know of a teacher who received 7 self-contained students on access points. Her responsibility tripled on that day when the state of Florida expects her to do access points on top of everything else she has to do. So if we're talking about money, those raises should not just be, for instance, for a project manager. When we are talking responsibility to responsibility, there is a reason our master teachers are leaving. And there's a reason that our first year teachers have such a high turnover rate. And I think what I'm saying is I wish we just had a freeze on all administrative promotions from one category to another category until we can figure out how to compensate everyone percentage-wise equally in this county. And it really bothers me when we're not addressing the majority of our employees, which is instructional staff, saying that their responsibilities have remained the same, that's why they don't get any more money, or their responsibilities are not being compensated because that's what they're supposed to be doing. But in fact, there is a wide discrepancy about if I were to take every promotion or redesignation in the admin office, is a much bigger increase in salary than I think I've ever seen in my 20 years, and much bigger increase in what we talk about when we're negotiating for their budgets. So I really wanted to, I guess I just have to start spitting it out.
Yeah.
Because that's my concern, is that when we give money to somebody else, it makes it appear they're more important than everyone else.
No, ma'am.
Working hard.
If I could, I'll provide some facts related to this topic. One, there's good news. The good news would be the last 3 years, the amount of money that this board has contributed to instructional personnel is higher than any 3 years in the history of Clay County.
Well,
Goes all the way back
there's
to
reasons for that.
1857, right? You add any 3 years together, this board put together a compensation package higher than ever in history of Clay County. So to say that we're not compensating teachers would be absolutely wrong.
Well, TIAS had a lot to do with that in the last 3 years as well. I know that before
So,
that,
if
it
you
wasn't
let me
true.
finish. So that would be absolutely wrong to even make that statement.
I don't have numbers, so I'm not sure what's wrong.
So I'm just kind of providing some background information for this. So is it true that veteran teachers didn't receive the same level of compensation as others based on the law, as you point out? That is what happened, there's no doubt about it. But I would remind the board that that's done through negotiations. It's governed by Florida Statute 447, which kind of prevents us from bargaining out in the open in such a way where we talk about that. So in general, I would say I have worked 34 years to provide additional compensation for teachers. When I hear that, it kind of says to me, maybe they just don't know the facts related to this.
Well, Mr. Borowski, I recently retired. You know how you can go in and you can look at how much you make? When I first started teaching in Clay County, and I'm just going to tell you the facts. If you were just a teacher on the A plan, it was free for you to have insurance. It is not anymore. It is very, very costly to have insurance as just a single teacher without another member on the plan. I can tell you, if you look at my 19 years, for 12 years, other than the fact that the state of Florida raised salaries to $38,500 one year, my salary went down 1 year. In addition, stayed within $1,000 for 12 years. And so when we're talking about it, and maybe we do need to do a presentation to thoroughly explain, because the facts on my website at the Social Security Department are there, and it's a fact. And so to say that, when I say I don't think we should freeze all promotions or whatever until a time that we can figure it out, the fact is, and I'm not sure what facts you're saying I'm wrong on, but I can tell you this. You can look at the Social Security benefits, I will show anybody here, if you'd like to go in and look at my Social Security benefits, did not go up. I did not make $50,000 in my 19th year with 2 masters, all right? So you can try to explain to master teachers such as myself that my facts are wrong, but I don't think they're wrong.
I didn't say that your facts were wrong. I said you didn't have enough information. I did say a couple facts that are absolutely unequivocally true.
I don't think I gave any till just now, but.
The last 3 years have been the highest 3 years ever in the history of Clay County. That's a fact. Now, did it go to your level on the scale? The answer would be no. That's salary compression, which is the issue that needs to be resolved. No doubt about it. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing for more salary increase for teachers. But saying that we're not providing salary compensation increases, now they have to target for the veteran teachers.
I had the last 15 years of what you provided in here, percentages, sometimes, we can all look at it, it's on the website, how much we've done for the last 15 years and what it included.
That's a fact. It's an unequivocal fact
But
that the last 3 years, the compensation package has been
But it's
the
a tiny,
highest.
tiny bit, that's all I'm saying. Not for the first year teachers, but I would encourage everyone in the board to go to the website and look at the negotiations and what has occurred since 2011 for our teachers, that's all. And then we can develop our own facts. And
Can I just add a quick comment?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I was a teacher during that time.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I ran for this particular position was because there was a superintendent who unequivocally said no to teacher raises. And while he was on the school board, every vote he took was a no for teacher raises. And truly, during, if we go back,
I thought boards had
even
the
if
power
we
to say
go,
yes, three votes out of 5, no?
well, there
Is
were
the
times when they
superintendent that makes
said
the
no.
decision?
Now, if we go back a few years, our county made some decisions, and this comes back to Ms. Skipper's statement. Why can other counties do this that we can't do? If you have to go back a little bit further in history and go back to like 2007 or 2008, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking around to see who might have been here during that time. Thank you. That was a horrendous year for this country. The entire market just went, counties made different choices at that point. And we made a choice to dip into a reserve fund to make certain that we had salaries. First of all, salaries for teachers, salaries, our administrators, and I shouldn't say administrators, I should say I'm gonna say county office relating to all of the people who worked here in Greenville, just using that as an example, took cuts in their pay so that they could maintain their jobs. And at that point, they also took, in essence, for want of a better word, a demotion. To freeze, and so that built up, that's a foundation that we've been trying to build up for years,
Ms.
years.
Bola, I can speak to when I came on the board in 14, there were district level cuts. We cut to bare bones minimum.
There, yeah.
We stripped the operations department of a lot of positions.
Because we didn't need any building at that point.
Correct. So we trimmed the fat to the point that it was painful, and it was at the district level. And our administrators, I want to say, went 8 years.
8 years.
8 years without a salary increase. No raises at all for 8 years for administrators. That's principals, that's everybody in the district office. So to say we haven't treated our two kinds of employees fairly or equally.
Not fairly, equitably.
Equitably.
That's a good
I would
word.
argue you're correct, you hadn't.
We haven't, but we've
Based on
we've
the
gone
8
both
years.
ways. And then the next step to freeze any positions would be to say, we're the largest business in Clay County, and to freeze all of our operations.
No,
We can't.
promotions for more money.
We can't.
Everybody can still work hard and get paid, not
Oh, I
freezing people's
understand
money.
that, but when somebody retires, we have to bring somebody in who is experienced.
That's not what's
And we-
going on here. They're still working for us. We didn't bring anybody new in.
Well, we're talking about preparing.
I understand
Bill
when
for
you bring someone
retirement.
new in that we need to
No, I
get some
know,
people.
but we're talking about people who are leaving. They have already filed their retirement. We know they're leaving. So to bring somebody in, as Mr. Brodsky said, we have to look for experience. And Doc Kemp was saying the same, I think.
I'm fine. We don't have to drag this out.
Fine.
Honestly, if we're okay with still redesignating jobs and.
No, I think we should look
I
at it.
really think we
It's a
could just
good
call it
question.
quits on that portion, but we're okay if that's what you guys want. I just wanted to talk about it.
I'm just gonna clarify for the record, I agree with you. I'm not trying to not agree with you. I'm just trying to point out that that is a goal of this board, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly a goal of the superintendent to do exactly what you're saying.
I think we all agree with you, Ms. Hanson. It's just I wanted context around it because I would never want our teachers to get the message of, we've doted and doted and doted on our county level employees and done nothing for teachers, because that's not entirely true.
Yeah, that would not be true.
Yeah.
There was a time, not so long ago, that people would be willing to forego us. They'd have to take a smaller salary because the benefits and FRS and there was a time when the FRS and all the benefits associated with that, the extra things made it worth it, especially in the trades. You're talking about maintenance, plumbing, electrician. They might forego the salary for the FRS or some other option. That's to answer your question. while our salaries competitive. For a long time, we had less, smaller, or I guess a decreased salary scale, but the benefits were worth it. As benefits have changed and the cost of that's changed, it's hard to attract, recruit, and retain people in the trades and in these markets to get this work done.
Well, I would argue that honestly, in the last couple of years, we have become competitive. I think what we've done for bus drivers and some of our other employee salaries that were really lagging behind what we were seeing across the state in those same departments, we've worked really hard to rectify that. So I wouldn't say that we're not competitive with other school districts.
Well, if you look at it now, the other school districts have moved up in certain departments. So even though we've moved up and been competitive, we're no longer competitive in a lot of departments because they've moved up.
Yep.
So you start looking at transportation and you start looking at other places, we aren't competitive. And that's why we are having retention problems. Just like with trade, you know, you're paying a plumber $100 an hour privately to come to your house to fix your toilet.
Right.
You think they want to make $15 an hour to fix plumbing at a school that's constantly messed up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just,
And those are choices that need to be made.
Right, but-
I
And
mean,
you
that's
guys talked
every
about
year.
tough times in the past, having to cut positions.
Yeah.
I really just think freezing some salaries right now, because I think we are in tough times. We have an unexpected amount of money being taken from our budget, depending on scholarships. We have, I mean, I'm talking about, if you just look, since May, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bus driver resignations. I honestly feel, and we don't have to talk about it, if I feel like I need to talk about it more and bring some data with me, I can do that during discussion at the board meeting. But in my heart, giving anybody a raise at this time, or redesignating someone to a higher raised position, needs to be put on hold until we figure out how to become competitive, keep our employees, and if it means we are in tough times, maybe it means making those cuts again.
So I think-
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so I would say, one, I agree with you 100% what you just said. And remember, there's only so much money to apply towards compensation. So we try to do it strategically. So yes, we went to increase the bus drivers' salaries in the past. Other people then decide, well, they're going to increase theirs, right? There's other things that happen of those bus drivers that have left. I think it was 6 or 8 of them that went to drive a dump truck with a certain organization. Once one goes and gets a higher
I think it's
salary,
5, yeah.
then they convince their buddies to go too, right? So then all of a sudden it's an exodus of 5.
But our pay is $16.83, I believe.
Six.
It's $1.83 over minimum wage,
So then you target, so at this board, in the previous year, we targeted the trades. If you remember, part of the compensation package for last year, last go-round, we targeted because of the very thing you said. So when you have a finite amount of finances to spend, you then make decisions on where to target that money. And I would argue the board did a good job targeting the trades, because that was a weak area. We also formulated a new salary schedule for nurses, and maybe bus drivers is an area that we should discuss, you know, about doing that. Can't do it here.
No, I know.
Right, but I'm just trying to point out that you have to target where you go. And so if you notice that we give the board options, we say, hey, we can do this, or this, or this, and this is how much each one of those costs. So here you go. And that's kind of what you've experienced the last couple times that we've met.
Sort of like spinning plates. As this
All right, so
one's
why
spinning.
don't we just gonna wrap it
I'm
up
going
and
to
say,
have a
I agree.
conversation another time. I know this is the time when you talk about the consent agenda that I'm supposed to bring it up, so.
Okay, all right, we good? Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna move on then. The agreement with St. Leo, this is for Parita Pro. Parita Pro is a successful program in partnership with St. Leo, in which classroom assistants go back, get their education, become teachers. Okay, so it's kind of growing your own type of program. So I think we've had 16 classroom teachers. Who better to know about some of those specialized ESE programs than people that are in the room right now who want to become teachers? Part of that program is we guarantee them a job when they're done. if they complete the program. So very successful program.
That's an excellent school. My master's in ESE is from there. It's a great place to have a contract with.
And so it's a fantastic program. The next one I'm excited about, school improvement plans. How could you not get excited about school improvement plans? I got a separate binder. I want you to see, this binder doesn't equal this binder. This binder's still bigger.
Yes.
But this is where the work of schools gets done. And I know that we celebrate the successes of our school system, as rightfully so, being a top 10 school district. But there's still work that happens behind the scenes for constant and continual improvement that's done through the school improvement process. We're not required by state statute to bring every school to the board, but we do it anyway each year because, one, I think we should showcase the work people are doing. There's a lot of stuff that happens out at schools related to increasing student achievement. Some of the things that we do data meetings both on the elementary and the secondary level related to how school performance is actually improved or what to celebrate related to the schools. We also do, we're going to be doing instructional walks at certain schools. Some schools are designated as ATSI, which means we want to improve a certain subgroup of students, whether it's ELL students, whether it's students with disabilities, and you target resources and you tier support in order to get the greatest lift targeted to where you need it. That is like the best 2-minute introduction I can give to a topic that I can literally spend hours talking about. It's really the heart and soul to what happens in a school. I would just remind the board, though, that it's a fluid document. You can't write something down and say it's in stone, this is all we're doing, right, and that's it. Because you might get your test results from PM1 and say, you know what, I was thinking this, but we ought to target our support towards something else. So it's a fluid document. So if you do take the time to read the over 1,000 pages, you can see, I will tell you this, it can change over time, okay?
I did start to read it.
So I think it'd be a good thing for a board member to just look at one.
Page 90, I had to cut out.
And then just say, hey, this is what each school does related to targeting support. So it's exciting to me, if not exciting to everyone else. Okay, next we're out to K-12 academic services, overnight travel, and barring none, then we have our early college program at Orange Park High and Middleburg High. This is where students can earn their AA degree while going to high school for dual enrollment.
Mr. Browski?
Yes.
Something was brought to my attention by another parent. When a student graduates from one of our schools with their AA, is it true that they are only eligible for 2 years of Bright Future scholarship money instead of the full 4?
I do not believe that that's true.
That's not true.
My daughter just did that.
Okay.
You could already
I was
do that.
warned, I have a son that's about to start high school, and I was warned to, monitor closely if he does any college courses, not to do the AA route because of the potential of losing out on Bright Futures.
You don't lose out on Bright Futures. The problem with, and there's no problem. I mean, in AA, there's still an articulation agreement with many of the state universities for the AA. If you have the AA, it's a completely different admissions process than the typical first time in college freshman.
Okay.
Sorry, my old UNF days are coming up. But it's if let's say your son wanted to be an engineer, there may be some prerequisites that they might be missing.
Right.
So it may take more than 2 years to
Right.
get that engineering degree. It may take 3 years.
Right.
And so for that reason,
Bright
the
Futures does
scholarship,
cover-
Bright Futures
so
goes all 4
maybe
years.
it's that Bright Futures only covers an undergraduate degree. Maybe that's what's getting lost in
Bright
translation.
Futures covers a number of credits.
But are they undergrad credits?
It does, my daughter still has Bright Futures money sitting out there.
That would cover
And she's
graduate
got-
level?
mhm.
Huh.
It's
maybe we should send
confusing.
some clarifying information to
Bright
our.
Futures has changed so much as well, so.
Yeah.
I think when you
Different
when you look at all of the acceleration programs, whether it's ACE, IB, it becomes a matter of whether the credits are accepted and whether they're in a state.
Yeah, IB is a whole
Florida
other- yeah.
university versus another. From what I hear, dual enrollment is universally accepted
Okay.
across, which is an advantage. Not always true for every other program.
Well, thank goodness for high school administrators who help students and parents through this, because it is a conundrum.
Ms. Gilhousen, we'll be having a parent academy. Our first one is in October at Keystone Heights High School, and we'll have a breakout session
Awesome.
surrounding the FAFSA and all of
Bright
that.
Futures and
Pertinent, yes ma'am, all that pertinent information.
All right.
So next is the proclamation for Red Ribbon Week. You know that under state statute, one of the requirements that we have is the prevention of drug abuse is one of those. We do have partnerships with the Hanley Foundation, Play Action Coalition, even the International Guard, and we look to build those partnerships. There is a curriculum involved in the prevention of drug abuse, the Sweet 360. It's tiered based on the age level. In other words, there's kindergarten through 12th grade in order to comply with the statute. And the proclamation is symbolic for Red Ribbon Week.
What
Next.
does the statute require as far as,
Prevention of human trafficking and also the prevention of drug, alcohol.
okay, do they require a certain number of hours of instruction on those things?
I think so. How many hours?
For K through 5, well actually for K through 12, those two lessons are mandatory. The prevention of drug, alcohol, substance abuse, and the prevention of human trafficking. Then in our 6 through 12, they are required to do 5 hours of additional requirements that are surrounded around the resiliency platform.
Okay, and that's all state requirement?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have an option, I know it's mandated by the state, but let's say a parent didn't want their child to be, they wanted to do their own at-home lessons on all of this, do we have an opt-out or not?
Is there an opt-out or is it a statute requirement?
There is not. It's just like math, reading, or any of those other requirements.
Is there,
So for
do we, I guess the issue, I had a parent, well, a couple of parents actually, they just wanted to know ahead of time, at least, bare minimum, to know that their child was watching this so that they could be prepared to have the discussion at home, because I guess even in kindergarten, they came home asking mom and dad questions and saying things, so I think that if we can just inform our parents that, hey, this is happening on Friday, or whichever, so that they're working.
Can I show you where it is on the website? I mean,
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Okay.
well,
After.
yeah,
No
but
problem.
at the same time, I know it's on the website, but these parents, I mean, they're working 2 or 3 jobs, and a lot of them, I mean, I don't go to the website every day, you know what I mean, for my kids' education, so I feel like maybe if we just
Or notification.
let the teachers know, hey, if this is the day we're gonna do this, just send it out with your newsletter for the month or whatever. That's just what they,
Okay, then the next item is proposed allocation changes for this year, and you can see the reduction in allocations as a result of enrollment, and you can see all of those. None of those are resulting in the, or affecting folks that were involved. This is to transfer to a different position within the district. Okay. All right, so the next 3 are kind of tied together. They all deal with our insurance program. As you know, our health insurance program, we went self-funded last year, so we're in almost 1 complete year. Starting October 1st, we'll be at 1 year, right? So anytime that you do that, there's adjustments to the program that have to be made. if you were not self-funded and you were with a company, whether it's UHC that was running our pharmacy, they probably would have made these adjustments, quite frankly, already within the organizational structure. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gutko.
I do have hard copies of the presentation, and we do have the Bailey group that will be getting online.
You want to call them now?
Yes. Again, as Mr. Rossi indicated, these items are all related to each other. The committee did meet, the insurance committee, they did meet more than once to discuss the three programs that we're about to discuss. And of course, Ms. Beth was in our insurance committee meeting, so she is familiar with the three items. We've got Hannah Carter from the Bailey Group, who is going to go through the PowerPoint presentation because she's more versed with the details of the programs that we're about to present to you. So with that, Hannah, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you, Dr. Legetko.
Okay, you can take it away. Just let me know when you'd like us to change the screen. So.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm looking at the agenda page right now. I have 3 items to discuss. The first is your stop loss or reinsurance renewal. And then we have 2 pharmacy recommendations that I'll go through. So right now I'm moving to the Sun Life stop loss renewal page 3. Okay. So your current stop loss or reinsurance carrier is Sun Life, and you did not have a stop loss or reinsurance carrier, of course, when you were fully insured, that this was put in place upon moving to a self-insured plan. And so every year, your stop loss or reinsurance will renew, and every year we will go through an extensive RFP process to check in with other carriers to make sure that you are, acting appropriately for what your deductibles are and what your rates are, because they really can change a lot. And the stop loss renewal always comes in much later than your other renewals. It's always going to come in right at the last minute because the stop loss carriers want to see as many claims as they possibly can. And so we have finalized this stop loss renewal with Sun Life. We recommend renewing with Sun Life and not moving to another carrier. I'm going to kind of go down through some of the line items on the left side. So we also recommend that you stay with your specific deductible of $300,000 per member. So for the stop loss, as someone accumulates claims, whether maybe they have an illness, maybe it's, a complication from a birth, once that member pierces that $300,000 specific level, then the stop loss insurer will reimburse the district for any paid claims after that amount. The second line is the contract type. So you're currently in 12 months incurred and 12 months paid contract with terminal liability options. And so this is the typical contract that someone would have for their first year of being self-funded. And so the first 12 months of your being self-funded, any claims incurred during that period are also paid during that period with an additional 3 months. And that's what's under the terminal liability option. And so this type of contract is put in place just to protect you in case after your first year you were to go back to being fully insured, which of course that's not the case. You all are doing really well being self-funded. And so we're moving you to a 24/12 contract. And so I have that outlined to the right. That means any claims incurred really from the inception of your being self-funded, October 1st of 2022, through the end of your renewal plan year that we're about to enter into, September 30th of 2024, will be covered. So, a lot of times when claims are incurred, they're really not paid for months and months for some of them. So we want to make sure that you're protected there. So that is the contract that we recommend going to. You can look down a little further to the left and see the rates. Single, employee spouse, employee child, employee family, and then the composite rate. That is the increase for the specific rate. The aggregate stop loss renewal did not increase, so that is still $1.79. And again, no increase there. The aggregate stop loss insurance is for the district as a whole. Once you pierce a certain amount of claims, then you will be reimbursed up to $2 million. We don't anticipate that happening, but it is there just for protection. One additional item that we have on here is gene therapy solutions, and this is called GTS5. This is through your stop loss partner and carrier. This is going to be an additional $1.99, and this is to protect you against gene therapies. So you're able to offer those gene therapies for people if they may need them. And it's called GTS5 because it covers 5 types of gene therapies. For example, if a baby were born with muscular atrophy, these are usually, one-time therapy that's given, and most of these run over $2 million or over $3 million for that one time. But that's the only time that this person would have to have that therapy. And so this fee here is put in place to protect you against those $2 and $3 million one-time claims. So you don't have to have the difficulty of maybe choosing, do we want to cover this therapy or do we not, when they're typically life-saving therapies. Okay. And then going down a little further to the left, you can see the summary of the premiums and what that increase is. The annual increase estimated for the premium is $250,000. Are there any questions on the stop loss renewal?
There are none.
Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and move on to case number 4. Okay, so we have 2 pharmacy recommendations for you. Before I get into the 2 recommendations, I did want to outline the pharmacy programs that you currently have in place. So you currently have 3 pharmacy programs in place for your clinical roles, and this is under a limited package. And as Superintendent Brodsky did state in the beginning, fully insured carriers also have these programs in place and are adding additional programs, every year, mid-year, as new medications are coming out, as new therapy classes are coming out or increasing in their claims. And so putting these pharmacy programs in place are, one, to protect the member, for their health and well-being, but also to protect the pharmacy plan and just, having that fiduciary responsibility for, maybe really, really expensive pharmacy costs that are coming out. So you're currently in the limited package, and the limited package through Express Scripts has 3 programs within it: step therapy, prior authorization, and drug quantity management. You can see in the middle, step therapy may, when someone is prescribed a medication or when they're speaking with their provider, this would kick in and say, maybe try this generic medication instead of the brand medication. Prior authorization may, require an additional prior authorization to make sure that, you're really in need of this medication, and you just can't ask your doctor, hey, prescribe me this, with no need behind it. Drug quantity management really just monitors the quantity dispensed. So, maybe instead of getting a 3-month supply, you would get a 2-month supply prescribed at a time. And so again, these are the 3 programs that you currently have in place. And to the right are the savings that you have yielded from having these programs in place under the limited package. And this is based on claims from the inception of your being self-funded through the end of August. I'm going to go down to page number 5. And I'll start with the first recommendation that we have. Okay, so we have the first recommendation on page number 5. Again, this is the Advantage package for the Clinical Rules Program. Again, you're currently in the limited package, so we're recommending that you move up one step to the Advantage package. This utilizes the same 3 programs: step therapy, prior authorization, and drug quality management. All that this is doing is expanding that drug list a little bit. So it's just adding some additional drugs that have, maybe new to the market or may have just skyrocketed in cost. Or for some reason, either maybe a different pharmaceutical on the market that may be safer for members to have. So we would want to suggest that one. We are recommending that we implement this new package to be effective on January 1st of 2024. And this would align with your regularly scheduled formulary change for the pharmacy. So there is always a formulary change for all pharmacy managers on January 1st, and there's usually one mid-year as well. And so we're recommending that you implement this 1/1/2024. Again, you can see a little bit about the programs repeated on this page, and then an example to the right. So for the step therapy, again, the member may be required or suggested that they try a non-specialty medication instead of a specialty and more expensive medication. And I also want to say that these medications are always vetted to be just as clinically effective as maybe the specialty medication. For the prior authorization, an example of this would be for Ozempic. Ozempic is meant to be for someone who is diabetic, and so someone that may be using Ozempic for a different reason would have to go through a prior authorization process, proving that they are diabetic, having a doctor sign out that they truly are diabetic to be prescribed the medication. And then drug quality management, again, an example here is for Ozempic, maybe be restricted to 1 box per month at a time. And again, all of these are fully vetted through multiple different steps to make sure that this is the best decision. Again, you said the 1 box per month does match FDA guidelines, and sometimes there are providers that would prescribe more than that, which wouldn't align with FDA guidelines. Your current limited package through Express Scripts for the Clinical Rules Program is 32 cents per member per month. And the recommendation for the Advantage package increases to 84 cents per member per month. There is an estimated savings of almost $800,000 if you were to increase to the Advantage package, so that would more than cover the cost of the increase of the program. And the estimated member impact is 345 members total out of, at the time when we pulled this data, over 4,000 members. So a very small amount would be affected by increasing to this Advantage package, but it would yield a lot of savings for your pharmacy plan. Are there any questions on the first recommendation for the Advantage package?
Well, would that number possibly, I guess, I want to make sure that I'm thinking this correctly. So that number that is impacted would possibly increase if they knew that all these things were covered though too as well, right? Am I thinking that correctly?
No, so most of the drugs that are impacted by this, they're already covered, but they're not, the members aren't being required to go through a prior authorization process to get it prescribed. They're not, going through any of the programs, but they are currently covered. So no, we don't anticipate it to change that much. We will continue to pull reporting as the months, go on and we get closer to implementing on 1/1. just to keep a pulse check on how many members are going to be impacted. But we don't anticipate it to change that much.
And we did discuss a communication plan in order to make sure that the employees that are impacted are notified about the changes, so that it's not a surprise to them, so.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we see, really all of our self-funded clients that have their pharmacy card chart where they have this ability to make these decisions. They all have these pharmacy programs in place, and everyone is, updating the rules and changing these again as new medications are coming out. If there are no more questions, then I'll move on to slide number 6 for the second recommendation. The second recommendation is for an additional pharmacy program called Save On. Save On leverages provisions of the Affordable Care Act to maximize the copay assistance for certain specialty medications. Not all specialty medications, but there are many that are on or that are eligible for this program. So drug manufacturers actually have coupons every year that they are able to give out. They have a bank for medication for the drugs that they are manufacturing that they can actually give to the members in the pharmacy program. So there are 135 members that are on eligible specialty medication for the Save On program. The Save On program is something that would bring that specialty medication down to a $0 cost for the member, and it would save the pharmacy plan a lot of money as well. And so there is a process where the member would need to register for the Save On program. We would, pull impact reports and notify them accordingly. Express Scripts would notify them as well. We can help them with that process. It is relatively easy. And then as they go to fill that prescription, it would be, noticed again that they are on the Save On program, and it would bring it down to the $0 cost for them. And then the school district or the pharmacy plan would pay a minimal cost for that specialty medication, around 30%. Of what is what's left after the drug manufacturer's coupon is put in place. Looking over to the right, this is just an example of average assistance per pharmacy bills across some of the highest utilized therapy classes. So medications for hepatitis C, over $6,000 worth, in savings for a member, hemophilia, which is a really, big cost. Blood cell deficiency you see is a little bit lower, but there are over 20 therapy classes that are impacted and over 300 specialty medications that are eligible. It's estimated that this would save the Clay County District Schools pharmacy plan over $400,000 annually. I'm going to move on to page number 7.
I have a quick question real quick. I don't know if I didn't hear you say this. Is this $0 for the member after their $62 copay, or their copay? I know it says average.
Nope, this is $0. $0. They do not have to pay a copay. Once they enroll in the Save On program, then effective 1/1, their medication would be a $0 cost.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
So on this slide where it says the $62 average member copay per prescription, is that currently what our membership is experiencing on average?
Yes.
Okay.
And that'll go to 0.
I just want to, because sometimes you have to pay additional costs after your copay. Right.
So on page number 7, I have some more details on the Save On program. Again, this would reduce the member cost to $0 for those eligible specialty medications and would decrease the pharmacy plan's costs significantly. Again, we also recommend implementing this to be effective January 1st of 2024 to align with your regularly scheduled pharmacy formulary change, and of course also to align with the other programs being put in place. So, with any disruption that would happen, it's all going to happen at one time. For the Save On program, it's only going to benefit people. There wouldn't be any negative disruption. And if a member does have a specialty medication that's not on the Save On list, they wouldn't have to, they won't be notified. They don't have to pay more. They would just pay what their normal copay or cost would be for that specialty medication. So if you look over to the left, these are the steps for the Save On program. There's outreach to the members well ahead of time prior to 1/1 to make sure that on 1/1 and on, that it's a seamless process for them to have that $0 cost for their specialty medications. The member enrolled in the Save On program. The claim will adjudicate with the new Save On copay of 30%. The member would not have to pay that. They wouldn't need to see that, but we would see it on our end. The member copay was processed through the manufacturer assistant. The remaining copay will process through the Save On billing, and the member, again, will not have any cost at all. Again, once enrolled, the member has a seamless process, and the medication is delivered to their home. They don't have to go and pick it up at the pharmacy. To the right, again, some more benefits of Save On. Again, $0 cost for the member. The plan expense decreases significantly in overall plan cost. Again, if the member's specialty medication is not on the medication list, they will not be notified and they'll pay the normal cost for the plan. Estimated to save the pharmacy plan $431,000 annually. There is a cost to Save On, and that's 25% of the program savings. You would share that with Express Scripts. So 25% of the savings would go to Express Scripts, and the $431,000 savings that is estimated for the district is net of that cost.
So on the previous slide, on slide 6, where you talk about the different therapy classes, are diabetic medications included in that? Is that one of the therapy classes?
It's not.
Okay. I know that's one of the highest costs medications for people. I'd love to be able to help them with that if we could.
Not at this time. I can send a list of the medications that are impacted currently and send it to you. But this is just a snapshot of some of the larger ones, the higher utilized therapy classes that are maybe more expensive than some of the diabetics.
Where you have like asthma and allergy, does that include EpiPens?
I can look on the list and see. It's a list of over 300 medications. I'm not sure if the EpiPen is on there or not, but I will look at that.
Can you send that to us, just so we can have it, if you don't mind, if it's not like too crazy to do?
Oh, absolutely. It's easy to do.
Okay, thank you.
Can the nurses in the room, why did you ask about, I know nothing about this program, the diabetic.
Just as a whole, diabetic medications, a lot of the cost of it is not covered by insurance, not just with the school district, but most people experience that. So if that would be something that through one of these programs we could assist with, it would kind of set us apart from other employers with benefits. And then same with EpiPens, most parents pay full cost of the EpiPen for their child. So that would be another benefit that would make us different in what we're able to offer our employees.
Insulin can be really, really expensive.
Yes, it can, like thousands of dollars for a month's supply.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about that, but and that's just, they pay for the whole thing?
They usually get like a month, I think.
A portion, like a copay?
It just depends on your insurance. Like my brother-in-law, he has type 1 diabetes, so it's not like he can exercise and get rid of it, you know what I mean? Like he has that, and none of his insurance doesn't even cover it.
What do we do?
I don't know. She said she would get us that information.
She will get with us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Thanks for
I
asking
can
that.
send you the list right away, and I will say that the list is continually expanding. So throughout the year, if more medications are added, they'll be added in lifetime. You won't have to wait for, a new program to put in place. As new medications are added, we of course will notify new members if their medication is added. But as of right now, epinephrine for the EpiPen is not on the list.
Okay.
Is diabetes still our #1 cost?
Yeah, it is one of the
And
higher
medication.
of the claims
Yeah.
that we do have. And again, that's one of the reasons we looked into what can we do to manage this program. Being self-insured really opened our eyes to see exactly the cost of the impact to what we're experiencing. And yes, that was one of the highest. And again, the two programs that we're mentioning, the first and the second one, will help mitigate some of the claims that are coming in to ensure that it is related to diabetes. So it is related to the ailment that the person has.
I think the most frustrating thing with the EpiPens is that it's not even a medication that's often used. They just have to have it on hand.
And they do
it
expire.
expires every,
Mhm.
is it every year? I think it expires. So anyway, just,
And they are expensive.
it
yes.
is.
And keep in mind, once we
Used
transitioned as well, in the past, we had, if you're familiar with our insurance plan, we had the rail appeal, which is an additional support to help our employees with different types of things, such as diabetics, such as weight loss, such as several different things. So we did have a plan, we do have a plan in place specifically for diabetes, where the company actually works directly with the patient or the employee to assist with their plan to get off the medication, they provide them with the equipment that they need to put on, so that and help them with meal planning and those types of things. Now, again, the EpiPen, I'm not really sure about, but we can look into it and see what we can do to assist in that piece.
Yes, and just one more thing on the diabetes management. We do have the OMADA program in place through Express
That's
Scripts.
the one I was
And so
speaking
if someone's
about.
living with type 1 or type 2 diabetes and they're
Right.
enrolled in the medical plan, they're eligible for this assistance, which covers the cost of OMADA, again, the diabetes management program.
Right.
And it has a lot of benefits to it for the member.
All right, thank you.
And that's all that I have on my presentation. Again, there's 2 recommendations for the pharmacy program and then the stop loss renewal.
Thank you very much, Hannah. If there's no more questions, we'll hang up on you. I mean, not hang up. Let us know.
Thank you.
A lot of work.
He hangs up.
Thank you so much. Dr. Legetko, I'll be sending you the list of the medications that are impacted for this Save On program. I shared with the Benefits Committee the medications and impact report for the Advantage package for the clinical rules, and they reviewed that before voting to recommend on Monday.
Okay.
I'll send additional information, and anyone feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye. All right.
So just to kind of review the process, just so you know, like before that was brought to you, whether we have 2 or 3 meetings related to this topic. Ms. Clark serves on that committee. A lot of robust discussion among people on that committee about what to do related to this. The reality is that now that you self-manage your program, it's up to us to do these kinds of things, whereas before they would have been done automatically by United Healthcare or whoever our provider was. Now, unfortunately, we have to bring these kinds of decisions, to you, but it's already gone through the insurance committee, which of course has support and instructional employees and people from our insurance department. Our third-party administrator, the Bailey Group, who Anna represents, is there. Ms. Clark is the board representative. So I just wanted to kind of provide some reassurance that before it comes to you, there's all of these people doing this work prior to this. But the program that was talking about, the second recommendation, is a program that's already in place, so what you're doing essentially is adding additional drugs to the list that already exists, in which people have to do that. So I think that was clear in the presentation.
I don't know if it's a question for you, but when she said that the savings are applied to Express Scripts, what does that mean? I should have asked.
It means that, say for instance, we save approximately $300,000. A percentage of that goes back to Express Scripts. So we'll only earn about whatever the percentage is, we'll earn the difference.
So essentially, they're earning a commission on our savings.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
So we pay
It's like our
25.
utility.
Keep 75.
And overall,
Yeah.
I've heard nothing but positive praise regarding Express Scripts. You know, anytime that you change from one company to another, there's always disruption, and people's medication doesn't quite match. But our insurance department's done a great job of helping those employees related to that. You're never gonna have 100% satisfaction on any program, especially in the medical
Well,
field.
Express Scripts is actually, I mean, I've had it for years. Very good. Saves us a lot of money, so I hope that, I'm sure that's the same program you're in,
Yes,
right?
it is.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and I think the reality is, going self-funded the first year, we kind of expected to see more of a gain. Now you're a lot closer, but reality is we're coming off a COVID bump.
Right.
So cancer is up for multiple reasons, stress, people didn't go in when they should have. And,
So-
a lot of variables, but
so-
we've still done well.
We had one high month, the month of August, which was very high in claims, which traditionally is true in the sense that you come back off of summer. That does happen, but the rate in which it increased was higher than normal. So that makes you really, pause and take a look at the program you have available and for opportunities involved. So, all right, are we good with that? So we're on to deletion of certain items, which is the standard item brought every month. Next is the bid for civil engineering services to Matthews, Troy, and JB. Are listed there. Next is the advertisement for notice for public hearing for amendment to School Board Policy 1.14, which is the Sales Surtax Citizen Advisory Committee. You know that when we were blessed to have the voters vote for the half-cent sales tax, we look for a way to provide reassurance to the public that the money is being spent in a way that's in alignment with the resolution that was approved by the voters. In doing that, we formed the Citizens Advisory Committee, and from that, each board member appoints 2 individuals plus an alternate. The superintendent has 1 member plus an alternate. They meet quarterly, I believe, is the meeting time for them, in which they look at all of the projects that are being done and paid for through the half-cent sales tax to ensure that it's being spent on an item that can in fact be spent on based on the resolution. And that's the purpose to the committee. I think we have one famous member that's here. Kara Richardson was a member of that group, and so she's gone to those meetings. The language difference is just simply to ensure that we have a quorum at the meeting to take action, rather than have a strict 50% rule and have one from each district. The language, I'm simplifying the language now, would be just to have a simple majority at the meeting, regardless of the configuration of district per se. And I get that essentially right.
Mr. Broski, it also allows for the alternates to vote in the absence of a voting member. So if a voting member does not make it to that particular meeting, and the alternate does make it, then they can become a voting member for that district.
And allows for phone or video participation with notice.
So it's trying to make it easier for people to serve on the committee, so that we can have a quorum. Any questions?
We should have done it sooner.
I
Sorry we
was just
didn't.
thinking, it's one of those things that you didn't
Yeah.
think, we didn't think about the
We
first
did
time
not.
it came through.
No.
Yeah, we kind of made it complex.
We did. We made it harder than it needed to be.
That's right.
Wait, isn't that what government does? It's kind of that.
We're beating ourselves up.
Okay, next is pre-qualification of contractors. Ms. Clark serves on that committee. Next is the change order for Orange Park High Stadium. I saw some of you at the stadium grand opening. Let me just say it's beautiful, long time coming for the Orange Park community. We had the ribbon cutting, their first home game a couple Fridays ago. Fantastic. Of course, Thomas May is the contractor, the local contractor here based in Clay County.
Mr. Brodsky,
Yes.
you know, anytime we have something like this, then we hear from other schools. When's our turn, right?
That's it. I mean, you know, that's the purpose to the educational facilities work plan, so that you can kind of outline over a 5-year time. Because I've heard from several board members about certain projects within their district, and your project is on that list, the one you sent an email to.
I think this bit's kind of left out of that, you know,
Yeah, no doubt,
the only one.
no doubt. And so when we look at it, of course, you try to be fair and equitable.
It's not my
for everybody.
project. I simply asked
Wow, I'm just kind
why
of looking at
Keystone Heights did not have a
band concession.
real concession building.
For the
They work out of
visiting
a
side.
trail.
Visiting side of them, yeah.
So yeah, equity is always an issue, right? When you look at new facilities, the old facilities, it takes even more money to get them retrofitted to the standard of it. And so, yeah.
So can I ask about the one that I was asked about?
Okay, which one is yours?
Green Cove Junior High, the stadium, the home side stadium, the concrete bleachers at the football field are currently caution taped off and nobody can sit there because they're not, I guess, safe for seating. So the question was asked to me, is there a temporary fix that we can put in place, like aluminum bleachers, or is that a project that will be coming on board? I didn't see it in the educational facilities plan. I did check there first, and I didn't have good news, so I thought I would ask.
I would point out a little history. Green Cove Junior, before we get the real answer here, Green Cove is the only one with a facility, right?
The junior high.
For juniors, yeah. Right, because it was the old Clay High at one point, so you're talking about an older facility. And now the real answer.
That's correct. So when you talk about equity for junior highs, none of the other junior highs really have a stadium for their football. So if we do something there, even if we give them temporary, we could give them temporary aluminum seating. Again, all the other junior highs are gonna say, well, what about us? We don't have a stadium. So it's difficult in those type of situations. But yes, they are taped off. They need to be torn down. But we're working on that equity piece.
Okay, thank you.
We should still care about what we have.
Oh, sure.
Like,
We'll clean it up. Yes, I
I'm
agree.
sorry that you don't have that, but we could fix what we have.
Right.
And Ms.
Even though
Gilham,
the other don't have it.
And I
My
think,
thought process.
I know.
And is
It's
there,
already
I'd
there.
love to
Let's
do
fix
everything
it. Yeah,
for
it's not-
everybody.
is there a way to repair a concrete stadium, or does it have to be?
Green Cove Junior is like.
It was the original Clay High School.
They did have AC in it. That made me fall
In the
on the floor.
in the hallways.
I know, but still,
It was.
that's
it was
shocking.
great. No, it was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
I know.
We were tough.
Maybe I'm showing my age a little bit.
We were tough. So,
well, I was not inquiring about having a stadium. I was just inquiring about them having a concession stand.
yeah, you're out.
Mine was just a concession. They're the only high school without one. I have not
Concessions, yeah, this is for the visitors.
And it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Okay, so next is the Orange Park Junior High restroom renovations, the change order for that. Now next, because there's 5 items that are essentially the same, it has to do with safety and security, emergency communications. You know that this is the same the same product that we have already in Spring Park Elementary School. We've already approved for Oakleaf High School and for Orange Park High School. Now these are for the rest of the high schools, so we're trying to deal with the high school first for safety and security purposes. That would make no sense. So take it away, Bryce.
All right, so I just wanted to give you guys some information on these emergency communication systems. It is a high dollar amount. I've gotten a lot of questions on, what all is involved. So I'd really like to, I've invited Spencer Anderson, he's with Audio Enhancement, to show you everything that it does. Once you see it, you'll like it too, I promise. But I just want to ensure the board and the public that we put a lot of thought into this and did a lot of research. We met with almost every vertical in the system. So we met with mental health, saw it, the police department, safety, security, IT, maintenance, and that's to ensure, hey, can maintenance work on this? Yes. Is it IT? Is it going to work on our network? Yes. Is it something instructional, things that brings value to their department? Yes. So we had everybody look at it and say, yes, we like this system. So with the unfortunate events of Marjorie Stoneman, as you know, if you are familiar with Alyssa's law, it requires that every classroom be provided with a mobile alert. So not only does this system comply with the mobile alert, it has other systems within it that will help our aging facilities. So right now for Alyssa's alert, we have a app. It's a Safer Watch app on our phones. It complies with the law. It's kind of cumbersome. I don't know if you've heard of any other districts with it. They're moving away from it as well, but it was kind of a stopgap until we could get something better in place. So with Safer Watch, you have to get your phone out, find the app. Sometimes if you don't use it all the time, it has to be re-downloaded. So that's time, right? So we're trying to buy more time. So it's just really slow. This is something better. So why did we choose it? Again, it was something that all the different departments agreed on, and it was something that would bring value. So the funding for this is the voter-approved millage for safety and security, which is much-needed safety and security upgrades, bringing us state-of-the-art systems. So what we're trying to do is have a multi-layered approach with our schools. When we first went back out to the public to get the millage voted on again, a lot of questions were, you guys have already done cameras, you've already done fencing, you've already done single points of entry. What else is there to do? Why should we support this? So again, with the multi-layered approach, it's going to keep the honest people out, right? These fences and the single points of entry. It's going to keep honest people honest. And if any of those layers are breached, we need to have a second system in place that's going to say, okay, we need help, it's been breached, we're going on lockdown. So because the millage is not necessarily a reoccurring source of revenue, we're not necessarily going to get it voted on every time. This system that we're talking about today is just a one-time cost. So yes, it looks like a lot of money, but it has multiple systems within it, and it's a one-time cost. A lot of the other systems, if you've seen for the panic alerts, they have annual fees and subscriptions. So you have to rely on recurring revenue to keep up with those systems. And again, speaking with maintenance and IT to make sure that they can work on this system and get trained on it, they're able to fix it. So it's something that we want and done, and we have it for forever. We do have this system at Spring Park. As Mr. Broski said, I'd encourage you to go by there or give me a call. I can set something up with the principal. I have talked to them. They said they love it. They use the classroom enhancement piece, but I'm going to turn over to Spencer Anderson and let the product speak for itself. Spencer.
Thank you, Bryce. Yeah, thank you. We need a PowerPoint up after.
You should be able to click on it.
Can I ask a quick question?
That is my name.
So how are the 5 high schools selected to be a part of this?
So it would be all high schools at the end of this. We already have Orange Park and Oakleaf were already approved.
Oh, they're already on the, okay.
Bannerman.
And Bannerman also. Okay. So this brings us to cover all of ours? Okay.
All high schools.
while that's pulling up, the order in which we chose to roll it out was based on the infrastructure readiness in an existing facility. Like, for example, Oak Leaf didn't need as much as some of our other high schools that were older, because when Ms. Ellis says this is a multi-layer approach, some of our facilities are so old, we have to redo infrastructure. So infrastructure's going ahead, wiring, all we need to do to prep the buildings to have this type of technology available for our teachers and kids.
So are they currently using it at Bannerman?
Bannerman's in the process of being installed now, and Orange Park and Oak Leaf were just approved at the last board, so they're on the schedule to happen. But my goal is throughout the year to have all high schools this year, we'll do junior highs and elementaries next year.
Awesome, thank you for that. So my name is Spencer Anderson with Audio Enhancement. I know it was here last time around we talked about this, but wanted to give you another brief introduction to all audio enhancement is, because we're far more than just a panic alert. There's a lot of other pieces to it. And I know I mentioned to you last time my grandma started the company because both my uncles were born deaf, but I actually had a video this time, a quick video, just to kind of tell the story of how we got to where we are today, and I'll play that right now. Have to hit play manually, maybe.
Yeah, fine. Fine, use the restroom.
Sorry.
Speaking of infrastructure.
Let me see if it'll.
It's coming up.
Trying to click. Maybe if I don't bring that little thing up in the corner. One more time. I have no idea why that's not. Let me try one more thing. If not, we can, I won't worry about the tech. Oh, there we go.
My name's Claudia Anderson, and I am the founder of Audio Enhancement some 40 years ago. When my baby Jeremy was born, I was told that he would never be able to talk.
I was very deaf. Mom didn't know I was deaf. So she took me to the doctor to figure out what's wrong with me. She said, yeah, no time is deaf. Sorry about that.
Because I was told my baby wouldn't succeed. And I said, oh, yes, he will. Justin is my second deaf child. He was born 5 years later. He had hearing aids on at 7 days.
We started Audio Enhancement to help my brothers hear in a regular classroom. Wearing hearing aids, they were not hearing clearly what the teacher was saying.
The only solution that was offered was simply, oh, we take them and we put them over to the side. She wasn't willing to accept that.
I just didn't want my babies not to fit in.
Mama wanted to have things right with it.
And so we went about the country finding classes that knew about hearing, understanding the signal-to-noise ratio, understanding what it takes to have a child hear.
I didn't know it was not normal to have. We did a lot of things that were focused around, helping them to be able to hear and participate in normal life.
We wired our cars, our beds, everything so that when I talked, my kids could hear. That being the premise, to hear you, they'll.
It means a lot to me because I know how much my mom invested in me and my brother's family. It was so hard for many years to try to get down to them on me. I'm hearing, having to do everything. I started learning to hear the sound. I could tell where the sound come from. And then I'm having to have a spin as well.
With her ingenuity, she went in to find a way to put a microphone on the teacher and to get that sound signal so that my brothers could hear what their teachers were saying, no matter where their teachers were in the classroom.
Everybody wanted to sit by Jeremy and Justin. And the teachers, they could hear what was going on now, so they could see the difference.
Audio enhancement makes everyone in that classroom or around the room be able to hear the teacher and get direction. And that's what we want. We want our students to know what they're expected to do.
The lanyard is awesome because it provides the microphone for the voice amplification.
All students now have more opportunity to really understand and hear their teacher despite whatever challenges they might personally face.
The engagement in the classroom is different. You notice how students' attention is more focused on the teacher, how the kids are able to better participate in classroom instruction because they can adequately and accurately hear what the teacher is saying.
I'd like to sit more toward the back, so now you can hear from every direction.
From the front of the room, from the back of the room, wherever they are, makes it much easier for my students to hear me.
It helps me really keep students on task and make sure they're staying engaged in their groups as I'm moving around from group to group.
I'm using my conversational tone and I'm able to make my student understand what I'm trying to say to help them really be successful in school.
Audio enhancement made a huge difference in not only the hearing quality of our students, but their ultimate academic outcomes as well.
So when we look at teachers being able to amplify their voices, being able to use technology to begin and end class, it just becomes magic.
Growing a family company has been a great experience to continue on the legacy that our mother built.
It's very synergistic. It works out extremely well. Kind of a dream come true.
So what a marvelous thing it is for the family.
Just going past that. I'm not sure why he's doing that, but let me go to the next slide. Yeah, I'll do it like that. Awesome. So since then, since 1978, my grandma started the company. We've come a long way and made the main reason why I'm here today to go through not just the instructional piece, which is the foundation of what my grandmother built, but also into the safety and security impacts that it can have all baked into one device. So as of today, we're in over 1.2 million classrooms as of the beginning of this year, and specifically in Florida, St. Johns County, Palm Beach County, Orange County, Broward County, Osceola County. You remember? Yep, Osceola. So a lot of our presence is felt in Florida as well. So two most important priorities of every school district that we hear about all over the place, we go to a bunch of trade shows, is academic impact and school safety. Those are the top two priorities, right? Keeping our schools and students safe and improving academic performance. If our product doesn't impact one or both of those, then we don't do it. That's our main focus as a company. And so we'll talk about three different pieces of our solution today. The first one being the audio. Classroom, it's just, if you look up in the ceiling here, I see we have ceiling speakers in here. That's what a typical classroom would look like, so that the teacher would wear their microphone. No matter where the students are in the classroom, they're going to be able to hear the teacher clearly. And for those of you who've been teachers, you don't have to project and try to gather 30 students by raising your voice. You can use the microphone to really control the classroom that way. Next, we have our EPIC system, which is really our intercom, paging, and bells solution for an entire campus. So this came to us as a request from customers where we were installing classroom audio systems in every classroom. And we had facilities, members of the school district coming to us asking us, hey, is there a way you can make this work with our current intercom system, right? We're paying you guys to come install speakers in the room, and then we're paying another company to come and install another set of speakers in the room. There's got to be a way you can make them work together. And so greater return on investment for the school district as well if you can get multiple solutions with one product. And so we went about the country developing this intercom system and realized that intercoms weren't really made for K-12 education. They were made for large government buildings, malls, and airports to send out pages. But school districts use them for a lot of different things, like bell scheduling, and not disrupting classes, not having bells ring off in classes that they don't need those bells ringing off to disrupt the education going on. And so we've put all of that thought into our system, and we only sell it in K-12. It's a K-12 only solution specifically made for education. And then next we have our SAFE system, which is a silent duress button on the teacher microphone. The teacher can simply press and hold these two buttons on the side of the microphone. It will send a silent alert from that room to the front office and to first responders that there is an emergency, right, going on right from the microphone. And I'll show you a little, that's why I brought all this, I'll show you a little demo of that in a few minutes when we get into it. But that's really what, at its core, what it is. And really, 30-second story, but we had, again, customers coming to us saying, how can you, we were going to trade shows, and it was actually around Marjory Stoneman Douglas when that event had occurred, and we were being asked to what we did for school safety. And at the time, we didn't have this solution, and we were asking our customers, what do you mean? What do we do for school safety? We're academic instruction, we're intercoms, we're not, really in the duress space at that time. And they told us, you're missing the boat because our teachers are already wearing your microphones, and if you could put a button into that microphone, one, our teachers are already using it, and it's dual function, right? We're getting the academic impact from that microphone, but if you could put in the safety feature, it would give us a greater return on investment with the same product. So that's really why we did it, was our customers were asking us to put it in, and it's proved to be beneficial. So I'll give you a demo of how that works. So really quick on the audio, I'll touch this really quick because the technology is pretty simple, right? You put speakers in the classroom so that every student can hear. The biggest misconception of audio in the classroom is the difference between sounding loud and sounding clear. And in education, right, I think we could all agree the clarity is what we're after, right? The clarity of instruction. So the difference between chopping and shopping can be heard by the student in the back of the classroom, right? Where the teacher doesn't have to project their voice to try to make sure everyone can hear them. I just muted myself, I have a little speaker right there. But then they don't have to do that, right? That's the whole purpose. So we're after the clarity piece with our system. There's been tons of research behind this. Actually down in Miami-Dade County, they did a study and noticed that students had on average 10% increase in test scores just by the teachers using the microphone. So it's research backed. It's been probably the most studied piece of classroom technology there is. The EPIC system. So like I said, it's intercom, paging, and bells. I'll give you a little bit of a demo of that kiosk, but that, for those of you that can't see it super close, that kiosk right here, that basically big touch screen on the table up here, is what you would see in, for example, Spring Park Elementary in the front office. That would have a map of that school, and if you, as the administrator, want to make a page into a certain room or a certain wing of that school, you would simply go up, touch it with your finger, and now you control that part of your school. One of the biggest impacts and requests that we got when we were developing this was, it's got to be customizable to each school, right? And the bells, some schools, I was just at a school in Brevard County last week, they had 5 lunch bells, 5 lunch schedules at this one particular school. And prior to the system that we had installed, every bell rang in every classroom every second, right? And it was a mayhem for, at times, the administration, where I had been told by not that school, but other schools, that they would just unplug it at times because it was too much, right? If there's a change that happened, they would just turn them off. Where this, you can really have that complete control. And you can change the bell schedule right from your phone. A lot of really, really cool features that are all baked in, again, to the same system. School-wide notifications. So you can actually put the school in, you can record pre-recorded MP3 files. So lockdown, right, is a big one. But you can pre-record what you want to be said in the event of a lockdown. And what's really cool, I'll show you with the demo on the system. A lot of schools will have English and Spanish speakers at the school, students whose English isn't their first language. They can pre-record that lockdown message to play in both languages. So that in the event of a lockdown or whatever the alert is, I'm just using lockdown as an example, that communication is delivered clearly, not only clearly, but also in the native language of that student. So some really cool things you can do. You can also do it from your phone. And as a part of the system is visual messaging. So in my little demo kit in the front, those 2 iPad things on the left side of my demo kit, that's just for my demo kit. In your school, those screens will be much larger. But when I hit lockdown, all those screens will change to show a visual notification as well of that corresponding event. So another really huge request was to have those visual alerts, not just the audio. In district view, being able to see this from a district level, not only to the intercom and paging piece, if you want to do something really fun and creative, you can send out on the first day of school, Superintendent Brodsky can send out a page, right, to every school in the district if you wanted to, and welcome them back to school. But also from the security aspect of things, you can also see on a real map of Clay County what schools are, if there's a school that goes into lockdown, you'll see it. You can even set it up to where if you have a couple schools in close proximity to a certain school that goes into lockdown, you can notify the 3 surrounding schools in a 5-mile radius that they went into lockdown and that you at least want them to know about it, right? Communication, so that all that communication is clear for every campus. And that's really what the District View platform is all about, is kind of unifying the school district in one platform, one easy to see, easy to use management piece. There's also a lot of security integrations we can do. I have a little video that I'll show you of how you can, a lot of schools do door access control integration. So in the event of a lockdown, you can have all the exterior doors lock. When you click that lockdown button and it plays that message and changes the visual messaging, you can also have different integrations with your other security systems to pull security camera feeds of the nearest hallway where that event was triggered. You can also have certain doors close and lock at a certain time. So you can really take it extremely far in making that one button do so many things that in essence would just make your school a lot more safer. And having a single pane of glass where you're not having to manage 3 systems in the event of a lockdown and hit lock doors, send this message, and do this other thing, you hit one button and we can kind of communicate them all to the appropriate places. So the SAFE system, this is where I'll give you a live demo. Right now I'm wearing a microphone. This is what's in the front office. If I'm a teacher and there's a, God forbid, an active shooter, right? I press and hold these 2 buttons on the side of my microphone for 3 seconds. That'll get your attention in the front office. But a map of the school pops up. If you have a security camera integration, that camera would pop up right here, so you get that live camera feed right where that button was pushed. So even if I'm Mr. Anderson and I'm in classroom 105, but I press my button and I'm in the gym, it's going to show the gym. It's not going to show classroom 105. It's tied to the location where that button is pushed, not to the teacher. And then from here you can, obviously put the school in lockdown. You can notify first responders. All those actions can be taken right from this one panel. I'll also point out, it's kind of hard to see for those who are further away, so I put a slide in here to show it. But when I push my button in the classroom, one of the biggest pieces of feedback we got from teachers was when I push my buttons, how do I know did it work, right? I know I don't want the sirens going off throughout the whole building to escalate the situation, but I do want to know it worked. How do I know that? So I can deal with whatever I'm dealing with. And how we do that is that white box that you see in the demo kit has 2 green lights on it right now. When I pressed my buttons, all 3 of those lights went red. So the only thing that changes, we call it status at a glance, but in the classroom, the teachers can press their buttons and they see that white box on the wall, and if they see those 3 lights turn red, they know that it worked. And in the front office, when I turned that purge alarm off and I hit acknowledge that I saw that alert, those same lights in the classroom will turn green, red, green, telling the teacher, again, without causing that they were heard, right? I like that word. They were heard, they've seen this, someone has seen my duress button being pushed, and the appropriate procedures are being followed, right? Whether that's lockdown, sending the SRO to the office, they're just truly a button push away. And here's a little demo of what some of those integrations would look like as well. I really want to see if I can get this video to play one more time for us. Cooperate. There we go. So they're pressing the button, the lights in the classroom changing, the front office, seeing that alert come through, the map of the school pop up, security feed pop up. The school acknowledges the alert, the lights in the room would change, and then they can put the school in lockdown. Visual messaging would change. Announcement audibly is going through the school.
Attention staff and students,
And you can see
this building is in a lockdown.
this school had access control integrated, so the doors that they specified now lock with that single button push.
Just lock your doors immediately. Everyone quiet down and out of sight.
So that's kind of anyways, we had our video crew it's kind of hard to conceptualize and see how that would all tie in together because it's a lot. But that was a quick little video, kind of give a illustration of what that would look like. And then, on top of all of that, we're also sending out text and email alerts to whoever is in that group. So we can send to as many people as we want. Typically, it's the local admin team and the SRO will get all those alerts on their email and cell phone, and we can also notify district level personnel of that event as well. They can go right in on their phone or their computer and look directly right into the alert when it's set off.
Case of emergency panic button. It's direct communication from the teacher to the administration.
All they have to do is just simply press that little button, hold it for 3 seconds, and it sends a silent alert to the office. They know exactly where the problem is.
It'll contact the people that needs to be contacted, and then right then and there, they can get down to the students.
With this safe alert, those few seconds that we always hear about on the news are saved with this technology.
It helps them to feel more comfortable. They're not concerned because they know that we're only a button push away.
Are we purchasing the doors too, or just the system?
We have, it can integrate with our access controls systems that lock our existing doors that have access controls. As we look at improving as we install the access controls, we look at some of those doors that automatically, they're called fire doors. Like right now, if a fire alarm is pulled, those doors close automatically. It integrates with this system.
So we're doing it all together, like we just...
In addition, I know he might talk about his own questions, but for me, on InfoView, one of the things, if you see there's two, one of the things I like about this, having put in multiple systems in multiple districts and states, I'm telling you, the teacher will have that pad, that classroom that pad in there. So if it's not a lockdown, if there's another this is not a lockdown emergency, because sometimes it's a medical emergency. It could be a seizure, it could be, or a fight, or some type of, but doesn't require a lockdown. I wanted, because I've been through several systems, I wanted the teachers in the event of a lockdown, when they hold that 3 seconds, I just want them to have to do one thing. There's a lot of multi-million-dollar solutions out there that just do just that one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have to push it so many times. I want you to hold it 3 times, and the cavalry comes. And they only do that in a lockdown situation. They'll have a pad in their classroom where they can communicate with the front office on non-lockdown emergencies, or a teacher needs assistance, or I don't know. Maybe they need bathroom coverage. But the way to notify the front office that I need assistance, but it's not a lockdown. I want them all to do one thing, and only have to remember one thing: hold those both down. And that to me was a big piece of this. And getting InfoView, we are going to have the digital signage and the messages in the common areas. That's part of this system. So when you think about all the infrastructure that's required to make something like this work, and I've looked at it, when you start looking at improving each of these individual systems separately, it's way more expensive than what we're doing right now. To be, as a former principal, to be able to have this type of emergency communication in the classroom for most of the emergency communication will be non-lockdown things, right? and they need to be able to communicate without disrupting the whole school. As a former principal, I hated disrupting the school. I hated announcements. I hated that on intercom announcement. I rarely had them. I wanted to make, because research shows every time you disrupt a classroom, it takes 7 minutes to recover from whatever the disruption was from the instructional momentum. And so this allows them to go into one room, one grade level wing, control bells without disrupting the whole school. It really is a game changer. And it's integrated in the sense that, yes, I could spend less money on a panic alert and comply with the law, but our systems were so old and integrated, and we're putting in access controls, we're putting in camera systems. It does integrate with the Vigilon, our cameras that we're putting in everywhere. It does integrate with our access controls. So we're starting with Spring Park and Bannerman, Orange Park, and Oakleaf High School. And the remainder of the high schools for the whole year, I wanted to go ahead and put them in front of you so you can see this. So all of our high schools will have this integrated throughout the year. Our infrastructure team, with Ethan and NCS that's providing that service, goes in front and make sure that we upgrade that before this system comes in. That's part of this. So many great things that happen. Yes, it can integrate with this.
And
I have a question. The classrooms currently have an audio program for the teachers, and they still have it, I'm assuming?
Correct, it's with the projector system and the speakers.
Right, with the projector system. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. When I had students do presentations, frequently I would let them wear the audio fob, whatever you want to call it. And my concern is, if they're fiddling with it, normally they didn't. Normally they put it on and they felt, and truly, the other students in the classroom could then hear them. My only concern is, what if they start fiddling with it and press those 2 buttons for 3 seconds?
It's a great point. So one, it is a press and hold, so it's really difficult to set off a false alarm.
And I'm sure a teacher would be like, don't touch that.
Yeah. I'll let you guys pass this around. So that's the actual microphone that the teachers wear. But for the student question, every classroom is also getting a student microphone. So you can pass it around as kind of a talking stick, but it's also, the teacher doesn't have to take their lanyard off to give it to the student. They can give them the microphone and they can speak right into it and do their presentations or collaborations too, reading time. It can also, and then also increasing the student engagement for that one really soft-spoken student that doesn't always speak up, but all of a sudden you give them a microphone and all the students can now hear them. It generates a really good learning environment as well.
And how long do the batteries last?
12 hours. So you recharge it every
So
night.
it's a recharge that you plug in somewhere.
So you have to remember when you leave your classroom after a stressful day to put it on the
We do that with our
talkies
already.
And they have hot swaps.
And Chromebooks. Yeah, there are certain things that you just do on the way out the door.
I want to just say something really quick. I want to say, you guys have thought of like everything, but also, I just want to give your grandma kudos for being such an advocate for her kids, being a good mama bear, I guess you could say.
She'll appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, because seeing when your child has a need and not giving up and doing something about it to fix it, so it's very impressive.
She seems like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, she definitely grandma bear now, but she's a special woman for sure.
I can tell you, I blew up my left eardrum when I was young. I have continually lost hearing. I lip read really, really well. When we went to mass, I had to finally get an aid because I couldn't lip read. But that would be fantastic.
Right, it is. And to that point, I've had teachers tell me that students who they didn't know had a hearing loss, right? They're not deaf or anything, but they have one ear that they maybe prioritize, and when the teachers are using their microphone, everyone's good, and they'll notice when they turn it off that they'll see a student start to kind of turn their ear, like they have a preferential ear to hearing, and when they didn't know that about that before. And so being able to have the microphone and really just like we do with the lights in here, everyone can see the same, everyone can now hear the same in the classroom for the students, and then also the teacher, for those of you who have been teachers, I hear a lot, especially the first 3 weeks of school. They are smoked by the end of the day because they've been projecting their voice way more than they did during the summer to get all the students together, and having the microphone's another lifesaver.
I actually forgot my hearing aids today, and it's very pleasant to hear that from both sides.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
So, as a safety specialist here for the district, I just want to say that what a great tool to utilize for the district. But you know, Ms. Ellis said something about the Safer Watch, and that's basically we hope that all staff members download the app. It's not a requirement they do so because we're asking them to use their own phone. So this will, you know, each staff member will be provided one of these and trained in that, and so you know, we don't have to worry about whether or not this particular teacher or staff member has the Safer Watch app. So
yeah, and to the security, quick story, just so I forgot, I left this part out, but when we were developing the button push, right, the press and hold, why are we doing it for press and hold both sides for 3 seconds? His name was Chief Gregory Thomas. He was New York City Police Department during 9/11, and he was helping us develop this product. And we took it to him and we're like, well, what if we do, you press and hold it for 1 second, it means this, and you do 3 seconds, it means this, and 5, it means this. And he said, if it does more than one thing, I'm pulling my name from the project. It's like, if it's a true security product, what you are putting to market, especially for kids, it's got to do one thing and one thing only. I don't want people thinking. And that hit us pretty hard. We're like, yes, sir. We will end of discussion. That's why we do it the way we do it. And like Dr. Kempen mentioned, there is every classroom also has an ancillary way to notify a school nurse, even, you know, whatever it is, a bullying issue. You can actually change those too from year to year. If you have a certain event that is happening more frequently and you wanted the teachers to have a button to push and notify, it's as simple as programming that touchscreen to now have that new button on it, and they can notify. So you can adapt year over year as well to your current events that are kind of frequently in your school
So
district.
with one and done funding, that's what I call one and done funding. It's a one-time source. The return on investment is really important. A lot of these solutions, and I've looked at all of them, they'll come in and they might be less expensive, but they have an annual subscription or a license per device, per room, and it's about recurring revenue for them. I'm not interested in recurring revenue or any type of ongoing cost when it's one and done funding. So this is a one-time, we've got a return on investment, guaranteed, warranted forever. No issues with that. That was a big piece as well. So it might cost a little more upfront, but we do not have the recurring cost of subscriptions when we don't know the future of funding going forward.
But with the warranty, if there's a problem with the system that we cannot address for whatever reason, they step in and say, okay,
Grandma,
we have to replace this particular unit for whatever. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a hotline too for.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe
Yes,
just to call and
support.
say, hey, I can't figure this out.
Support, and we have about 40 employees all throughout the state of Florida, northern Florida, and all the way down to South Florida, to be boots on the ground help too. So it's not just a phone call. But we do provide training courses for your IT and operations staff too, so that they feel that they own the system, right? It's your Clay County system. You guys can manage it, and if you need us to come in, we're 100% here to support you.
And they have provided, well, I've required it, but they provided a dedicated project manager specifically for these implementations for the high schools to get up for the year. So the install, the dedicated install and project management team is kind of like a white glove treatment to ensure that everything goes smoothly as we do this. So right now, Spring Park, we're finishing Spring Park with the full system with the wall integrations. We're doing Bannerman, Orange Park, Oakley. What's on the board agenda is the remaining 5 for the next year. It gives us the opportunity to get those in the queue as infrastructure. As Ethan's team gets ahead of it, as soon as those get done, we'll do it. And by the way, this is going in portables as well.
I was just going to say that, to me, one of the largest benefits, well, all of it is,
But the location, being able to focus in, that's huge, because that's been obviously been a problem on such a big campus. And mine was gonna be maintenance, you know, what will be the cost incurred. What do you imagine to be the time frame between Oakleaf, Orange Park, and finish being installed, and the 5 new ones? Are we talking 6 months, a year?
So I would say once we start, the high school will typically take about 4 to 5 weeks to finish a high school, but we're gonna, as we finish one high school, button it up 100%, we would roll to the next one. So once we start with the infrastructure getting in place, it'll be about a 4 to 5 week time period where we're at one site, finish it up, move to the next site, another 4 or 5 weeks.
No disruption to the existing systems, though. So they'll be independent of the existing systems. Once the system is in, once admin is trained, once the people who run the office is the front lady, once the front office is trained and all of our team is comfortable, we flip the switch, all the old systems go away, and we're on the new system.
So you're looking at about 1 school per month?
Yes. Depending upon infrastructure readiness with the crews, Ethan's crews that are going out ahead.
Because my hope would be, if there's anything that someone thinks of after the first are installed, that we can address it before we install them.
Absolutely, work in progress all the time.
When you talk about what we do ahead of time, does that cost us money too to get the building ready?
Well, we have to do infrastructure upgrades anyway. Some of this technology requires dedicated drops because you don't really want some of these things to be dependent upon wireless technology, right? So everything's wired into the rooms for these specific devices. Some of our schools have the capacity and existing MDFs and their server rooms to do this, some do not.
Right.
So we've walked the schools that we've gone with Ethan's team. Great, by the way. Ethan's team and Spencer's team to see exactly what each school needs. And the first 2 were picked because of their readiness, like Oakleaf had the least need. So Bannerman, Oakleaf, and Orange Park are the first to go. So yes, we walk through and we do those. We add any additional drops that we need to do.
So you said these are going in portables. I'm assuming if we get rid of portables, we can recover the
Right.
equipment.
If we put a classroom addition in for portable reduction, so we put a classroom additions in, so when we get rid of 30 portables, we can get that same equipment reinstalled into the new classroom.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I thought you were wearing a bolo tie. I thought you were.
Yeah, me too, trust me. Give them away.
Bring back the bolo tie. I'm like a high-tech cowboy.
Hey.
You want to take your 5?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute recess. Yeah.
I should have gotten up early. You could
Close out that purchase with Will. I am assuming since the school board owns the property, that one of you, I'm assuming, yeah, this is not the, I gotta go get one from the office.
One is the substantial final completion of Orange Park, Ridgeview High School's roof replacement. Then, you heard Dr. Kemp talking about the number of projects. This would illustrate that fact. Final completion Wilkinson Elementary School, their kitchen renovations. Then you have Ridgeview Elementary, which is a roof repair, kitchen renovation. Next, you have a county-wide mechanical engineering service contract to HQ Engineering and Mitchell Ledge Engineering. Then you have the change order for the final reconciliation. I think one of the things I would call a note on this that's noteworthy, it's a savings of $573,000. That's basically at the end of a major project like that, there's a reconciliation of all the accounts. And we wound up on the positive end, $573,000 on that particular item. So that's certainly noteworthy or different. And then finally is the final completion of it, which is required under statute for you to sign off that it's finally been completed, and that's what that item is. And that completes the agenda per se.
So the next item that we have on our workshop agenda is to discuss a timeline for review of school board policies. That's something that's specific to the school board attorney's office workflow. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a discussion between the board's attorney and staff as to how to do that. It's on here because Ms. Bola had to run forward and say, hey, we should probably set up a schedule and time to review, which seemed to make sense in a workflow type of scenario. So maybe it's best that we let Ms. Bola express why she's bringing this forward.
I picked this up at an FSBA meeting that I had attended right before that. This is a copy of the, it's actually Duval County's timeline review. I made copies for everybody. Take one and pass it around. Thank you. And I've already sent it to Mr. Blocker and Mr. Brodsky and Ms. Sonora so that they would have a copy of it as well. This is, just a quick history. We started with a policy review 2 attorneys ago. Mr. Dagida was very good about saying, okay, we talked about we'd like a policy review. And there are policies that says we're going to basically review them within a timely manner of all the legislation that we get. And it really is up to the superintendent to pursue this as well as the departments. And I was thinking that it would be helpful for the board to review the policies with the superintendent or his designee, so that we also learn what the policies are that we have in place and what needs or does not need to be tweaked, because there are a lot of policies that we have that don't need to be touched. There's a lot of, it's interesting, in looking at this, I was in conversation with somebody from Duval, and they said, oh yeah, we have this in our policies, this is what we do, and this is how we do it. And I cut back on a couple of things, I deleted a couple of things that don't apply to Clay County, because they have more chapters of policies than we do, so we really don't need to go into that if we don't need to. But I was looking at this and thinking, well, this is something that we could consider. As part of this, however, I think that it would be wise, and I'm looking at this past year and thinking how many suggestions were made from the statutes that we would have to make. There were 125, was it?
The last 2 years have had more legislation than I can remember in 3 or 4 years.
In education.
Just in education.
And it's like, okay, I feel like we're continuously bringing in new policies, and part of me wants to say, are we reinventing the wheel when there are opportunities out there that we could also look at as a possible change in what we're doing, but we're also talking cost here. And I'm thinking of Neola. Neola brings up the policies, literally does an update of policies every year for any school district that is registered with Neola. Please do not ask me what Neola stands for. It's N-E-O-L-A. It is you might even know, Mr. Blocker, I don't know. But I know that for many of the policies that I've gone to in other school districts, I've literally pulled their policies, and I knew for a fact that they were written by Neola, And it's like, okay, we need a thus and so policy, well, let's go look at thus and so policies at whatever other school district and pulling it up, and it's already done, and we're just considering writing it. So that's a thought that has been dropped in the past because of costs. I do not know off the top of my head what it would cost. I want to say initially the cost
I think it was
is
around 130.
was it 130,000?
I think so, a year.
It's a huge, it's a
It
big,
might have been 142 at the last meeting, convention.
at the convention is 142. But then there's also a subscription rate every year. So it's like going back, what we were talking about
Oh, I
with
thought it
the
was like
last
140
presentation.
annually. Is it not that much annually?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot as an initial expense. I don't know that we would need to rewrite a lot of the policies that we currently have, because we have been. Our departments are incredibly good at staying on top of it. So, I mean, Ethan just presented us with a new policy in IT, for instance. But I know that we've all talked about wanting to go back and look at our policies. I know we've always said we need to review, and we've fallen to the wayside in making that a daily, or excuse me, an annual even sort of thing. So I don't know, Mr. Blocker, if you've had any opportunity to look at any of this.
So I have, and I appreciate you bringing this up. So I've had experience sitting in y'all's shoes doing this. So the land development code in every county, there's a requirement every 10 years essentially that you look at the comprehensive land use plan and land development code. Florida's growing right now. Every county in Florida, Clay County is one of them. So Clay County, your county commissioners, for a period of time, and we'll look at the land development code, the policies, because they change. Growth today is different from 10 years ago, and that impacts the school system. What I have seen, what I thought was the most effective as an elected official was each department bringing forward recommended policy changes to the board for approval with legal review, of course. That way you have the buy-in of your staff and those responsible for carrying out that policy. It's not just a legal role. If you have the lawyers, no offense to lawyers, but if you have the lawyers driving that train, you're going to miss out on some key substantive changes that are important. Statutory changes, the lawyers obviously can make the statutory changes, but there are some important policy changes that you're going to want your staff that are responsible for carrying out those policies to be involved in. Also, you as school board members, your fiduciary obligation to your constituents is to be responsive and also vet that within this. What one part of the county may find, like Keystone Heights may have some specific needs that are different from Green Cove Springs or other parts of the county. So what I have recommended to the superintendent, we have discussed, is a way of, how do we meet the desire of the board to evaluate these policies, to look at them? And again, the statutory changes are ones that have to be made regardless. But again, you have to do this in an organized, disciplined way, or what will happen is your policies will be chaotic. It'll be difficult for your staff to implement them, and you're going to have confusion and frustration among staff. The worst that I've seen is a local government entity kind of do this haphazardly. It confused staff. It created some litigation issues because they thought they were following one policy that had actually changed, and it created all sorts of challenges. There's another local government, a case that was just decided recently, where because of the policy changes they made, they thought they were in compliance with Florida statute, but they essentially were not. So I think the most effective way, most school districts do this. So Putnam County is on their cycle of going through. They are members of Neola, so they have, they're a different county with a different demographic. It's a poorer county than Clay County. They don't have as much growth, so it's probably easier for them to go through and do. But we're on a cycle of going through these policies. The way they do it is they take the policies from Neola, and then the board and staff make specific recommendations. So as an example, there's a policy that it meets state statute, but maybe there's some specific tweaking that are all legal that the school board member and the superintendent wants to make, then those changes are made so it fits, is customized to the needs of that school district. I would recommend something similar where we have it organized. You really can do this in a 2-year cycle. Some will do it in a 3-year cycle, but really 2 years are appropriate, where, each department that policy falls under brings recommended changes as well as the statutory changes. Then y'all as a school board, with the superintendent, because really, this is not to put it on Mr. Brodsky's plate, but the responsibility of bringing this to the board really falls on Mr. Brodsky. And I've shared this with him beforehand, so I'm not surprising him with this, but his responsibility and the staff is to bring y'all recommended changes. So it's incumbent on staff to be, leaning forward in the foxhole, identifying different potential policy changes, and for y'all as a board to evaluate those recommended changes, bring your own recommended changes, and have a discussion in how we legally, make this legally. And then that's where the lawyers can really step in and kind of take everyone's input and say, how do we craft this in a way that's legally sufficient, that's defensible. A lot of y'all's decisions are going to be challenged in policies. I think, Madam Chairman, you said it the best. Sometimes the best policies are left unsaid, so to speak. But there are statutory-driven challenges and there are practical changes that have to be made. So, in a long-winded way of saying, I do think getting y'all on a rotation where it's organized, disciplined, there's an expectation that over a period of time, each department bring forward recommended changes, then y'all as a board will evaluate those changes and also bring back the feedback. Here today, y'all represent your constituents. So our constituents are represented through y'all here. So there's going to be some feedback that they're going to have and want, and we can't have everyone in Clay County in this room, so they're going to speak, y'all are going to speak for them. And again, we use Putnam County as an example, Duval County has been used. Those counties are similar geographically, but the population is a little bit different. So y'all are going to have some unique, specific aspects that y'all are going to want to put in. Does that make sense how I explain that?
Yeah, can I ask a quick question?
Please,
back up
absolutely.
to that? So would you recommend, and I know that Duval's is really prescribed. I mean, they say, in this month, we're going to do this chapter or whatever. And I'm feeling, particularly over the past 2 years, that we've had this legislation change and require us to create policy. And I'm wondering if we should set up a calendar per se that meets more of the legislative agenda versus just going over chapter and verse by month sort of thing.
I feel like we need to do both.
And I'm wondering which drives more. Does that make sense?
As I've thought about it, I think, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? So I'm thinking we do departments like they have. They have chapters of their policy. I would say we're going to look at business affairs, not during the months where Susan's trying to build a budget, right? We're going to make sure that we take her policies up when that workload is feasible for her. So I think kind of being sensitive to the department's workflow already existing and maybe build our calendar around that. And then whatever legislative updates we have, those come kind of in chunks. So that would be, I would think, something that we would probably flow through the attorney's office.
Would that be then your responsibility to bring those legislative updates to us to say, this policy must be considered, well, and we've done that, I realize that's how we do so much of what we do, but I don't want any policy to be missed.
For sure. If I can just respond, 100%. I think Madam Chair brought up a good point. So you're really going to have two different forces driving this. You're going to have the legal changes at the legislature who sets the law. You also could have case law that comes out through the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals, which we're in the fifth DCA. So there are going to be some court decisions. Also at the federal level, we have several pending federal cases right now that can change some policies. St. Johns County is going through this right now through the appellate court, the 11th district, through some of their cultural challenges that they have going on. So the legal changes, if the Florida Supreme Court or the U.S. Supreme Court makes a major change, everyone is going to be scrambling to adjust their policies to that. That's something that we just have to watch and be prepared for. And when those changes are made, we just have to be ready to adjust that. So that's one force, the legal kind of drive there. The other force, which I think would equally be as important, is some of your policies that were maybe written 10 or 15 years ago, or maybe even updated more recently. Well, the culture's changing. A lot's changed since COVID. A lot of how we operate and do business has changed. So that is going to come more from a staff-driven perspective. So as an example, dealing with law enforcement specifically, we have here, it's difficult to write a policy for law enforcement that does not have the input of law enforcement, unless it's driven by a Supreme Court case. It's changed, like, hey, we're changing how you can arrest someone or probable cause, which is probably not going to happen, but that we've seen some subliminal cases that have changed everything. So what's important is I think having a cycle where we know, like every 3 months or whatever, a department during that period of time is internally going through recommended changes to bring to the board and the superintendent, preparing those, so it's not a haphazard process. And they know, hey, if we don't get this change through now, there might be, in 2 years, we'll be back on the cycle. It gets everyone in a battle rhythm. Everyone's kind of in a process of they know, okay, we have this coming up, we have this going on. The legal challenges that come, we're dealing with a very active state legislature that's leaning forward in the foxhole on some, and probably, in some ways addressing things that should have been addressed decades ago, but they're leaning forward and addressing it. So they are changing their policies, which then trickle down. So we have to keep an eye on that, and I think we have some resources where those changes come out, and we try to monitor that. But it's not automatic. It's not like once the legislature changes it, every school district, you have school districts that are really not even prepared to do this till next year just because they just don't have the resources or the legal team or the staff time to do that. So we, in Clay County, y'all have set an example of excellence. So we want to be forward, we want to be organized, that'd be my recommendation, organized, have a very, very established process that can be adaptable based on the circumstances. And I think we can work and really put out a great product. But also the most important is y'all's input as school board members. Y'all are.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Please, yes ma'am.
So like Human Resources has been updating our description, our jobs. So right? Every time you see all the red line and updating. So some policies are not as important. I don't mean that not our policies aren't important, but some are more important, driven by what you were talking about, legislation. Is there a way to front load like the things that really prioritize within departments?
So I would suggest that Mr. Broski directs the workflow in all of those departments and manages, he manages the managers. So I would say it would be most appropriate for him to have a cabinet meeting with his staff and decide amongst them, we as a board can say we'd like to see something every 3 months or we'd like to see something monthly. I mean, whatever we decide as far as, how frequently we want to devote a workshop or a meeting to policy review. But then allow the superintendent and the department heads to decide where that fits in their workflow so that it's going to be a team effort for sure. And so I want to make sure that they have the capacity to do it well and bring us a product that we can review and be confident in, and at the same time not interrupt. I just keep going back to Mr. Daly's department and the difficulty we have had in developing a policy that streamlines the book review process and creates a standard that everybody can live with, and just the insane amount of workflow that it has caused for his office because our policy didn't function the way that we would like for it to. So, I don't want to run into that over and over and over again with departments because we legislate something and then we have unforeseen consequences of that legislation, and then redoing the policy. You see, here we are a year and a half later and we're still having to address this library book policy, same policy. So I think it would be wise and prudent to allow the superintendent to meet with staff and maybe propose a schedule that works for them, for the board.
Because section 1, like when you read through it, section 1 seems like really been updated recently. I mean, they're really cranking away at section 1. There's very little. So maybe, and then some things that have been changed recently, we still haven't touched. So I guess that's what I was wondering. It's great to go by department, but you may know, prioritize what we need to get to first, or maybe we have something we want to get to first. Well, those things can be front-loaded, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think great conversation about what needs to be done and what's long overdue to be done. And I think Board Member Hanson has it correct. You have to prioritize what's been done already, what's newer, what's not newer. And so, just to give you an example, today was a perfect example. 7.0, you've got 9 sections of policy. They all have varying lengths. For example, human resources is long, because you would expect it to be long as human resources. Others are shorter, such as business affairs is 31 pages, support services, crisis department is 33 pages, right? So the length, the number of policy is one factor. How long ago was it done? Human resources happens to be done, it's the second most recent behind 1.04 policies.
Yeah.
Right, so it seemed to me that the schedule would be, those two would go towards the bottom of the list, only because there's so many others that need to be done. And I like the way that everybody described that it's two things happening at one time, right? This systematic review of all policies with the realization that current legislation might require us to foray in right away on an issue that needs to be brought forward, or an issue that the board wants to bring forward is totally up to you. How about this? If I can ask a couple of clarifying questions. One, I can certainly come up with a schedule that would get it done within the 2-year time frame and kind of plot it out. Originally when I was looking at this, I was looking at number of pages within the group. The time that that group, right, I'm not going to disturb Doc during budget season, right? So there are times the policies are really independent. So kind of looking at 7.1 like, oh my goodness, you did number 7 first. Right? Don't be fixated on the number. 7 is not dependent on 6, and it doesn't build for 8. They're totally just numbered that way. So if the board would like, I'll go ahead and develop a schedule and time frame that gets it done in that amount of time, keeping in mind what each department's working on during that time of the year to put it at an appropriate time so that we can, in fact, review all the policies. I think I'm relying on the board attorney when it comes to new legislation that comes forward, requiring immediate action. And I will say that the board attorney has his hands full. If you look at what's happened the last 2 years, I think there's been over 110 rule developments on the State Board of Education in 2 years. And every time I turn around, there's a new development.
Not to interrupt your flow, but just to kind of highlight, so the Board of Education, some of the legislative changes that have been made, they have not even established their own rulemaking procedures as well. So in some ways, we're ahead of that. The other issue is you have some major legislative changes that have been made that have not been tested in the court system yet. So there are challenges throughout the state in the courts that we have not seen the outcome of. So those are something that we have to look at. When we're looking at your policies, the first thing, if there's a challenge, we want to look and see that your policy is consistent with state law. That's the most important thing. Then you want to look and see how courts have interpreted that. So that's really, I use the term, we want to make sure all of our policies are legally defensible. So we're looking at the state statute to make sure it fits with the state statute, because your employees are carrying out these actions. They're looking at policy, they're trying to figure out what the rules are when they make a determination. And we want to make sure they have the most accurate, the best information. But some of this is in flux. As we go through, we're going to make all of us will make a best effort. But even the Board of Education has not fully developed their policy. So we could be in a scenario where we're done with one policy in June and we're coming back in December with revisions because there was a drive. And I would say don't be frustrated by that. That's part of an active, engaged. I can tell you that y'all are ahead of this in many ways compared to some of the other school districts. Some are really struggling even with the basics of this. So that's not to knock other school districts, it's to highlight that it's important to have this discussion. Again, get it on a timeline that the superintendent hopefully can present to y'all, and then we can get better organized. When those changes come, it doesn't take up so much staff time and just derail everybody. We We know some changes may come in the next legislative session. We have some preliminary ideas of, we know what the politicians are saying, so we have some ideas and we can be prepared and address that, so.
And if you look at the rulemaking, very few legislative changes have rules right now. I mean, I went through and looked at 3, they weren't necessarily for us, but the rules are very, very slow. So even if we have something and the rules come out, it may need to be tweaked again, correct?
Absolutely.
Because there's not many rules right now.
Absolutely, and so St. Johns County, where I reside and have worked, they have in the Federal Court of Appeals, there's a major case that's addressing some of the bathroom issues. So depending on how that case is decided, that's gonna have implications nationwide, unless it goes to the Supreme Court, which at this point, I believe they are prepared to take it to the Supreme Court. So, we can be sitting on ice and dealing with some of these. Education is really the hot button right now. So the exciting thing is y'all, as stewards of your constituents and representative of your constituents, are really at the forefront of positive change in the community. But the law and the courts, unfortunately, the lawyers and the judges follow behind that, and sometimes we have to deal with what comes from that. So in my experience, a lot of the rulemaking is probably on pause because they don't know how some of these cases are going to play out. So it's just something to keep in mind.
Well, this would bring us then back into a schedule of actually reviewing our policies.
Absolutely.
Which is, I think that would be awesome for us. And it would also meet the OPAGA criticisms.
Right.
And because having sat through those interviews, I remember being asked.
Up, right?
I'm seeing that some of these policies are from, in the dates, and I'm just sitting there going,
The 80s.
But there's some, it doesn't matter, but we have to be careful of that too.
But not
Because we have to be careful of the dates, because even some of those are still spot on. Even though they're not, I'm not saying all, no. I'm not saying all, but there are a couple that personally I wouldn't want to touch. And because they're meeting the needs of our students. And that was the key. And yes, some of them are old, some of them are out of date, but not out of date, they're still current, even though they're old.
Well, I'm proud that we're addressing this because honestly, I've not been on the board very long, but a very contentious topic is some of the dates on our policies, right? And Mary's right, Ms. Bowler's right, that some of them might need a little bit of tweaking and be fine with a new date on them, right? My biggest concern, honestly, I don't know, probably about 5 months ago, I watched a news channel somewhere, and we don't have very much conversation about stakeholder input and parents. Baker County legitimately had what they call visioning meetings, and they would fill a room to talk about cell phone policy. They filled the room to talk about disciplinary procedures. They fill rooms, and it's not, I'm not sure what we think it is. It's not people screaming and yelling. It's legitimately board members listening and people taking notes. I plan on meeting once a month, starting very shortly by myself with certain topics. Hopefully some people will join me. If they don't, either way, I'm going to pick times and dates to do that, to talk to constituents in every district, just not my own, knowing that they need a voice. And regardless of what the county comes up with or we come up with, without that element, we will not be spot on. And we can be if we at least listen. And we have very little conversation about making these meetings happen where people can legitimately talk about their ideas. There's a lot of ideas floating around that may be better than ours. So I don't know what we plan on doing about that, especially major policies like code of conduct, cell phone, things that we know need to be tweaked. I think we need to involve the community. And I don't know how we're going to go about doing that.
So if I
No, please.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to.
I'm deferring.
No. That's fine, and not to, not to get too far off field. But I think one of the things that I've seen just in prior experience is, y'all have great libraries. Public libraries here have school board member hours once a month where the public can come and meet you and talk to you.
Yeah.
Y'all will draw input from your constituents, and it's completely appropriate for y'all to do that. I would encourage y'all to do that. The one thing though, to just keep in mind, it's something that the public is not engaged the way y'all are. Y'all are here for hours studying these issues, and sometimes the public is only seeing a small snippet of information. And I can tell you, living in a different county and working in different counties, sometimes the public gets it wrong. They see a news, I had a colleague, this anecdotal story, say, something that was not characteristic of the school board and what y'all are doing, because he had seen a news article and a news outlet. So I say that is a lot of that, you're gonna get great input, and it's important to get that input, but you're also gonna have people that are just not, those have been on the board for many years now, you're gonna have people that are just not tracking the issues. So that may be an opportunity for y'all to educate them, but also as y'all go on this regular rotation, as your constituents are bringing this out, you can solicit that, say, look, we're reviewing this policy for the next 90 days, we're getting input from departments, provide us with, your thoughts on whether it's a cell phone policy, whatever the policy being reviewed. I think you'll get some good positive impact, and the public will feel that they're engaged. But having it, identifying timelines, periods of time, and the superintendent can provide you all with that. That gives your staff an opportunity to provide their input, provide their feedback, and also the public as well, so y'all can kind of highlight that for them. So just thought.
So just to kind of wrap this up, there's one question I do have for the board. I can certainly produce a timeline for that makes sense, that's based off of what's been done most recently, et cetera, out to the board. 7.0 was just one of those things today. That was a must, like, hey, there's a deadline here, so that's why you see that one here first, right? So that kind of flexibility. There was some discussion of Neola. Is that something that the board is interested in? Can the board have some sort of discussion?
I think, and I brought that up as that's an option, at $142,000 to implement it to start with. And given the discussion following it, I would not be in favor of that.
I'm in agreement. I don't
Okay.
think.
Yeah, I'm
Cross that one off my list.
Yep.
Okay, I can certainly produce, I'll produce one as soon as I need it staff. I have a temporary one, but I'll share it once I talk to staff.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so next on our agenda, where did I put my agenda? The discussion or review of current tobacco policy and potential revisions. This was from Ms. Skipper.
So I asked Ms. Fogarty to kind of give you the current policy and stuff.
Can I?
Yep, sure.
So, as part of okay, let me learn to speak first. I am part of the committee for tobacco-free play, and sadly they meet when we meet, so I have to have a special meeting with them. They brought forward, we have, obviously, Ms. Fogarty's seeing it out right now, we have the, what is in the code of conduct, which is more outlined than our actual board policy. Our actual board policy has not been updated since '81, and it's very, very short. So even though tobacco is tobacco, we now have vapes, we now have other forms of smoking, I guess you could say, or tobacco use. And overall, I guess I had this misconception of a lot of things, because when we were growing up in school, there was no tobacco on campus, no smoking. Didn't matter who you are, didn't matter if you were a teacher or whatever, or maybe I just thought that way, I have no idea. But this is a policy that was presented, it's actually Bavard's current policy, and a policy that several members throughout the state of Florida, the community, several organizations who are combating this, especially in our young adults and our children, have done a lot of research, a lot of time, a lot of assessments, have come together to create what they consider, I wouldn't say perfect, but almost perfect policy. As a nurse, I can tell you that I'm just naturally passionate about this, and knowing that we have to, one, do better because it has increased, especially with vapes, and seeing on the other end of what happens when you utilize vapes, we know what happens with smoking. We have long history, data, we know, but a lot of people think that the alternative to smoking, vaping, doesn't hurt people around you, doesn't hurt yourself when you smoke. So just, I guess, I sent this policy to all of you, or had it sent to all of you, in hopes that we could maybe adopt this with obvious feedback. But I also wanted to talk about, with this adoption, what we could do differently or better, or include on top of. There's services that different organizations offer that are free to our students. Also, being a tobacco-free campus school, they have offered to pay for signage that we could put across our campuses. And then, again, these organizations that come in and actually speak to our students. I know that some schools have welcomed them, and some have implemented it with parents, but and I'm all about parent involvement, parents can come, whatever. But what I'm saying is if we're not speaking to our students about this and stopping smoking and the risks and educating them, what's the point, kind of thing. So I wanted to bring this forward along with additional discussion on different things we can do differently.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you bringing it forward, because I do agree with you wholeheartedly. Our students now think that smoking is if you are actually smoking a cigarette. They do not include vaping in that, and it is much more dangerous. I did have the opportunity to meet with our partners, Tobacco Free Florida, and they were very kind and very sweet and apologized because they had put out some misinformation. So what you have in your folder is I have a copy of the Brevard policy, and then what I did is I went through and I highlighted everything that was currently in our code of conduct. So like you can see on the definitions and the key terms for 1 and 3, those are located on page 31 of our code of conduct. So that you didn't have to go through the code of conduct, I just did a snippet, snap, paste, but you can see where it actually is. On number 2, I will have to tell you that in theirs, they gave some specific definitions. And while I would encourage us to stay more vague on that, I happen to go to, these are 2 vapes right here. One has been decorated in glitter, the other was not. But these are what they are calling bricks. Now, if I would have called a school at this time last year and said, hey, what kind of vapes are you getting from students? They would have said one that looks like a USB port. Mm-hmm. So my point in telling you that is that while we have these currently, there's no way for me to predict, or anyone in this room to predict, what is going to be the next device that they are going to use. So I would rather keep that more vague so that we're talking about the nicotine and the tobacco as opposed to the device, because the device changes quite frequently. But anyway, signage, I agree, Ms. Skipper, we need signage. And if they're willing to pay for it, that is fantastic. We would love to have that. So we do need more signage. The tobacco product is outlined on page 32. Which states exactly what tobacco is. We're talking about lighting, chewing, smoking, inhaling, vaporizing, ingesting, and any other applications of tobacco substance. So that is on page 32 of our current code of conduct. You know, in our policy statement, we are saying, you know, that we do not want our kids to possess it, to sell it, to give it as a gift, to exchange, that it can't be on your person at all. And then we have, you know, some advertisements, and one thing that had come up in our conversation was money from Big Tobacco. We, and Dr. Legutko is here, we do not accept money from Big Tobacco. That, in no way, shape, or form. So we do not do that.
I don't think it actually said that, it just said don't.
Well,
What was that?
they had inferred that possibly we were, and I just want to set the record straight. That we are not accepting money from Big Tobacco.
I did not get that impression.
For the show? Oh my gosh, no ma'am. Jump in
Marketing or
No ma'am, no ma'am, and we are not marketing. And also, we have in our code of conduct that our students are not allowed to wear any apparel with it on. So marketing of no type, signage is needed. And I'm glad you brought up about the programs that we partner with, because we do partner with the Hanley Foundation, Air National Guard, who, especially during this time of Red Ribbon Week, they come into our schools. So just so you'll know how that works, in actually our section, Climate and Culture, of the weekly briefing, we send out and let all of our schools know, hey, they've got one on alcohol literacy, they've got one on marijuana and vaping. So schools can pick and choose, hey, we would like more information on this, and can sign up for that so that we, you know, can utilize our partners. Also, we partner with the Clay Action Coalition. So the Clay Action Coalition, if we have one of our scholars that does show up with, you know, one of these devices, then the first thing we do is there is an online program through Tobacco Free Florida. So the students will go online and we'll do that. If it becomes a persistent problem and a student has been caught, you know, more than once, then we partner with Clay Action Coalition, and there's a family education program, which means that there's a 6-week program that our student and their parent are required to attend. And throughout that, there are sessions on conflict resolution, on coping strategies, on the effects of vaping, on the effects of alcohol. So it's a 6-week course that they are required to attend and that their parents are required to attend.
And that's after the second effect?
It's after the third. Yeah, third. And then also we have our police department that they can write a civil citation.
I don't know, I feel like I was.
We can't do, sorry, we can't do it after the second.
Oh, here it says a second referral.
Well, second referral, but sometimes if we've got, that's whenever they go to, I'm sorry, when they get a second referral, they do go to the family education, and then I think the third one is the civil citation. So that was out of order on my part.
Okay, sorry, I was like, what's the point if they do it? Okay.
So there's a first, is an online course.
It looks like there's a first, and then the second,
and then third
would
is
be
a civil citation.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
No, that's okay. Do you have a question?
Not really a question, but, so some people say, quit talking to only your teacher friends, but I had to have a heart-to-heart with some teachers about this, because I don't know where I was during those 19 years, but don't remember a single time anybody talking about tobacco or coming to our school. I honestly, and I feel bad about this because it says here the student code of conduct is on the website and parents are notified. So at the beginning of the school year, you have your faculty meetings, principals hand out any changes, you go through the student code of conduct. We used to be much more vigilant about how we went through the student code of conduct. Some teachers did it, some teachers didn't do it, some teachers skimmed it, some teachers went too far. I can honestly tell you, and I'm kind of embarrassed about this, but never ever once in 19 years did I have a discussion with a student about the student code of conduct and our tobacco policy. I don't know what I was thinking, but I am not the only teacher. For some reason, we thought that was handled somewhere else. because we were never told to talk about it with our students. It was never on our list of things to make sure we cover due to changes. So I'm quite frankly embarrassed that as a teacher, I was a culprit and non-responsive to something like this. And it is serious. I don't know I honestly cannot tell you what happened.
Did you ever participate in Red Ribbon Week?
Bill, we had Red Ribbon Week. I marched around in costumes. I mean, we always did Red Ribbon Week.
To me,
but you were elementary. I'm at secondary.
I understand. Did you teach social studies?
So some years, it wasn't always taught through social studies.
No, but like in the 12 years I was in the classroom every year, but typically it seems like they put that, like social studies teachers would do code of conduct. So
Well, they do now, but I mean, we used to take turns. I don't know if you remember this, we used to take turns by department because it took days to do, and then it went like English did it and we did like summarizing with it, and then, it's not, my point is, it's not very systematic. So if we're gonna talk, and then it says the student code of conduct on the website, I know somebody who interviewed some parents, some teachers, and some students. They don't even know anything about being notified at the beginning of the year, so I don't know how we're doing it, but it looks great on paper. But I can tell you this, on the website, how many parents do we think go to that website and read the whole student code of conduct?
I can provide some clarity with that. When you go on to log on to your parent view account, look up your child's grades, you'll see that the code of conduct message comes up for parents to acknowledge that they've seen that. When it comes to the informing students, typically it's done in small group. So typically, when I was principal, the English classes, all English classes in 9th grade would come to the media center. So it's a very small group, captive audience, in front of me, personally, reviewing the code of conduct, including tobacco. Of course, weapons and the higher level offenses are a primary focus, but we do cover that. So we look for ways to get in front of students in a small group so they have to pay attention. Right? They have a cafeteria full of people. Not effective, right? So there are ways, I feel like we do that.
Is it systematic, every school? Is it systematically done? Because what I feel like it's hit or miss is what I feel like. And really, honestly, if you would start calling parents, just pick a parent and say, hey, when was the last time you read the student code of conduct? Can you explain the tobacco policy to me? No one knows anything. And I really think, in sitting in hearings, since November, we need to do a better job about the serious things and making sure they're communicated. I honestly believe, and I do remember you, I worked for you, having these meetings, but I can tell you everybody, twice, everybody doesn't do it. And so, not just tobacco, I'm talking about serious things our kids are involved in. I really think we need a systematic, where every kid hears it from a principal or an adult, that these are serious practices. Don't do it, and this is why.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I mean, if you're ever saying, can you do a better job communicating, my answer is always yes.
Because we can't count on parents to read the whole student code of conduct to understand it, because I wouldn't read it either if I didn't want to read the whole thing when it came in front of us. I mean, honestly.
When I look at the tobacco situation, it's serious. And students don't believe that vapes are harmful because it's not traditional smoking, like from when I was a young man, right? It's not the same. And they do come in many different forms, and they're hidden by students in many different ways. So it does turn into a cat and mouse game out there related to students. If there's one that actually looks just like a pen, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a pen and a vape, right? So this is a complex issue that's always morphing. I think we all agree that Ms. Skipper's idea is a great idea. We should do something related to the policy. I guess the only clarification that I would like is, well, one, I wanted to clarify that these things were already in policy. You approve the code of conduct, it is policy, and that's the way it's policy. If we want to move some of those things to the other section, we can certainly do that and create a separate document per se. If that's the wish of the board, we can do that. But I did kind of like, I did ask Ms. Fogarty to talk to Dr. Florida In particular because they were putting out information that didn't seem to be correct, right? And perhaps they weren't recognizing the fact that those things were already in place. Absent the signage, that we need a lot of help with signage. You know, granted, that's an issue.
What
Increased
information
communication.
That they had bespoke and said that we did not have policy and that
Didn't have a policy.
and that we didn't address any of these things when they are addressed in the code of conduct.
Oh, no,
Whenever they're black and white.
they told me that, they personally told me that they
They handed out a checklist.
That they handed out a checklist and one of it was, you know.
Oh, they spoke with,
Different meeting.
Mhm.
oh, okay. Well, they spoke with, Climate and Culture, and y'all helped put some of the.
That was me.
in here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was me.
So,
So I'm glad to know that they came back to you after they had spoken with me.
Oh, yes, yeah.
To let you know that these things are there.
Sometimes when it's serious, I remember when you guys, at the beginning, when I first sat here, student code of conduct is policy. I'm telling you, I never considered it that way. I knew that it was, that we had to follow it. But having a piece of paper similar to what this is, as a policy, is just so clear cut, you know? People can interpret the student code of conduct differently at different schools, right? But like this kind of a thing, when you read it, you're pretty clear on exactly what it is. I don't think everybody considers a student code of conduct our policy. That's part of it. I never thought of it that way, so.
So I would just like to interject. I believe policy is important, and I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything about policy. But I think if we think that having a policy or signs on campus are going to impact student use of these products, I think we're mistaken. And I think that really, if we want to have a productive conversation about how we help kids, it's about addressing the real issue, and that is attachment. I mean, why do people become addicted to things? It's because they don't have relationship attachments in their lives, generally. You can talk to most mental health therapists, and they will tell you that attachment has a lot to do, relationship has a lot to do with why people turn towards substances to fill that emptiness. So, you know, I think that there's a larger conversation to be had with our community about what are we doing to encourage families to develop those relationships and those attachments early. We talk a lot about early education, we talk a lot about early reading, but there's so much distraction in our world that fights against family relationships, and I think a greater service would be that we do some education with families about, I can speak to a parent conference that I had once with a parent who didn't realize that it's detrimental for your child to be playing video games for 3 or 4 hours a night during the school week. So you know, just that conversation of building relationships within your family will be what insulates your child from a lot of these risky behaviors as they grow up.
I think we should be careful about a policy won't work.
I didn't say a policy won't work.
I mean, if you
not
think
that
it'll
we
make a
shouldn't have
difference, is what you said, I believe, if I heard you right. If that's the case, we don't need any policies. I mean, honestly, to have something serious in paper is a fallback, and it's a start. Signage is a start, makes it look like we care. Having more communication, maybe meetings with every kid at every school one time at the beginning of the year, where Mr. Brodsky can say to a parent, your kid was here, we did this. I'm sorry this is happening, but you were there. You have to start somewhere.
Well, policy is about managing behavior at school. That's what policy is about, right?
Yeah.
And making it clear what the expectation is while you're at school. But preventing the behavior is a whole other ballgame.
So I would argue that you're both correct, right? You need a strong policy and you also need direction and behavior. So I mean, we got you both, would be my take on it.
which is why I said let's present a policy and discuss further about programs and other issues. But I do believe that we do need a policy because you have to be held accountable for your actions, one, and what you choose to do. When you're putting yourself and others in health danger, then you have to be educated, you have to be held accountable. And I feel, because this is for teachers too. I mean,
You mean the portable smokers, between the portables?
They call it the,
They do it.
smoker pit.
Yeah.
And students have seen this, and I mean, we have to be better examples. If we ask our students not to do this, we as adults need to set the bar high. We need to be the examples for our students, for our community, for those around us. And when you give them the example and the expectation, and then we give them resources to help them, I think that maybe that's the corporate world talking, but I feel as though that's support that they need. So you set the bar, you give them expectations, you give them that support, you give them, but we gotta do the support right. That's a whole different conversation. Just throwing out support or throwing out programs and saying, hey, utilize them. No, we need to make sure that they're solid, that we are not allowing, schools to not allow them in to speak or not do our due diligence of implementing this. So, I don't know, this is something I think that we do need. I think that maybe take the tobacco policy, board policy that we have, amend it to this. This would be my recommendation. And then we as a board, I know we do have some partners that we work with, but they want to come into our schools more than just the one day a week or 1 week red ribbon week. They would like to come in more to speak to our kids, to help with those relationships or get to the bottom of what's really happening and through their curriculum, which is all approved by the state of Florida, by the way. So that's just my 2 cents and my suggestion and what I think.
I think this may be very simplistic, but you pointed out initially that a lot of them don't realize vaping is part of the tobacco. And I think this, maybe we can address it a little better, but I think it at least puts that going. And when, you mentioned about keeping it separate and not identifying brands. It's true. But maybe they recognize Juul, or maybe and then it clicks. Oh, that's what I'm, it's like, where is the disconnect that they wouldn't understand?
I have a hard time believing that the students don't know that they're not supposed to be doing that at school.
I mean, but they also know that they're not supposed to do a lot of things that's in a policy, but yet, you know what I mean? We still have to implement a policy.
Oh, no, we should keep absolutely, we should have a policy. But
they also know that they're not supposed to throw punches or bring drugs to school or.
Right.
And students come from a wide variety of settings.
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't set laws or that we shouldn't.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying when we're trying to create an exhaustive list of what's not allowed, I don't think that that's going to matter as much as just saying tobacco use is not allowed on the school campus. And then in the education process, maybe when you're having the classroom discussion, you guys, what tobacco use, what does that look like in today's school? It's a conversation. Like, I would be careful to your point about listing specific things that are available today, because a year from now, that list could grow, or some of these things could be out of date.
I mean, it is a serious problem. I'm not going to talk about assessor data, but if you go in and look, maybe you have 1,881 incidents reported, 800 are tobacco. Like, when I look at it, I take the tobacco out, not to minimize tobacco, but there are counties where you can go in and look at a school and, like, I'm not going to talk like our county, you can do this too, but you can go and look at a school and see where all the tobacco users are pretty much, and go, oh, that poor school, right? So I really, like you said, Mr. Brodsky, I think everybody has valid points. I think we can do a better job at the beginning of each school year. Remember how we used to have people sign in class and they would take it home and have their parents sign it? Maybe principals could have these heart-to-heart grade level talks with the kids, and then we used to call if we didn't get them back from the parent. We at least wanted the kid to tell the parent what we talked about. Something happens, you lose that personal relationship when people are signing things electronically or looking at a computer. I don't think it would cost us much time nor much money to implement something more effective than what we're doing right now.
To me, it makes sense when we're talking about education that whatever we're trying to teach children is a natural part of everything else they're learning. So, I think a good fit would be in PE class or in science class when we're talking about the respiratory system or we're talking about the cardiovascular system or.
We used to have people
That's
come and
actually
teach.
one of my little notes about the, with the different organizations that come in about, teaming up with our PE coaches. They do jump rope for heart and, they do other educational things. It would be so much easier to just fit them in one of the days of the week or whatever.
Because I will tell you, as a classroom teacher, anything that takes away instructional time gives me a heartache.
It doesn't have to be done in
Well, that's what I'm
instructional
saying, to
time.
me, it makes sense that
Health.
you do it in a health class,
Yeah.
that you do it in a PE class, and so while you're running the mile that week, fit it, and I'm sure the PE coaches would be like, yeah, go ahead, teach this, go ahead.
And those
One
kind of
less thing I
programs
gotta
work.
do,
Do you
Not saying
remember
our
those kind of
teachers.
programs? Do you remember when, I think it was 7th grade science 18 years ago, they used to have this company come in and would teach our kids?
Yeah.
You remember that? Doesn't need to be during a science instruction, but I think the program itself was beneficial. Kids used to talk about it a lot.
And these are free services,
So how about-
this is what I'm saying, that.
How about we do this, and we go ahead and we work on board policy, you prescribe. Mr. Board Attorney, is there anything else related to that, or any conversation you want to have, or you want us to just, they obviously gave us a model of what they would like it to look like.
Well, I think two things. I think this is great. I appreciate Board Member Skipper bringing this because I think we've identified some things that we can work on, and this is why we want to have these discussions. But we've also identified that we have some good current existing standards in our code of conduct, and so we can augment that. Mr. Brodsky, if it works for the board, and if the board would approve it, I can work with you and your staff, and we can. I think this might be one of those examples where we're going to have policies pop up on their own that are not necessarily driven by either legal or others. This is, again, as I'm listening to this discussion, thinking of my own children in school now, and not wanting them exposed to some of this. I think as parents, this makes sense, but it sounds like we have some strong code of conduct already in place, so I think this has been educational, but also, we've identified some things, so if the board will allow it, Mr. Brodsky, I'll work with you and we'll strengthen this.
Okay, sounds like a plan. And then I would say I would agree with Ms. Gilhouse, and we talked about it at times where it's authentic. Like PE would be a perfect time to have this discussion, so it's not at that point. I heard that loud and clear. I was tuned into that one.
And at our One Clay Parent Academy, the Clay Action Coalition is actually going to have a breakout session. It's called Hidden in Plain Sight. And it's going to be for parents to be able to recognize that, hey, that highlighter that looks like this is not a highlighter. It is actually a vaping mechanism.
I think the more we can educate and empower parents around this issue, I think the more successful we'll be in helping students.
So if y'all have any questions, feel free to reach out. My phone is open, my door is open, email, whatever works best for you.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
that
Fogarty.
next parent academy, or the first parent academy, is on the 11th.
October 10th.
10th.
Wednesday or
Keystone.
Tuesday, October 10th?
October 10th.
Thank you.
Keystone.
What time is it?
5:30.
Dinner starts at 5:15, and it's free, and then this first session starts at 6.
So we'll do dinner, we'll meet in cafeteria, we'll have an overview and a welcome, and then we'll do breakout sessions. We're also going to have our vendors in the cafeteria that will have handouts for parents as well.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fogarty. Our next item is discussion of school visitations, and this is something that was brought up by Ms. Skipper, so I'll give her the floor.
Sorry for putting you guys to work. So I realized that we do not have a visitors policy amongst some things that had been brought to my attention over the last 2-3 weeks. And I searched a couple of surrounding counties and their policies. I submitted them to Mr. Blocker and have been speaking to him on and off. And I think that it would be in our best interest as a board to implement a visitor's policy, and the surrounding, well, the majority of the state, from what I was told, has similar policies and implements some degree of background checks for visitors and for any individual who's going to be around students. So I feel very strongly and very passionate that we implement something along the lines of this for safety purposes, and I'll let Mr. Black talk.
For sure. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for, again, this is another policy where y'all school board members, constituents are going to bring things to your attention. So I'd encourage y'all to do exactly what Mr. Gipper did, bring it to y'all see if there's something you want to discuss more. So some of this I'm going to turn over to the superintendent, but there are some state statutes that govern this. It gives some discretion, not discretion in how to handle it, but guidance of who should be notified, the school superintendent, the school board. So again, I think this is an opportunity for us, collectively, y'all as a board, the superintendent and myself, to put our heads together and make sure that, number one, we're protecting children, which is something that all of y'all have ran on that, or have implemented that. So everyone, that's our number one focus. So I think there are some things that come up. I know Mr. Brodsky and I talked about some details, and Mr. Brodsky, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to.
Yeah, so when a visitor comes to the office, they're actually go through a program called Raptor. You produce your driver's license, and when you're run through that system, it would automatically determine if you're on the registry or not. It's important to know that anybody that's on the registry or not, who's a parent, still has legal rights to their child that's also on that campus too, right? So it becomes a more complicated issue. When that occurs, that individual is escorted to their parent conference or to whatever the reason, the purpose would be, is. So I kind of spot checked, with a couple, because we know exactly individuals involved in this particular type of thing, and we monitor those individuals while they're on campus. It'd be difficult to say that would be true for a thing like a football game, for example. You can't really do that at a football game. I spoke to 3 or 4 principals who I've seen have recently been involved in a situation like this to see the exact procedure that's followed at that particular school. There is a whole guide, a procedural guide for how this actually works. Well, it's not in board policy. It is a process currently being employed. Now, if there's a school that is not implementing it correctly, all that would require is a phone call to deal with that school that's not implementing it correctly. But there is I just wanted to assure the board, there is a process in place for how to handle the situation. This situation has been occurring since the beginning of time when it comes to public schools. Public schools are made up of individuals with children who are sent to public school who have all kinds of backgrounds. And they also have all kinds of rights related to their child's educational process. So I guess that's how I would leave it, Mr. Blocker.
Sure, and just, if I could, just to draw y'all's attention, and again, it's important to have these discussions so we understand this would be part of your policy review. So the statute that addresses the visitation specifically is Florida Statute 856.022. What this addresses specifically when there's certain types of offenses that could put someone in a category. It talks about, essentially, it's unlawful for a person to go to any child care facility or school containing any students pre-kindergarten through grade 12 on real property comprising a child care facility or school containing any students in pre-kindergarten through grade 12 when the child or facility or school is in operation. If such a person fails to provide written notification of his or her intent to be present to the school board, the superintendent, principal, or child care facility owner, notify the child care facility owner or the school's principal's office when he or she arrives and departs the child care facility, or remain under direct supervision of a school official or designated chaperone when present in the vicinity of children. It goes further from there. So essentially, the statute gives a couple of different options to operate, right? The person would have to notify the superintendent or the school board or the superintendent. And there would have to be some supervision and such. And if I understand Mr. Barossi, I have not had the time to delve in. Under the current policy, it sounds like the notification goes directly to the superintendent.
It goes to the principal.
To the principal, okay.
The principal would then provide supervision for the individual.
So this could be an example, and we have not. This is our opportunity collectively to discuss this. The statute would allow to continue with that, notifying the principal of the school, or that could be routed to the principal. I'm sorry, to the superintendent or to the board directly. And based on my research, in some of your smaller rural counties, there is a formal notification where the school board is notified at a school board meeting, where either the superintendent will notify or it goes through the superintendent's office. Based on the size of Clay County and based on the number of schools, notifying the principal, may be the best way to approach this. I do believe, based on our conversation, there's one school with.
So yeah, the same individual as a child at that school.
Who's gone there many times.
Can you clarify something for me? I'm not tracking this right now. If somebody goes to jail and they are listed as a predator, they have rights to go to a school and visit their child supervised? Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. Now, it depends on, not to get too far into
I'm just trying to figure it out, because I know the 1,000 feet from the school, like, there's rules, right?
That's correct. So that law is in place that if you were a registered sex offender, you cannot go within 1,000 feet of the school. The exception is if you have a child in that school or you're the caregiver for a child in that school, you can visit the school for a school-related function if you're supervised. And there has to be a notification and registration process.
So what about eating lunch? They can go every day and eat lunch. Are they going to be with other children, or are we going to make sure that this visitation is supervised away from other children? Because just because they're allowed to be around their child, because the crime wasn't committed with their child, how are we able to protect all students?
Could be the same for volunteering.
Right.
Volunteer.
They would not be allowed to volunteer.
They're not allowed to be chaperones.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that.
And does this Raptor system, is it just so I'm clear of its capability, does it do background checks?
Yes.
Does it do,
It goes right to the registry.
Raptor does.
The individual is on the registry as an offender or as a predator, either are, because there's two different classifications of folks.
But it's not the same degree as like a teacher would have a background check
Yeah,
before they're.
Right. And that would be really expensive and it would be crazy, but this is what a lot of schools across the county do, is at least a simpler form of a background check to say, hey, you're a go or you're a no-go, you know what I mean?
Correct.
And
The
that's,
Raptor does.
right, and that's what I want to make sure that we have, and I wanted to understand,
Well, I can tell you where my kids go to school. If you are going to chaperone, or if you were going to volunteer, or if you were going to be put with other children in an unsupervised fashion, potentially, you have to have a background check.
Right.
So it's not, Raptor is not sufficient for that.
Right.
But for visiting the school, yes, you can just scan your driver's license and.
Well, I think that the policy that I presented or just sent over as an example covered both visitation and volunteering, where you wouldn't need the background check if you were going to I think it's like a PTA meeting or something in general or whatever, but if you were going to be around children, that we would implement the actual background check. And
Mr.
so,
President, Aaron, Ms. Skipper,
yes.
there's something, front office stuff, I didn't pay much attention, but I used to see a little form, and before you could volunteer, they would fill the form out, or before they were visiting, you would fill the form out, you would give notice ahead of time, and something happened with that list. Could you just help me understand what that is?
So anybody that wants to volunteer would go through that same registry,
The Raptor?
like Raptor, just check to see if they are on the offender list. For any of that, they're not allowed to volunteer if you're on the list of individuals for that. If you're in an organization that required, or that could, if a student could be alone with you, you go through a full background check, level 2 background check. If it's somebody that comes onto our campus, like this happens also, like a vendor or somebody else, right? Somebody that used to have Coke machines. Like, what about the guy that comes in to replace the Coke machine, right? So there's also what's called line of sight, which is the Jessica ones for that. So there's really 2 or 3 things happening at the same time they're talking about for people involved. I believe that we're talking about offenders in particular, in this particular example. And I think it's,
Because I got another example.
I think it's worth the look at the policy to see if there should be some updates to the policy based on.
Does the procedure state, this is Palm Beach County, the school district reserves the right to deny any individual entry to a school building when there's reason to believe that such individual's presence would be detrimental to the operation, the learning environment, or the health and safety of the school community, to include children?
Sure, and that could be a bunch of different reasons other than the reason it's being brought forward.
I
For
think you see
example-
that most often with the parent who's upset.
Correct. Correct. We do.
And that's
do
part of
wind
our
up
policy as well.
on occasion trespassing.
I was asking about the screening because I noticed that they said answer mandatory screening questions, and then there's a website that the county checks with.
Yeah.
Is that the same one?
Yes.
Okay.
But I guess another thing is I get having the visitor policy and the volunteer policy would also state who would have to get these. So like right now, not every, from what I understand, not every coach gets a level 2. And I understand that they're not always left alone with students, but you have a game, it's chaotic, you never know. I mean, the potential of that happening is very high. So why is it not universal that we just make every coach get one
Well, I guess
as a board? Because I feel as though if we did,
right,
it would be
we're
beneficial.
talking athletic team.
Anything, any form of like coach, I mean, I guess.
Coaches?
Yeah, coaches, period, whether you're coaching band, I mean, whatever form, I guess we need to define coach, but sideline coaches.
So you're talking
wrestling
about
coaches.
anyone who's not currently employed as a teacher?
Correct.
Who
But
is hired as a so
Borderline
do they-
contractor, whatever you
anybody-
call it.
Do they go through anything in
So
human
if
resources?
they're hired as a coach, they go through the same background check
As a
level 2
teacher.
certifications.
So what if they're not, they're like,
They're a volunteer coach,
volunteer?
and they're screened just like through the registry to make sure they're not an offender. And there's a background for that, not to the same level, granted, as a teacher, whoever it is.
But is it a graduated,
Right, 'cause-
so you have the Raptor, that's a
Right.
quick scan for anybody who shows up. And then you have a
At the top would be level 2 certification.
Right,
which you
and then in
base-
the middle is where you have volunteers that are doing chaperoning or coaching or, so they're not getting a level 2 background check, but they're still getting some sort of a background check.
Right, because
But it doesn't show everything.
in many cases,
That's correct.
they're being around other, let's just take somebody that wants to be a homeroom mom in the classroom. They would be considered to be a volunteer. They'd be run through the system as a basic. They don't do a level 2 background check. That would require the parent to pay $50 to simply come in and volunteer
Right.
within their child's class.
Right.
They're under the supervision of the teacher, which makes them under Jessica Lunsford okay related to that. So that's kind of the classifications of those.
But that's what I was saying, like, we could, obviously, you wouldn't do that for those types of volunteers, but those who are volunteering that could possibly go into locker rooms with children and things like that, the level that they're getting, it's not showing everything.
So you think, if I'm understanding you correctly,
You need more than a quick scan for these individuals.
well, I'm understanding that's what we're getting. We're just not doing the most expensive one for volunteers, right? There's 3 levels. So we have Rafter at the bottom, and Rafter is not what we're using for people who are chaperoning, correct?
You do both. So even if you're gonna chaperone a field trip, what you should do is say, we're meeting, I don't know, with Rapture to go watch a play, and I'm not writing a book. I'm still gonna go in, scan my ID, because I'm a visitor. Because everybody applies, you can apply once a year to be a volunteer, and there's questions that ask if you have felonies, and then there are some of them that we call the naughty questions. And if you have to answer yes on those, then those go to HR, and then HR does their full scan as well. If I am the volunteer designee at my school, once I get all the volunteer applications, and I also cross-reference that with the FDLE predator site. If something comes up that I'm concerned about, I send that to HR. I don't necessarily have to call that parent. But if I'm a volunteer parent coming in, not level 2 certified, and I'm meeting at Thrasher Horn to do the field trip, I should still go to the school, have my Raptor scan, and get like the volunteer or visitor type badge. So that also lets people know that when I'm there, that I am a adult who's been scanned. And that also works as another layer, because if I'm applying to be a volunteer, say in July, and then something hits over winter break that could affect my status, and I want to volunteer to chaperone something in February, and I scan again, and maybe something pops a little different, it's kind of is a second layer.
Okay.
But is this showing more than just predator status? The Raptor?
The Raptor?
No.
Because there are also other crimes that you probably shouldn't be around children that are not predators.
Correct, and I think those are on the application, if we have those.
Yes, and I can pull, our office has the ability to pull up, if the form is sent to us to do the next scan, we can pull up their entire arrest history in Florida.
Ms. Troutman?
In Florida. So if it's out of state, you won't know.
That's a level 2.
And that's the same if we have, so something that we are coming in contact with this year, because this year was the first year we moved the entire system digital. Before, it was a paper form that was like literally just in a 3-inch binder, and then we wanted to make sure that we had district access to look at all school sites. If you are a parent coming in from overseas or a foreign parent, then we're working right now, and I know I've worked with Chief Wagner on how to get those parents approved, because they don't necessarily have a Florida driver's license. They're coming over with some type of work visa or something else. So right now, we're on hold with our foreign parents that want to volunteer and come to campuses until we figure out a proper way to make sure that they have a government-issued ID that we can check.
But to your point, I think it's worth the conversation. Ms. Skipper, if I could see the proposed policies and work with HR, we'd certainly take a look at that and tighten that up.
It sounds like this is a very complex issue.
It is very complex.
With a lot of layers, because on one hand, you don't want to infringe on a parent's right to their child, right?
Right. And that's why I said you
And
would
we don't
pick.
want to discriminate against international parents or,
Right.
that, there's a lot of layers here, so I want to be delicate in how we handle it.
But that policy that I presented covers all of that, and that's what I mean by that, like, it unless you're alone and not monitored, then you wouldn't need all of that. You would just need these basic things because you're with a teacher. And Mr. Blocker can.
Sure, no, absolutely. I appreciate you bringing this up because it's important to understand. So there are things that the school district has to do legally. So if you're a predator or if you're listed on the as a sex offender, you cannot work at the school. You can only access the school based on what I read earlier. If you have a child there, supervise or register. So registered sex offenders, that's off the table. Unless you meet that very specific criteria. The other exception is if you're picking your child up from school, dropping off or picking up, you can be within 1,000 feet of school for that very specific purpose. You can't linger in the parking lot. You can't carry on. You also can vote at a school too, which is something I think the legislature was looking at changing. So registered sex offenders should not even be in this discussion as far as them eating in presence of other children. I know that's something you and I discussed. I would say that that's probably something that we need to make sure is not happening, just because that could create some potential legal exposure. We can create other opportunities for you to have lunch with your child that maybe doesn't expose the school district. Again, not saying that's happening or not happening. I think it was raised, and that's why we're having this discussion. As far as the other layers, you can have other crimes. You can have a misdemeanor domestic battery. That in and of itself, I don't know if that's going to get picked up if it comes across. Is that a serious crime?
It does.
I'm sorry?
It picks up when it comes to my office.
If it happened in Florida. Correct, if it happened in Florida. If you are a member of the military and you got a domestic battery charge on Fort Hood or Fort Liberty now or whatever it's called, I don't know that would show up because that's in the military system specifically. So if the board wants to come up with a policy and look at that, if you're a volunteer, the board has discretion to do that. There are things that you have to do. We don't have any, there's no wiggle room. We have to make sure if they're a registered sex offender. I think we have that covered. I think the one maybe nuance is are they eating in an open cafeteria? And I don't know that we know the answer, but that's something we've already spoken. The superintendent and I've spoken about that issue specifically. The other layers to this, as Madam Chairman said, there are some layers to this. You also, board can go further than the statute, but there's some considerations, right? You could have someone that has a domestic violence from 10 years ago that's been resolved. Does that maybe limit their access? So there are some policies that have been written that could add some illuminate this issue a little bit further. So I'll provide those to this.
Yeah, so if I could,
sure.
I think probably a good next step would be for when you see the policy.
Sure.
With HR, and come back to the board, for that. I know that the challenge is, right, our number one goal is to protect students. I feel like we do a good job when it comes to the predator offender situation. Two, we want to monitor everybody that comes out there, but we also want to make it accessible to parents, right? When you start to charge parents for level 2 background checks, when they're clearly in the supervision of a teacher, that wouldn't be proper either, right? We're trying to encourage parents.
Which is not what I was saying, and that policy excludes that. So to be clear, on the record, that is not what I was saying.
I guess I gotta see the policy.
So let me just be clear on
my
that.
confusion was it seemed like your frustration was we can't pick up crimes committed in other states. But the only way, from what I understand from Ms. Troutman, to pick that up is with a level 2 background. So
right. But if you're supervised by a teacher in a classroom volunteering, you wouldn't need that. But those who are not supervised by a classroom, or the chances of highly not being supervised, they should have to require that, like a sideline coach.
So for example, Take Stock in Children is a mentoring, fantastic organization that mentors students. They do receive level 2 background because typically that student meets alone with the adult in another room to do the mentoring kind of thing. So I just need to see the policy and specific examples.
Right, and I'll share, and just to be clear, to go to Mrs. Skipper's point, what I think one of the policies address coaches. So there are opportunities in coaching where you might have some one-on-one time where you're not necessarily going to have another person there. So most of these policies involve that there's no alone time. There's not an opportunity to be alone with the student ever. Doesn't necessarily require level 2. It's just a procedure. You always have 2 people in the room when there's a student involved.
Yeah.
It's really which is certainly something that this board can adopt that policy. It's probably not a bad idea. Kind of like the Mike Pence rule, if you will. I know that gives a different context, but the same kind of idea. You always have two adults present, so there's not an opportunity for, it protects the adult and the child as well from potentially faults. So I'll provide those, Mr. Bronski, and we can.
Okay, thank you, and thank you. Next we have discussion of potential buyout of school board attorney Mr. Bickner's contract. I believe this was Ms. Hanson's item. Okay.
I first want to say that I am so proud of us for hiring Mr. Blocker. If I could stand up and give an applaud right now, like a wave, I think that's probably the consensus for this board. On that note, we have hired, if you don't like compliments, just don't listen. We have hired an extremely competent, hardworking, loyal, and honest attorney whose number one goal is to make sure board policies and what we want to accomplish is legal. And that's what we expected when we hired a lawyer. He has a bench behind him of opportunities, contract specialists, real estate specialists. I mean, I'm not really quite sure how many opportunities he has of experts to help him do his job even better. On that note, we have been given a fresh start. And my suggestion would be to buy out Mr. Bickner's contract so that our fresh start can continue and sole reliance becomes on Mr. Blocker. I think it's time that we, and I have to say that because I remember the week after that I was elected when Mr. Bickner resigned all of a sudden. I don't know if it was me. I can't say it was me personally. Could have been Miss Skipper. I'd rather say it was Miss Skipper. I know it wasn't Miss Gilhausen because she worked with him before. But since that time, it has not been, at least in my best interest, even at the last workshop, when noises were being made behind me while I was speaking. So in good conscience, I believe it's a good time to sever that professional contract, appreciate him for his year's service, and I want to know what you guys think about that.
Do we have a price tag on that?
Huh?
Do we have a price tag on that?
I don't know that.
It's, for the salary portion and benefits, it's $42,000. For his annual leave and sick leave payout, it's roughly $23,000. Grand total, $68,000.
To buy out his contract?
And how does that equate to him remaining on through December?
It wouldn't, if I understand the board members' things, that would be it. He'd be out. I think an even more important question would be the transition between the new board attorney and the previous board attorney, and whether or not the new board attorney feels like transition has occurred relative to that. I know that we met the other day trying to spearhead the transition from various projects that are ongoing to the new attorney. So I think we could, if you want to let Mr. Blocker weigh in.
That was going to be my second question.
Okay, sure. Well, why don't you ask it?
But my first one was just trying to do a comparison of if he remains through December, our cost versus the buyout. What?
It's the same.
That's what I want to make sure we all understood.
Okay.
The cost is the same through December?
In other words, if I understand the board members' idea is to just buy him out right now, so you never see him again, say it that way, or not that way, with the legal guys, right? Or, if you paid him, one way of looking at this, and I'm from New York, so I just say it, is you'd be paying him for not doing anything. That kind of, just coming from a hardworking family of 10, that rubs me the wrong way, because he should do the work. You can always, as a board, put parameters, like not attending meetings, and doing all those kinds of things, but to give something to somebody for free doesn't sit well with me, just to kind of keep my...
We have resended our resending of the resignation This is not something new for this board. I know one meeting, Ms. Clark and I tried to rescind our recension. I don't even know how to, it got pretty confusing at one point. But
That was a good
I
time.
think Ms. Skipper was confused about it as well. But this is something it's been ongoing for a while, and it's not, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I mean, this is our whole goal, was to get our new attorney to replace Mr. Bittner. It would have been last January or February had it have moved along the way it did.
Mr. Blocker, and I don't mean to put you on the spot and make it awkward, and you can divert this question if you need to. Do you feel, well,
Well, do you feel the transition has happened?
is happened, and are you able, I shouldn't say, do you feel his services are still needed?
Well, I
Not to you.
no, please let me answer that question, but before, let me just say, if I can, thank you for the prayer. I appreciate, each of y'all have been very welcoming, your staff. As attorneys, we take great pride in our work. The ability, especially being the outside counsel, we're not full employees of the school district. I take great pride in the work that we bring to the table, myself and John. John's from Clay County, his family's from here. This is important for us to serve y'all, so y'all can candidly do a great job for your constituents and the residents of Clay County who trust y'all and have great confidence in y'all. Part of being in an attorney role, it can be a difficult role because you want to timely turn out legal work, and y'all have a lot, and that's not a criticism, that's the reality of it. It's a growing school district. There's a lot of moving parts. The one thing that always makes you nervous as an attorney is you want to make sure, you lay awake at night saying what ball is being dropped here, because this is not happening. There's a lot of preparation, just as you all prepare for these meetings. There's a lot of preparation that goes in, and I try to put a premium on being available as best I can. I know I wasn't able yesterday, my apologies for that, but as best as we can, I want y'all to text me and be able to call, and we can pick up the phone and do that. But that does divert from other work. When we came on board, I had told the superintendent that we needed a period of transition, and the idea was that Mr. Bittner, and I understand the relationship, Ms. Howard, I get that happens at times, and as attorneys, I think you have to recognize that and try to put the client in the best possible position. But my expectation had been that Mr. Bittner would finish up some work, so that would free us up to developing the relationship, to understanding what each of y'all's concerns are, because each of y'all are approaching this with a unique set of skills and background and all that. So that's what's very important for me, is to establish a relationship of trust. So when y'all pick up the phone and call me, there's confidence in the advice I give, and that John's giving, that we're giving you the best, and also that the work is getting done in a timely way. We're probably putting in a lot more time than we anticipate, which is fine. We showed up to work hard. You pack your lunch, you show up to work hard. But I do think if Mr. Bittner, if it's the board's desire for Mr. Bittner to go ahead and early, that's going to create some challenges. Not challenges that we can't overcome by any means. I certainly understand the reason why this has come up. I get it. I'm aware of it. I understand. And I've talked to the superintendent about it. We've talked with Mr. Bittner. So I certainly understand that. It will create some challenges only that we were working on a different timeline, so we would have to expedite some of our attention. And because again, when y'all pick up the phone and need something, what I put the value on is responding promptly and making sure work gets turned around quickly. We don't want to wait 3, 4, 5, 6 months to get work turned around. You have staff that needs timely responses and legal work done, and that just takes time. Just like a doctor in surgery, it just takes time, because I don't want to rush something that later could come back in a lawsuit, and then say, well, Mr. Blocker, why were you rushing this? Or why was it, sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to perform emergency surgery. Sometimes you have to, but in this type of job, with the challenges that y'all are facing, we have to have your back every step of the way. We have to protect y'all, protect your employees, protect and make sure that y'all are protected. So, in a long way of saying it, having more time would be helpful. I understand if the board decides that's not, because y'all have to evaluate this from a number of different considerations. And I recognize there's a long history that predates me sitting in this chair. So, I don't have that experience to rely on, but we can work with whatever the board does. I did tell Mr. Brodsky, I'm sorry, I'm calling him out here, that,
That's okay.
that based on kind of the timeline we're working with and the kind of level of engagement, that I'll need to sit down with him and make sure that we're meeting those expectations. And that's an honest conversation I want to have with y'all as well. I want to set the tone where y'all have a certain expectation, and I want to deliver that expectation. And, we're just going to have to adjust if that's the will of the board, and we'll figure that out, and we'll get the job done. So, I'm sorry, that was a very long, drawn-out
I just
response.
wanted to know if having him, like if he's actually completing his work, if it's more of a headache, if because sometimes I know that it's just, I'd rather do it myself kind of thing, so that's why I asked, in a very blunt manner, so
For sure.
anyways, sorry.
For sure. And there are some challenges right now. I mean, candidly, you have, he's been doing this a long time. We have different opinions, a different way we'd advise y'all. That's not to say he's wrong or right. We have a different interpretation of some of this, so.
No, understandable.
So-
I just wanted to.
My thoughts. I would be more in favor of, as a board, deciding how Mr. Bickner's time could best be spent to assist with the workflow. And I think we had talked before about segmenting out. I know I just heard Mr. Blocker say that sometimes they have a difference of opinion on legal issues. I mean, to me, the simple solution there is, as the board, we say that Mr. Blocker's recommendation is the one that stands. I think there's ways that we could manage it so that the transition timeline doesn't have to be changed. I heard Mr. Blocker say he feels like it's helpful to have Mr. Bickner, but I also understand fully, Ms. Hanson, what you're referring to. So I think, again, that's a boundary that could be drawn of only Mr. Blocker's firm should interact with the school board at meetings or, with phone calls or whatever. So I think there's some ways that we could manage it in order to get the most for our money, essentially. I mean, if you're paying the money anyway, why don't we just draw some parameters about how we expect those services that we're paying for to be completed, if that makes sense. I don't know how you all feel about that, but that's my first blush.
Well, I would tie all of that together. I feel like, we've already discussed percentage of school board work to district work. And there's certainly plenty of things in the next 90 days that Mr. Bickner can be working on that will help and will get our money's worth, basically. And we can keep that separation. So I'm fine with.
And we could designate
Right.
that Mr. Bickner should report to Mr. Blocker for a final sign-off on whatever work is being done, if that would make you all more comfortable.
Is that something that we can agree on today? That can be implemented?
I believe so. Is that?
Yeah, I think as long as you have consensus on the direction that you would like to go, we can do that. The board would just have to give us clear direction as to how you'd like that to go. I've already, just as superintendent, I can tell you, with issues that are related to board issues, I only speak to Mr. Blocker related to those topics, because I realize that that's important. That's your attorney, your board attorney. Mr. Bickner still does answer phone calls and respond to things related to district or Clay County school stuff. That's still going on, to this day. But anything related to you, I think it's important that in the transition that you have one voice and that I go through that voice related to issues involving the board. There are many other issues other than board issues that occur too. So.
Mr. Blocker, I know you're working a lot. Is it county things or is it us?
I'm sorry.
Is it the county, like everything the county brings to you, or is it us?
This,
Like, what's that percentage, like you helping us versus?
Sure. So I think, I'm trying to think of the best way to answer that. I think,
I just don't know.
I think I would describe y'all as a board as being very in tune with the needs of your constituents and very interested in meeting the needs of your constituents. And I think that's different from some boards I've experienced. I think it's refreshing. I mean that as a compliment. So there are things that we need to, it's just the relationship. We need to be responsive to that. As ideas come up, we've heard some great ideas today. Board member Skipper brought up 2 important policies. You brought up, so every board member today has brought up some ideas. I want you all to have those conversations with me because then we can work on those together. I don't want a relationship where y'all feel like you can't bother me, or because that's what I'm here for. I volunteered for this. I wanted to come work with y'all because I knew Clay County has some exciting things going on. I have some family that lives in Clay County, so this is important. But there's also a lot of work that your staff has, and they need that turnaround in a timely manner. So our approach to this was bringing 2 attorneys on to really kind of do that, because we're not school district employees in the sense we're outside, because we're not on your health care, we're not on your retirement system, so we can address some things with a little bit more independence and quickness maybe sometimes, that just being a little bit kind of coming from that outside the system, the ecosystem a little bit. And we do that and that's not uncommon in this space. You see more school districts going to that for that reason. So, but the premium on that is you got to be responsive. So when you have your staff, I'm staring at Ethan here. So when Ethan has something he needs looked at, we want to try to get a timely response within a reasonable time, within 48 hours, 72 hours, and you try to identify the flow. What can happen is, he has a contract that has to be looked at because that's critical to a key piece of software that the whole school district needs, and we can't get that concluded because we're at 60 days, now going into 90 days, and then that slows down across, there's second, third, fourth impacts of that. So I would say right now for me, I've tried to focus my efforts on working with y'all individually, working with the superintendent, working on, looking at some of behind the scenes, looking at some ways we can improve and be more efficient. That's a military man. I want to always be more efficient, more effective. There's litigation as well. We have some litigation that we're working on. Your staff, you have great staff, and I love that they're very engaged. It's a level of engagement that I think is higher than was expected, but that's a compliment to them, that they're identifying issues, they're bringing it to legal's attention well before it could be a problem. But there's work that goes into that. There's only so much time in a day, so it takes time to address those, but they're doing exactly what they should do. Your staff, again, we work with other government entities, so I could say this with, sometimes that's not the issue. We're dealing with it after it's a major problem. And a contract has fallen through or it's been signed without legal review, and now we're on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's like, if you just brought this to our attention, we could have addressed this. So I think your staff is very engaged, and I think it's going to be a robust relationship. And it's going to be a lot of work, but that's a good thing.
What is Mr. Bigner doing then at the same time? Like, you talk about getting our money's worth, right? So what is the role and responsibility now?
So Mr. Brodsky, to his credit, and again, I hope you'll understand the challenges, because I respect Mr. Bigner as a fellow attorney and member of the bar. We do have a different style and process, and that's okay. And I'm somewhat aware of some of the background, watched some of the board meetings, understand some things that we've all addressed and talked about. We sat down recently to try to kind of make sure that we were working through the transition and that the division of labor was appropriately processed. At some point, we have to do everything. We're expecting to do everything Mr. Bittner is doing. There are some things I think naturally that he's going to hold on to because it's important to him, and we've been working together and kind of getting some of those things handed over. If Mr. Bigner walked out the door today, we would figure it out. We would get it done. It might delay some of the response time, but we would figure it out. But I think he is handling a number of district-specific, or candidly, I'm not sure how Mr. Bidner was doing this on his own, because there's a lot. And to me, what makes me nervous is I don't like waiting for things. I don't want y'all waiting for things. So if you call me and say, hey, listen, I want to look at looking at a revision for a policy for, public comment or whatever, you shouldn't have to wait 90 days for me to get back to you, or I should be able to communicate with you and say, look, this is taking more time. You know, there are some things that are just delayed because you have Mr. Bittner working on it by himself, and maybe that's where communication's important. If we're getting delayed, it's on me to come to y'all, since y'all are the client, say, look, there's some delays, or we have some challenges, or some resource challenges. I don't always have a clear picture what Mr. Bittner's working on. I think we communicate well, but I'm not surprised by that, because I think he's been doing this a long time and has his own way of doing it, candidly.
Well, I asked because Mr. Borowski earlier, a couple months back, said that the Board of County Commissioners has more than one lawyer, and that we're a very, very large organization that may require more than one lawyer. And so, I mean, I guess during that transition time, if you're saying it's a benefit for you, then out of respect for you, then I agree, but it doesn't mean that we might be only a one lawyer county. I mean.
So I would, you know, my thought process on that would be to have a total conversion, have them totally in charge of everything, and then kind of cross that bridge when we come to it and see how it works. You know, and there might be a need for the future. I can't predict that. I want to see how they're performing and the time frame when there's no other attorney involved. Right now, we're just in that transition time frame, so once that occurs, then we'll know better, you know, as to what the board wants to do in the future, you know.
I'm just laughing because I told my husband when we hired them, what a great deal we got, right?
Yeah.
I know it's a lot of work, so.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, just my experience from this experience is that the board has had more access to legal opinion, legal discussions than they had in the past. And I think the board appreciates that. And I will say to Mr. Blocker's credit, he never complains, but he also recognizes that in the beginning of a relationship, there's more time that needs to be spent so that you establish the relationship before you get to the work. So it's kind of like, and I want to compare this to dating. I don't want any rumors to get out there. But when you first start, you know, the relationship is like that, and it's the same with your attorney. And eventually you get to a level of comfort where the relationship is that solid, where there's comfort there. And then the relationship building piece tends to wane, and the work portion comes forward front and center because you don't need the time for relationship building anymore. And the only thing that relates to the transition would be while you're building a relationship, it's good to have somebody else that's doing some work, because the relationship building takes time also.
My husband will tell you, this is his advice, every time you take a new job, you're working like a second lieutenant. And you know this, right?
That's great advice. Yes, ma'am.
100 hours a week, yeah.
Well, I think, you know, in previous years, our attorney was our employee, so we did an evaluation annually. But this is more of a contract for services type of deal. So I think as a board, we need to figure out a process for communication with his office about what's working and what's not. I know Mr. Dagada, when he was our employee, gave us a really insightful feedback about this is what my workflow looks like. This is what, if you want my workflow to be expedited, I would need from you as far as resources go. So I think just that open line of communication, and maybe it's you know, once we're fully implemented with just this firm, maybe 90 days out, we get some feedback from them about how's it going. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, so are we in agreement to what we've discussed so far about
I'm
keeping Mr.
hearing
Bittner
that,
on?
and I haven't said anything yet, but I'm in agreement with both of you saying, let's let it continue for 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't,
3 months,
we
it's only
haven't
3
really
months.
identified,
Yeah.
I think it's what he's working on, but I think that's okay.
But
what I'm
that's,
hearing.
I think that's under
And,
his
yeah,
jurisdiction,
and they know
so to
as,
say.
as they
And
transition
Mr.
the next
Brodsky's,
90
yeah.
days, what needs to happen, so.
Absolutely. And if I could just say just a response, so y'all's feedback is important. We'll create, whether it's 90 days out or whatever the board, where, whether it's me or, one of my partners sitting down, I prefer it be me, but sometimes it's helpful to have someone else so you can be more direct and say, hey, listen, but we want we want y'all's needs to be met. That's important. I'm a big believer communication is the key in that. You can't over communicate in these relationships. That's what I expect from my clients. That's what I hope they expect from me is us to communicate. Be mindful also that, y'all are busy as well. If all your phone calls are from the attorney, that's not a good sign. So we have to work in a way where it meets y'all's needs as well. So if it's okay with y'all, I will work with Mr. Brodsky and kind of pull from some of our other relationships to kind of maybe come up with a way that we can get kind of more direct feedback over a period of time and make that a more regular occurrence, so we can make adjustments as needed. So
I think that would be helpful. One of my frustrations with the previous evaluation form was they wanted us as a board to evaluate things that the attorney was doing for the district. But that's not something that I supervise. So I feel like there needs to be feedback from the superintendent's office and feedback from the board, and then we come together and decide what's working and what could we do better.
Absolutely. We will definitely do that.
All right. Anything further on that item before we move on? Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back to close out with the book challenge policy. I'm sorry.
I will, I don't know what kind of
I'll go on ringside. Sorry.
And so I'm resolved to help see us through this. And so here I am again. I think it's the third formal presentation I've done on this same topic. We'll go through it again. I'm going to skip all the details that I've covered 3 times because we're all intelligent enough to realize all of that stuff. I'll start by saying that we've been receiving an awful lot of media scrutiny over this issue nationally. There's been a significant increase in the interest level of various publications and media outlets and what is occurring here in Clay County. I heard on WOKV, we were driving into work the other day, and on ABC yesterday with Jeannie Blaylock. That Clay County has the ignominious distinction of leading the United States of America school districts in the number of books that have been banned. And I'll use that word because it's become a contentious word. People don't want to talk about it in that way, but we ought to have restricted the access to certain books. Admittedly, and I've said this many, many times, going on 2 years in November when I first actually sat in the seat for Mr. Brodsky, you'll remember when Mr. Friedman first came out, that I said, I acknowledge that some of these books are certainly problematic and cause for concern, and we've had to differentiate between our belief and support of the First Amendment. And it's the First Amendment, not the Second, Third, Fourth, or Fifth for a reason. You can't have a free society, freedom to worship, freedom to think, freedom to speak out politically without that amendment. But we also recognize there can be differences in the schoolhouse with people of minor age who are being raised by people who have different value systems than our own. And so it's a tricky subject. I will tell you, for having dealt with this every single day for 2 years, I don't believe it to be a winnable issue. And I'll say that right up front to point out to the board members, I respect the fact that you all chose to throw your hat in the ring and step up and serve as an elected public official. And it's topics like this that require great leadership. So I'll go back to April when this board approved unanimously the changes to the policy. And I will tell you that those changes to the policy have worked, and the copy is in there, have worked fantastically. I thought in April that it would take us 2 to 3 years to get through the backlog of challenges. We'll be done on October 12th. Is that right, Dr. Johnson? October 12th. So we'll be fully caught up. So I salute the board because not only was that the changes helpful to us, but they were also totally congruent with the laws that went into effect July 1. So the board's vision and understanding of what Florida law was going to ask, and to do that ahead of time allowed us to get through. And in fact, had we been in session and not out of session for the summer break, we'd already be finished with all of those things. But we have experienced moments where people have come up to the podium and read things that make us uncomfortable on things that have been either chosen by parents that have committees and media specialists and folks like that on them to go back on the shelf. I don't think any from us, but there could have been, because the statutes don't protect everything that may or may not be appropriate. So I'm going to kind of get into all these things because there's no perfect solution here in my mind. I'm going to lay out the advantages to some courses of action and some disadvantages to each of these courses of action for you to consider. Right now, Clay County Schools accounts for 1.5% of the student population of the state of Florida, but we're responsible for 80% of the challenges, right? So 1.5% of students, 80% of the challenges. I called that distinction ignominious earlier, and I want you to just think about that scale. On the one hand, if we stay with what we're doing right now and take no action, you will continue to hear people come forward and read things that make you uncomfortable because profanity is protected speech. Statute 847.012 does not cover things like gang violence. It does allude to animal cruelty, but it doesn't cover all aspects of it. Drug use, there's things like that you may say, well, are these the types of things that we want to make available to school children? I will point out that this board has overseen some changes that included the district providing total and complete parent control over what their children can and cannot access. And I think that's an important point, that to my knowledge, there's no other school district in the state of Florida that has done that. So all of these books that have been problematic have been at the secondary level. So our secondary parents have had to come out and declare in writing, do they trust the school system's library? Do they want to be monitoring their children's reading with emails on what they check out? Do they want them to have no access whatsoever? So parents are in complete and total control right now of what their children can or cannot access. So those books that the folks have come up and cited from, that a committee decided to put back on because they didn't violate a law, are not accessible to Clay County students without the parents' express permission. I want to emphasize that because we've given total control to parents. To do anything in addition to that, which we'll discuss in just a moment, would be it could be possibly interpreted as a superimposition of other people's values over the control of parents, because then parents may not have access to them. I want us to recognize that what we might do with our children might be different than other people would have access to theirs. Let me point this out, that we could bring forward community guidelines, and you have a copy there, and let me explain what happened here. We had a group of very diverse community members who had expressed interest on this topic, invited to the TTC. Not everyone we invited showed up, but many did. And we had, and I've talked to you about this a little bit before, we had a fantastic workshop with folks who were able to see across the table at others who see these things very differently. And I'm going to tell you, these people have intense passion for this. And they were able to concoct this, which was completely congruent with what I had sort of cobbled together as a possible map for them on my own in case they were to get stuck in the mud. They did, and they came up with this, which I thought at first glance looks pretty reasonable. I still believe that to be very reasonable. So if you were to implement this, now I will point out too, at least one member that sat on that has since walked back their support of this. I point that out to say if we met again, if we met 5 times again, if we met 50 times again, if we met 5,000 times again, you would never reach unanimity. Right now we have consensus because books are subjective and opinions vary, and the opinions on this vary from every book should be available at all times to no book should ever be available and everything in between. So we will never reach a point where everybody, where all the stakeholders, every constituent agrees on what books should be or should not be available. Would this be a good starting point? It would make my life easier because I would be able to filter through. This would be added to the existing policy as a filter to say those types of books that make us squeamish at board meetings could come out. But I will point out to you the ramifications of that will surely be our, right now, record-setting, historic 180-something books that have been removed will become thousands. And the level of media attention that we're getting now will magnify significantly, and I don't know that we've ever had anything, nothing of which I'm aware in this county's history, that will bring the spotlight down like that will, because we will be answering questions about how can you ban thousands of books, why did you not stop with giving control to parents and letting them decide? Those are the questions that we would have to answer if you were to do that. I'm not suggesting a course of action either way. I see both sides. I see both sides of this, totally, because it's a very personal issue. So the board is in a tough situation where whatever you choose, you're going to get lambasted for it. You're going to take heat, whatever you do. You do nothing, you're going to take heat for not doing nothing. You do something, why'd you go above parental rights? We don't like the guidelines. You should have taken that book out, but you should have taken that book out. Mr. Friedman's erratic and inconsistent challenges make it impossible for us to predict and devise a solution. So while I might agree with certain books, Captain Underpants or Percy Jackson, Arthur, Rainbow Fish, some of those books are beloved favorites by our communities. So I don't know that there is a way to satisfy him or anyone else.
And remember, this is driven by one individual, and that's why we're here. But I want to point out that the ramifications here are going to be significant either way. And so, bear in mind too, when it comes to the policy itself, at the end of it, if you're voting on, let's say, the books to approve them, appeals and that thing, you're not voting on the pages, the contents, all of that. You're not attesting that you approve of the material, that you would read it in your household. You're saying that the law was applied by the team that was responsible for doing it to the best of your knowledge. So, and remember, it comes in one big lump, right? It's not, we're not talking about individual books. So the board is not connected to endorsing certain materials. You're just saying the law was applied as it was supposed to be applied to the best of your knowledge. And to the best of ours, because I'm not an attorney. So that's my understanding of the issue where we are. You are, as the board, have the power to do something, nothing, anything, whatever you like. But it warrants a very serious discussion because there will be consequences for whatever occurs. I'm here to answer any questions during your discussion. Other than that, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you wise ladies figure out what our next step should be.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Who would like to begin?
Well, I started this week, I started the last month with over 1,000 pieces of paper sitting on my desk at home. Yesterday, I took it from about 500 pieces of paper down to this 100 pieces of paper. I probably worked more on this than I did my master's thesis paper. There's a lot to unpack in what Mr. Daly just said. A lot. I don't honestly think that I could sit here and it took a lot of effort on my part with other people to actually make sense of these documents sitting in front of me. And I don't think after sitting here all day long and at 1:39 that you would be able to, or I, be able to focus on all of this in its entirety. But I'm going to try because it's important. So first of all, this is in your yellow packet. Mr. Daly gave it to you guys. There will be consequences, but let me lay your mind at ease. This is the same policy that Duval Schools has, word for word. Their mind has been left at ease. Let me see if I have enough. You can take it from there. Other counties in the state of Florida have the exact same policy as Duval and us. So if we're worried about consequences, if I was a lawyer, I would tell you they have set precedent prior to us.
You haven't had a copy, Ms. Hanson?
Okay, can you just watch? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss you.
Right.
I made it with my own paper and I ran out of ink. So the precedent has been set. We're not the only county to come up with this word-for-word example here. I agree that the people in the room, I talked to several people in the room and they actually agree with these things. This is not a bad thing, okay? They agree, and so I have no problem with it being the same as another county, especially because theirs was implemented prior to us having a discussion. It leads me to believe that we're going to be okay. Sometimes I listen to people talk and it gives me anxiety. It's almost like we're fear-driven versus common sense and policy-driven, and we have a lawyer that will help keep us straight, right? But if you notice, just on this, and I started with this because I actually didn't figure this out until yesterday. This right here is what a lot of different states are using. It almost matches Texas. We match Duval identically. I have on my copy written some things of concern. I would tell you most of the policy, what's the first half of this policy? It's just all library procedures and stuff, right? Like page 1 through 12. There's nothing in there, in my opinion, for us to even look at, page 1 through 12, okay? But there is, and even page 12 through 21, there's a lot of good in there. But there's also some things that I think that we need to decide. So if you're looking at this paper that I gave you or Mr. Daly gave you, my biggest concern is the majority of the state and this country are divided middle school, grades 6 through 8. Sixth grade books are much different than 4 or 5, much different. These kids have gone through puberty, they're growing, they're having different experiences, different feelings. Sixth grade is by far an element of elementary school that I feel that should never be there. But on that note, we have sixth grade in our elementary school, so there's a lot of concern about having a K through 6 guideline. Even with K through 3 and grades 4 through 5 being separated on some of this criteria, there's a lot to unpack right there. As for the 7th and 8th grade guidelines, 3 people that were in this meeting that I talked to said that almost everything was on here. But in order for me to tell you why I think that we need to make some changes here, and I do think I have enough of this. Ms. Bola, would you pass this down? I think that the state training, and I apologize, this is kind of like where I feel comfortable. This, after teaching English all those years, this is my wheelhouse, and so I don't know how to condense it, but I'm gonna try, all right? I almost want to say what I was led to believe, and I think what most of us believe, is that if we do something, so let's take a look at this paper right here. Let's go down to slide 6. I talked about this with you guys. I gave you the same thing back in April, all right? So we have done a bang-up job. Library materials on a reading list must meet several statutory requirements. Here and on the next few slides, this is the library media training that happened at the state of Florida, was developed by media specialists all over the state of Florida, was implemented by the state of Florida. These are the guidelines for the type of books that we should have, pretty much. It's what the librarians or media specialists are looking at right now. But if you look, the first criteria, 1, free of pornography and all materials prohibited under 847 are not permitted in a school library. We did great. It's pretty clear cut. If you ask Mr. Daly, you can open a book and probably in a few minutes know that it's an 847 violation. But I think we've gone wrong with the way we've handled this. And this is going to be my passion coming out, so I apologize. When we talk about having the most banned books in America, that is not a source of shame for me because I have read every single book we banned. Every single book. Every single book we banned on Mr. Daly's direction, for the most part, is pornography. Filthy, filthy pornography. People who tell you different have not read the books. Period. I had a mom tell me she wanted her 4th grade son to read the books that we have banned. So I sent 4 PDFs to her and said, ma'am, you're going to have to buy it, and nicely, you're going to have to buy it on Amazon because this is not appropriate for Clay County school children. And I let her read it. No response. We have terrible messaging as a county. Instead of we have the most banned books, we should be saying how proud we are to have identified at least 220 plus books that are unsuitable for children by Florida law statute. We should be bragging about the fact that we have led the way in cleaning our shelves of pornography and obscene materials that should not be in the hands of children. We should be bragging how other counties, mind you, I am proud of Clay County. If we have 220 plus pornography books, are we going to sit here and we're going to think that all these other counties in Florida don't have any? No. They have it, they haven't looked for it. I'm going to suggest over the weekend, I listened to 4 hours of American Library Association webs and videos and Zoom meetings where they were talking to each other. I found a 32-second clip. You know what that clip said? We need to do better at messaging to make sure that these diverse pornographic books are kept in a library. I can send it to you if you want to listen to it. I have it at home. And if I had access to a PowerPoint, you all would see everything that I have discovered in the last 3 months. Do not be afraid. I implore you, for the sake of these obscene and filthy books that somehow, over the last 10 years, managed to creep into our libraries. It doesn't matter if no one checked them out, because for every single book that is in our library now, and for every single book in a library across the state of Florida, it is a felony to distribute pornographic, obscene material to a minor. We are right. We need to be emboldened to do the right thing for kids. That's what we need to be. And so kudos to Mr. Daly, because he legitimately alone can read a book and get rid of pornography and is making our libraries clear of pornography for our kids. The biggest problem we're going to run into is that if that is the only intent of a library, then we would have left it at that, but we didn't. Number 2, materials must be suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented. I do not have time, nor will I, go over all of these samples of books that I have right here in my hand that will show you why these non-pornographic materials do not belong on our shelf. I'm going to run through just a couple of highlighted areas, but I'm also going to suggest that we have a special workshop, and if not with all of us, I'll have it alone with the people of this county. Because we need to spread the word that what we are doing is right. We need to help educate people who are calling us liars and book banners, and we need to do it louder than they are doing it for the sake of our kids. So, in this pile is an example of every kind of book that we are cautioned to buy or to keep in our libraries. I can share this also with you, all right? And Mr. Blocker, you have to tell me how to do that. But so when you're looking at number 3, and finally, materials must be appropriate for the grade level and age group for which materials are used. There's a book in here that I read and couldn't even understand. And I am smart. Well, I used to be, I'm older now, but I'm still pretty smart. I can figure it out. If we're buying books that have no purpose and no one can understand them, you have to ask yourself why. If you turn to the slide 7, the depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing intended to cause sexual excitement, we have removed lots of books. Thank heavens that in our libraries, in the libraries I worked in, had this disgusting filth in it. The next page, go all the way down to slide 10. Let me get this other one that I made notes on real quick. Slide 9 real quick. Sorry, I didn't highlight this for you guys. Last paragraph. No library material shall be used, distributed, or made available to students if it contains content that can meet the requirements found in the Harmful to Minors statute. There are 3 statutes that we need to be concerned with. 847 is pretty explicit. It goes right down the line and tells you what kind of pornography or obscene materials cannot be in our books. Where we need to spend some time talking about, for the sake of part 2 and 3, which is also in our policy, age appropriate, that area is in our policy already. We need to decide what that means for us. This packet, if we wait to another day and let you guys absorb this and do a little bit of research, harmful to minors means a lot of things on slide 9, but above all else on slide 9, err on the side of caution. If it could be considered pornography, or it could be considered obscene, and it could hurt a child, as a school board, it is our duty to err on the side of caution. I don't know if you guys remember when we had these 171 books given to us to make a decision on 2 board meetings ago, maybe 3. I'm here to assure everybody who thinks that we're just messed up banning books that I had 4 separate teacher friends and myself go through every single one of these challenges to let the world know, as Mr. Daly said, of all of these, I suggested we put back on 163 out of 171 titles back on the shelf. That is not a crazy person talking. That is not being a Republican or a Democrat. That is not me being anything but an English teacher reading a book concerned about every student in a population. What do we need to do? We can't take the rights away from other parents. If you have a gay son, there is a set of books in our library that is nice and clean and talks about the in-depth relationship changes and the acknowledgement. And it's a 4-part series, and it's a wonderful book about a kid going through discovery about who he is. I say we leave that on the shelf, right? So of the books that I said should be pulled, I have an example of each. I never got to give it to you. And then there was a bunch of books that I had no clarification as to whether or not they were in high school, but they were fine for high school. So basically, from this person who is challenging all of these books, he's done us a great favor and also an injustice. It's an oxymoron, right? Books like Harriet Tubman should never have been challenged. But there's no one else looking for them, to be honest. And so I want to heed some caution about how many there may be in our libraries. So I have all this I can give you. But in slide 10, it says, harmful to minors, predominantly appeals to a prudent, shameful, or morbid interest. That's pretty clear for me. Is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable material or conduct for minors. We haven't even sat down with our people or our constituents. We haven't had an open meeting to talk about this. How do I know what our community desires from us? C, taken as a whole, is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. I'm here to tell you that the book about Jeffrey Dahmer that cuts people up has none of those things and should have never been bought for a Clay County school library. The second and third criteria, once again, the two that I would love us to address according to 1006.40 Florida statute states, materials must be suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material. Media specialists should also consider at a minimum the age, maturity level, grade level of students with access to the material. When we get around to deciding what we think, and I don't say it should be now, we need to talk to people, we need to get some legal advice. I mean, there's a lot going on here. There are counties all over the state of Florida that have already moved beyond where we're at right now that we could use as a precedent. The next page. Slide 11, err on the side of caution. Materials that are neither pornographic nor prohibited may still be inappropriate for students. Why is the state of Florida going out on a limb and telling us that? Because we know in our hearts with common sense that it is absolutely true. There are other things not appropriate for our students. Media specialists should always what? Err on the side of caution when selecting materials. It's good practice to assess whether or not you as the adult making book selection decisions would be comfortable reading it aloud in a public meeting. There are many books I've read that I would never read aloud in a public meeting. And I'm telling you, I've read them all right? And so when we're talking about err on the side of caution, I have here a document. This document comes from our district curriculum council meeting. We're supposed to have a minimum of 5 people. We do sometimes we don't. But I want to talk about err on the side of caution. So if you guys haven't seen this, there are actually 10 questions on this little form for the district reconsideration. And I'm not really unhappy with this form. I have a new form I've typed up that has a rubric on it that will help people decide what that means. But if you're looking at number 6, it says, are questionable elements of this work an important part of the overall development of the story or text? This reviewer said no. This questionable material should not be in this book. It goes on to say, explain your answer. I have all this I can scan to you guys too, okay? Yes and no. This could be about any kind of teen, the reviewer says, but the gender identity of the character isn't important. Participating in drinking and sexual encounters could be questionable due to the age of the characters. This person's really, really, really well written. Finding commonality with other peers is an important element of the reason the book was written. But I wish they didn't put so much sex in the book for children. If there's somebody on our committee that thinks there's too much sex in a book, are we erring on the side of caution? I'm just asking. Next page. I'm going as fast as I can, I promise. Slide 19. In statute section 1.006, each district school board is responsible for establishing and maintaining school library media services for all public schools. The school board must establish policy on selections of books that include providing training regarding the prohibition against distributing harmful materials to minors, including, number 1, first time mentioned, stakeholder input, including parents. Underneath that, highlighted, there are some goals. The goals section should address the mission and vision of the school district, which we can't know without talking to the community. And the second is the audience. So if we go to the next page, slide 21, we're going to get more clarification on Florida Statute 1006. And if you skip down, you'll see where I highlighted. You may wish to use the following questions, and this is real important for us as a board, as guidance for making removal or discontinuance decisions. Is the book outdated? Has the material circulated in the last few years? We do a really good job with this. Some of the books that were pornographic were de-weeded for this reason. No one ever read them, thank goodness, so we removed them. But here's a little, are the materials age appropriate for the school community? Does the material include information that is biased, racist, or sexist? Is the book irrelevant to the needs and interests of the students? They give us guiding questions to think about, so if I were to pull this one book out here and give it to y'all, we could use these questions to help guide us and to figure out if we're erring on the side of what's best for students. And the next page, it goes on to say that Section 1006 states that school principals are responsible for overseeing compliance with school district procedures for selecting school library media center materials at the school to which they are assigned. Most counties, I can give you 15 separate policies where the challenges begin at school level. We do have a special problem here because we have so many challenges that would be bombarding one school. I understand that. But in most counties, if you get a challenge, the principal can talk to the parent, they can try to work it out. They can decide to remove the book or not remove the book. And if they can't work it out, their curriculum council tries to work it out. If they can't work it out, then it comes to the county office. There's lots of examples, and I have an example of a rewritten policy like that, but I don't know where we fall on it, but that's okay. If you go down to slide 25, it says, when choosing materials. Now, going forward, this is a great idea, but we also have to consider what's in our libraries. Choose materials that are age appropriate by taking into consideration the ages, grade levels, level of maturity, reading levels, special curricular needs, and programs of your school or district. Section 1006 Florida statute states that the consultation of reputable, professionally recognized reviewing periodicals and school community stakeholders, once again, is required. If you go to the next page, I'll go as fast as I can. The next part says, survey your stakeholders for suggestions. Slide 27. Some ideas for gathering this information include assessing readers' interests through various methods. I harp on this all the time. Surveys, suggestion boxes, community stakeholder input. Slide 28. Section 1006, the Florida statute requires consultation with school community stakeholders in the purchase of new library media materials. All stakeholders should be given an opportunity for input. And we're almost done, I promise. You can read all the rest on your own because it's very insightful. And if you go through the challenge book list, you'll throw most of them back on the shelf, but you can find examples of why we should make decisions the way we should. Slide 31, I put a bunch of check marks by it because for me, all materials in public schools, whether found in a library, including on a reading list or instructional material, must include, the word must is in here, avoiding the use of any unsolicited theories or strategies that may lead to student indoctrination. Must. Meetings for the purpose of selecting instructional materials must be open to the public, including, once again, parents. is required in the purchasing of new library materials. The age of students with access to the materials must be considered. The educational purpose of a material, and this can go for instructional materials as well. The degree to which the material will be supplemented by classroom instruction would be more like a class library set probably, or our curriculum, and consideration of the broad racial, economic, social, cultural diversity of students. They must be free of pornography and free of materials. What I've basically done was analyze this slide, think about challenges, and try to outline where we could go legally in our rubric to help people decide whether a book should be on the shelf or not. Slide 32, materials should be suited to the student's comprehension. Once again, the ability to comprehend materials should consider the factors common to all materials and discussed in the prior slide, which is right up there. Maturity level at the end, reading level, and material clarity are significant. And we're almost done. In slide 33, it gives more clarification of section 1006. Yesterday, after 10 hours at my kitchen counter, I hated 1006, but I've gotten to be friends with it now. It was amended in 2022, so this isn't even new from Florida Statute 1003. Section includes an acknowledgement that all persons are equal before the law and lists 6 principles that instructional and supporting materials must be consistent with. A, no person is inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by the virtue of his, her race, or sex. B, no race is inherently superior to another race. C, no person should be discriminated against and receive adverse treatment solely or partly on the basis of race, color, national origin, religion, disability, or sex. Meritocracy of traits such as hard work, ethic are not racist, but fundamental to the right, purest pursuit of happiness and be rewarded for industry. E, a person by virtue of his or her race or sex does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by the other members of the same race or sex. And F, a person should not be instructed that he or she must feel guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress in which he or she played no part committed in the past or by other members of the same race or sex. You're talking about our kids. Equal. And so I made this for you. If the board is interested, I can take some time scanning in all the evidence that goes along, or I say some direction, because I do believe that what Mr. Daly gave us is really going to meet most of our needs. I've worked about 20 hours trying to put it into a rubric of fashion that people could check, oh no, this book's not going to be able to be challenged. It doesn't qualify for a challenge. It's a very, very difficult thing that I'm trying to do, which I didn't think was going to be. I will eventually need, when I figure out the format of such a sheet to help differentiate between erring on the side of caution and what's really bad. Your input, of course. Let me make sure, I'm not going to talk anymore, but I really think we need to pick a time where we can talk to each other about this. These are the examples. This is some procedural changes that I would like to see in the current policy. I gave you a copy of this, our guidance to how to maybe come up with a rubric.
Do you have a copy of what you want to see changed on our policy?
I can scan it in because I wrote on our policy, so I can scan it in and send it.
Can you do that just so we can have an idea of what you see?
I mean, most of the policy stays the same. I don't know.
So let's defer to Mr. Blocker. A couple of things. First of all, you have a lot of input.
What?
You have a lot of input.
Well,
so
not
I
all
feel
things.
like this is a lot for us to consider. And my hope was that we would have a policy to put on the October agenda, but I'm not comfortable with that. And I don't think anybody else is either. So that being said, if Mr. Blocker could give us some information about how to disperse the information and your input that you have for us to all consider, And then let's schedule a separate workshop for this item.
Could it be evening in case people work?
Yes, I would prefer an evening if that's okay with everybody. So that we can consider the changes that you want to make to the policy
I
specifically.
actually just wanted to read things to help us, regardless of what we decide, I just wanted to read these things to help us get a frame of reference outside of our district, that's all. So, and I know it's a lot for me.
It's a lot, but it's valuable. I'm not saying it's not valuable. I'm saying I want some time to read it myself, to consider it, to come up with my own ideas. And I think I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding, so I'm assuming you guys feel the same way. Mr. Daly, yes.
The couple of points to consider if you're going to deliberate on this for some time is one, that some of the things in that library presentation that was brought forward by the state were suggestions, they're not law, so they haven't guided the decisions that we've made, anything the board would want to do.
And this is training.
Only one slide is a suggestion, the rest come from 1006.
So
This is training for library media center specialists, correct?
yes, but some of the things like erring on the side of caution in the law, it's not defined what caution is, and caution to some folks, we've had this
That's our
conversation
job.
with many people, it varies from one individual and another, like Mr. Friedman's caution and my caution aren't the same caution, right? And so you'd be much more cautious. So bear that in mind relative to some of the other topics that Board Member Hanson was reading about, like relative to some of the topics about indoctrination and things of that nature. Bear in mind when Mr. Friedman brought forward some challenges to the books around what he identified as critical race theory, which would be something in that category, we had a very strong reaction from our African American community here locally. Once they realized that the law didn't require those books to be removed, that those were self-selection. By the way, critical race theory can be mentioned in the classroom, it just can't be put forward as the standard and the sole thing to be part of a broader discussion. So there's a lot of nuances to some of these things. And to the point about Duval County is at ease with the language that they have. They don't have a Mr. Friedman. We wouldn't even need language like that if we didn't have a Mr. Friedman. We do have a Mr. Friedman. And so while those things
Mr.
are
Daly, I don't think we should talk about a citizen. I just don't. Whether we have a
Since
citizen.
we have one citizen, there you go, just say the citizen.
I'm sorry,
I'm not
the
comfortable.
author of all of these things that he had brought forward himself publicly many times and has done numerous interviews, it would be okay to mention it. But I'll say our complainant, we do have him. And so we have a very different scenario than Duval County. It's not as simple as that. And I would like you to consider that what will happen. And the media won't dig for context, nuance, or understanding. The label will be, despite whatever messaging we're able to do in Clay County, Florida, nationally and internationally, the narrative will be.
Is that what we're worried about? The narrative?
By the thousands. That will occur. I stand before you today and say, mark that down. I'm on record. That's what the result will be on the back end of it. And then the other question that the board would have to answer to others that will come forward is, since parents have total control who have access to these books, why did we need to go beyond? And I'll do whatever the board directs me to do, but those are the questions that will come forward from constituents. I say that because I've already been answering.
I'm getting those questions from parents.
Right.
Why do I have
Quite
to
frankly.
fill out this form? Why am I continuously getting text messages telling me what books my children are checking out? Why? Yeah, and
So I wanted to, as part of your deliberation.
To involve them.
Yeah,
Oh, they are involved, that's why they're asking.
I thought that's why.
I think
That's why
what
they're
Mr.
asking.
Daly is pointing out, the thing that kind of struck me, I was listening to Board Member Hanson talk about school challenges versus district challenges, right? There were several other things that you pointed out, a great amount of research.
You can't do
went into
that.
this, is that because of our current situation and the volume and level that this is, other districts can do things like have a school level and then bump it up to the district level. We went to the ultra turbocharged version because of our scenario. Remember, there's only 2 districts in the whole state of Florida that are experiencing this type of level above scrutiny, and that's Scandia County and Clay counties. This is not a comparison to other districts. I think it's good to look at other districts, Board Member Hanson, and I think that that's wise to do so. Why would you reinvent the wheel? I get it.
And plus, our situation is one speck in our time. It's not, this will pass. We don't write policy based on,
Right, I think what.
or fear
Mr.
what the
Daly
news will say.
is trying to point out is just simply that we're not the same as other districts. I mean, we all want to think we're special, I get it. But really, in this particular scenario, we are different.
We could write a clause that says if you have more than one book, take it to the county.
And so we would want to keep that in mind. So when I look at this, it sounds like the board wants more time to digest, and I agree. You know, it was a lot to digest. I just think you have to answer a couple questions in your mind. One is, you know, you were kind of presented with a dichotomy from Mr. Daly was, hey, you already have total parental control now. No student can check out a book without the express written permission of a parent, right, on one side, and then establishing community standards, which I understand that board would want to do that, right? So that seems to be a decision as you're contemplating before the next workshop that you guys have to kind of center around, right? It's kind of like, I try to put myself in your shoes and say, okay, well, what are the decisions I would have to make? I think you would have to look at that and say, okay, which way is better to go? I think Mr. Daly also tried to point out that there's a little bit of nebulousness, like err on the side of caution really doesn't mean anything, or doesn't mean the same thing, I should say, to each individual, which is challenging as to what that means. Added to that is the fact that each one of us has a different set of family values and ways that we all grow up, right? And so it makes it very challenging for board. That's why he started this presentation with, I mean, I hate to paraphrase, this is a no-win situation. And it's really bad for you guys to be you, right, in the process for that.
Well, I anticipated that, Mr. Brodsky, and you know what my husband said to me? Because I just love him. I'm sitting there struggling mentally, like, what are we gonna do, what are we gonna do? And he's like, why are you worried? There's already a national precedent. We keep kids out of stuff all the time. And I'm like, what? These movie ratings have been accepted is exactly what is in that piece of paper. G, PG, PG-13, PG-17. You know what? Society's used to us taking stuff away from their kids. We already do it. Because I knew that was going to be something that, you know, our challenge is, but we won't be the first people in the world to come up with a standard that's safe for kids.
The difference, because I went down that route too. The difference is that the movie industry is a private industry and we're a public industry.
Yeah.
So we run into different nuances with restriction of access than a private industry.
Well, I'm not saying we use this.
Well, I'm just telling you it's not the same.
Can I just say something? I agree with Ms. Hanson on the perspective we're taking, saying this is book banning. From a mother's perspective, and I have to bring that to the board, and a nursing health perspective, what you subject these kids to and what they've been through can sometimes reflect in other life choices, and or just puts them in situations and scenarios that they should never have been in. But your perspective on, instead of banning, you know, we're keeping this out of reach of our children, I do respect that, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I've said this is no secret, and I've said this to Mr. Daly a million times, is ultimately what this boils down for me is what we are putting in front of our children, but at the same time, this is what taxpayer dollars have paid for. You know, my kids, they don't watch YouTube unless it's educational, right? I don't put trash in front of their faces because their minds are tiny and they absorb everything, and they have their whole life for the world to expose them of the evils that it offers. And so as a board member, who has to make decisions like this, I can't help, you know, we as mothers have to protect our children from the evils of the world. And we as a school district, not saying, you know, I know we all have different perspectives, but no child should, the book Heroin, I mean, that was insane to me, and that doesn't fall under any statutory issues or, you know, but according to what was given out by the state, it shouldn't be on the shelves. So I can't, as a mother, a tax-paying citizen, and an elected official, put books such as that on the shelf. I get there are protected speech, there's protections, and like Ms. Hanson said, the majority of them should have went back on the shelf, whereas some shouldn't have. And I personally don't know the fix. I just know where I stand as an individual and as my constituents. I talk to them. I'm very in touch with our constituents, and I think it is a good idea that we ask the public what they want and parents what they want, because you are going to have those parents who are like, oh, thank God, you know, I do have total control, I do have these text messages, like, thank you so much for that. And then you're having these parents who are like, good God, I don't really care. But if they actually read what was put in front of them, they probably would care. There are still some who don't believe that pornographic material was on our shelves. Picture, graphic, I mean, sexual acts happening on a piece of paper, completely highly inappropriate, and yet we're advocating for this crap to be on our shelves. I get all sides of this. I get what Mr. Daly is saying. I get what Ms. Hanson is saying, because you do look at both sides of that, and like we talked about heroin, that should not be, in my opinion, on our shelves. So I think we do need more time, and I think that maybe getting our citizens' input, because this is going to affect their children and their taxpayer dollars, whether it be, I don't know.
One of the questions that I keep coming back to, the gatekeeper here is the media center specialist. So I am not understanding why a media center specialist would look at a book like Heroin and say, I'm going to fight to keep that on my shelf, when you have full authority to deselect any book at any time based on the criteria that we've given here in this presentation. So, you know, part of my frustration here is I don't think a lot of this the board should have to decide. To me, this should be something that's handled at the closest level to the issue. So,
Should be.
but then the question becomes, how do we ensure that it happens at that level and doesn't get to this level? That's my frustration, because when it comes to be our decision, then it's book banning. But if it's taken care of as deselection in a routine cycle at the media center specialist level, that's acceptable. There's no media headlines about that.
Right.
So to me, that's the way to handle it. Let the media center specialists do their job.
Yeah.
And hold them to an accountability for what we expect them to do. And so then we don't need, this becomes a guideline for them.
It does.
Not for the district committee. Do you know what I'm saying?
You're right about the media specialists.
But then when they don't do their job, then we need to not renew their contract. Or we need to not, you know, we need to hold them to the,
you're right about it,
to
the
accountability.
media specialist, because one of the books that I read was How I Paid for College, and on the front cover, in big words, was sex. So ask yourself, how'd that get on the shelf?
Well, now listen.
You know, that, I mean, you're right, we need to make better decisions there.
So there's listen, I've been sitting in this issue for 2 years now, right? So I have had conversations. I understand how the books got there.
Yeah.
And I understand that, you know, there was oversight that should have been there that wasn't there. There was misrepresentation from publishers. Like, I understand how this conundrum happened. But the question now is, where do we go from here? And who is responsible for weeding through our books and making sure that is not, I mean, there's thousands of titles, right? That is not, it's not feasible that one person could go through all of those in even 5 years' time. So we've got to figure out a way to fix it. But I just, my frustration is that this should happen at the closest level, not up at the district level. I mean, I think, you know, as a conservative, I feel like the best government is the closest to the people, right? So your media center specialist would be the best person to make the decisions, what is appropriate and what's not. And here's some guidelines that we expect you to follow, but the decision's yours.
A rubric, yeah.
And
No, and you're not wrong, I agree wholeheartedly, but we've seen that has not happened. So what do we do to fix that?
That's the question, that's the $1 million question, or the 1,000-book question.
I have a question. Are the media center specialists purchasing any books at this point?
We've been in a purchasing freeze for a long time.
It's been almost 2 years now that they've been on a purchasing freeze. So we're looking at implementing, and let me rephrase this so my brain can get it, because I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and I just want to be sure that that's what we're considering right now. We're considering as a board to implement what we classify community limits, community input. Is that what I'm hearing? So, I mean, currently we have a policy, we have a procedure, a policy where the media center specialists from this point forward, let's not look back, let's look forward.
But that's the problem. We have to, because those books are in the library.
Correct.
So
but we also have 181 that have been removed, is that right? And yes, there are books that are in the library. However, they're in the library, but me as a parent, I have total control now over what my child can read. And if I see that my child is checking out the book Heroine, yeah, I'll be all over my child and saying, no, that's not an appropriate book, it's going back to the library. And if that happens frequently enough, the media center specialist will see that, okay, wait a second, getting a lot of pushback from the parents. And in the information that you provided, Ms. Hanson, there was a lot of reference to parental involvement, community and parents. I wish they had limited it, and I'm not in charge of the training, I'm not in charge of the legislation. Parents are the key here.
Well, they
Parents
did.
are the key here, and parents are the ones who have that ultimate discretion, and that's exactly how I explained it to this mom. One of the moms was a kindergarten. Why do I have to tell my child that a kindergarten person can? And I explained, wait, there's a lot more to this than just that meets the eye. And
well, that training packet was developed by parents.
I understand.
For a whole month, we zoomed in and we all thought about what was right and what wasn't right.
I understand.
And principals, teachers, media specialists, parents, they created that document I just shared.
Right, and I, as a parent, have the authority over my child. And I'm concerned that as we start saying, well, the community gets involved here and the community gets involved here, and I'm sitting back going, hold off, guys, it's my child.
Yeah, but
and I'm the parent, and I get to decide, you know what I'm saying? And I'm having some anxiety about stepping on parents' rights are huge. You are one of the best people to step up for parents' rights.
But not
parental rights are huge.
Completely
but me as a
inappropriate.
parent, and we've heard parents in our school board meetings who have come forward and said, I have a child who is an advanced reader. And I use my sister as an example that looks at some of the seventh grade, like no crude profanity, for instance, or may limited profanity. And once again, if I'm reading a book with my child, There are going to be times when that is in and of itself a learning experience as well. I'm not saying they're learning profanity. I'm saying they're learning what not to use as well, with the guidance that the parents offer. And I don't want to infringe on the parental right.
I don't
Not the kind of books I was
see
talking
that
about.
being an issue in our high schools, because the kids who came and spoke that were concerned about access to library books, I didn't hear a lot of references about talking about these books with their parents. Like, this was not a parent-child thing. This
Well,
is
I'm looking at it more from an elementary and a junior high, which has also been affected.
Mhm.
And I understand that the books that we're talking about, the majority of them are in the high
They're
school.
almost all in the high school.
Yeah.
So to me, like, I understand the portion of it being a parental issue, but I really think that this is a teacher issue. This is a media center specialist. This is your classroom. You know what's in it. You're responsible for helping children through it and guiding them to appropriate reading material for them, and that's your job as a media center specialist. A parent, especially of a high school student, I think that's why they kind of either sign the opt-in to the library form, because at that point, your child is making a lot of decisions for themselves, right? That's a lot of independence in that 15 to 18 year range. So the chances of a parent knowing everything that's in the library are slim to none.
Well, here's another question. Do we have any number as to how many parents opted in from the high school level?
Dr. Johnson.
I mean, when we, at some point, that would be an
It's not a
interest.
lot. It's
Yeah,
a handful.
that would be an interesting perspective, or an interesting, because
But
if we're
see, that's a
looking at,
problem.
if we're looking, but they can't, but those parents, think about it, those students who don't have that form cannot check out books in the library.
Exactly. It's a shame. That's
Well,
a
it's a
shame.
shame, but we're also.
Well, that wasn't our policy.
We're also, we're talking about implementing this for a long time.
I just think the
that it's
library
like,
should be a safe place
Yes.
for the majority of people.
Public school.
Right.
It should be a safe
And it
place
should
for
be
the majority of
educational,
people.
and not educational into committing crimes, chopping up bodies, and shooting up heroin. I mean, like, this is the same.
I
with
promise
Publix.
you, every
You're
book
gonna
I
say
read
that
to
I'm
you will be
crazy, and it's
worthy.
not. But would you take your underage child to a pornographic store and buy them whatever they want to on the shelf?
I
They're
would
not allowed
not.
in there.
I would not, and technically they are accompanied by parent, so that parent can decide whatever they
Well, that's
want
not
to
a
do
public
with that
school job.
child.
But what I'm.
They can take them to
Under
X-rated
18,
movies if
they're
they
not.
want to, but I don't choose to do that.
Store under the.
I don't choose to do that.
Can you take a baby and?
So can we make a time,
Y'all
a new
have brought
time?
up several points to which I can respond.
Thank you,
Use some
yes.
food for thought. Is number one, to Skipper's most recent point here, the law already provides for those things being removed by virtue of chapter 837, so the ones that are pornographic by law have to come out. To your point, Mrs. Gilhousen, why are 43 media specialists doing this? The minimum collection in the library in Clay County is about 10,000 books. So I can't imagine any librarian on planet Earth with a collection of that size or much larger as many of ours are, knowing what's on every page of every book, or being expected to know, because the curation of the collection is more about themes than it is about reading word for word and determining for other people who have different lenses what they may or may not find appropriate. So the age appropriateness, the value systems. And so, for me, when I live in a very middle-class existence, what's good for my children may be very different than what is provided for people who have a very different experience, cohabitating with other families, rotating from, couch to couch every night, having, drugs and violence in their lives. And I'm not advocating a position, I'm telling you what has been told to me many times when I've asked the same questions 2 years ago that you're asking right now, was that a lot of these educators feel like their students have these experiences and that these stories speak to those experiences as cautionary tales or inspirational tales as ways to overcome them and those types of things. And that those children, even at very tender ages, have experienced things that fortunately most of us perhaps have never experienced or will never experience. So that our lens is not everyone else's lens, and they feel like to advocate for this, like, they feel, what I've been told is that I know my students, I need to provide something that more reflects their life experience
There's
rather
millions of books to do that.
than mine.
So I guess to that point, I would say for a classroom teacher, you have the Florida standards that guide what you instruct, right? So I don't think it would be unreasonable for the district to provide some standards for what we expect to be in your library.
And I think if you were to do that in that route, and I'm thinking, I'm not saying this is because this is just, the idea just occurred to me, was then a challenge in that situation would route to the media specialist to look at it and determine whether or not they feel like it meets the guideline or
Correct.
The
But
problem
the
that
ultimate
will-
authority would be the principal.
Yes, the problem that could occur though is that the media specialists, like anyone, like if we were to say principals or board members, are going to have different perspectives on each title. So then what do we do if school A says, all right, we're going to take this book off, same challenge is routed to school B, and we think it's appropriate for our community.
Well, then at that point, can we come in?
And how, I'm just asking, how would I do that?
There's a couple of problems. One, destiny descriptions are wrong. Not a single book that we took off the shelf said in it the material that was in the book. Our descriptions were invalid for every single book we took off the shelf. Not one of them said what kind of content was in that book. That's the description sent down from the publishers at the recommendation of the American Library Association. So, one, the parents aren't going to know what's in the book because the descriptions don't match what's really in the book. And that was done on purpose because we wouldn't buy a bunch of books if it actually said that, right? So it was a deliberate attempt to camouflage what was inside these nasty books, right? So there was no parent that would, even if the parents are so engaged, you're looking at every book a kid checks out, they're not going to know. We had a book that actually, and the title slips me right now, but I'll get it and send it to you guys. But in that book, it tells children how to illegally obtain hormones to change genders. It was a link in Canada. I'm going to tell you, Ms. Bola, common sense says we don't want that book in our library. That's illegal. I mean, the kind of stuff I'm talking about, I think we just have a lot of discussion about pretty much nothing because I would put most of the books back on the shelf. Like Mr. Daly said, I am not their parent. But the kind of books I pulled for us to discuss, I am pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I sat with these 5 people and said, do we think the board would take this book off? And they're like, yes, that's disgusting. We're not talking about taking books out of the hand of children. I taught English all those years. There's millions of books. I could give a kid and believe me, I taught in Title I schools. I'm from Middleburg. There are millions of books I got that could help my kids understand life and learn and have fortitude and honesty and passion and hard work. Not the books I asked you guys to look at. I'm telling you. I'm almost pleading. These are not the kind of books that anybody would want on a shelf.
Well, we're not discussing specific books right now. What I'm talking about is the guidelines that we were talking about adding to our policy. So I guess my thoughts were, do these guidelines belong in our policy or do they belong in a set of standards that are given as guidelines to our media center specialists as to what's expected to be in the library?
So a rubric works more than one way. So if we were to create a rubric, which I've been working on, a rubric is used for buying. A rubric with the citizen who's challenging so many books, a rubric is something he will go through, and I've worked on it really hard for this reason, and be able to identify, don't bother, we're not taking it off the shelf. A rubric is a set of criteria that even a 3rd grader can be taught and tell the difference between right and wrong and grade themselves and be accurate. The rubric, if created with community guidelines or standards or whatever we believe, can be created in such a way that it eliminates a lot of book challenges before they get to Mr. Daly. It eliminates some book buying options. It helps funnel the librarians who could look and say, maybe this book is a little iffy, I shouldn't buy this book. You're absolutely right. I even wrote a challenge form that had a rubric on it, and if you go through and you don't check any of the boxes, you probably shouldn't challenge it. And so, I'm totally with you, Ms. Gilhausen. There are ways to go about this. Does it need to actually be in a policy? I'm not sure. I mean, it's a really, really good question. Maybe if it wasn't policy and it was procedure and we have some legal advice, the rubric could be changed. When we no longer have a citizen challenging Harriet Tubman, maybe we could fix the rubric.
Her bad kitty.
You know, rubrics can be adjusted.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Ms. Welch?
I was just saying, I'm concerned about, as you just said, I'm concerned about putting this in a policy. We've all said less is more when we come to policies. And to be this specific and saying this needs to be part of our policy, this can be part of our guidelines. And that's
like heroin, right? Has the F word 45 times. That's not hard.
So this would be maybe guidelines, yeah, that's what I need time to think about. I need to think about
I guess that's
where
where I
that
was
fits.
coming from. I'm not suggesting that we throw pornography into our kindergartens. Don't get me wrong, please.
Because they have pictures.
Mr. Daly.
But
Can we
not,
take
I mean.
date to talk about this?
Well, that's what I think we need to do.
Madam Chair, and so you all are seeing all the various perspectives and angles.
Yeah.
And you're all seeing them very clearly, and you see why I said at the beginning, it's kind of a no-win situation because we're going to receive criticism regardless of what occurs.
I don't care.
There's no doubt about that. If you bring forward guidelines as a filtering mechanism in addition to what you currently allowed us to bring forward in April, it will make things much clearer. And these books that have made you uncomfortable will be identifiable and we'll be able to remove. There's no doubt. And I think if that alone was the situation, most everyone in the room would feel that this is a good solution. And I think it is a good solution from that perspective. I simply point out that the narrative, and I say narrative as in a story that will be told by outside entities about what we're doing, will be very different. It will be book banning and all of that, and they will have marketing power and tools that we're not going to be able to combat. When that occurs, and you know how people consume their information now, it's not Walter Cronkite reading it to them, right? They're going to get a bullet point on a social media feed, and they're going to say, Mrs. Boland, Mrs. Hansman, they're going to, what do you do? How come there's 1,500 books?
Why is that a concern for me that someone might talk about it? Why?
And if it's not, that's fine.
I mean, but why would
just
it
point out
be?
because you're an elected
Why don't
official.
we allow the attorney to talk about, potential litigation or anything?
No, absolutely, I appreciate that. Just real quick, I think obviously this is a healthy conversation. Thank you for the hard work you put into this, and Mr. Daly as well, all of y'all. The Supreme Court wrestled with obscenity and trying to determine what obscenity was, and essentially it was an eye of the beholder, right? So I think we all approach this with our experiences and being parents, what we would protect our kids for. So as when the state legislature was drafting the legislation, which the purpose was to get obscene materials away from, children, they had the option to go further than they did. And if you look in the legislative notes, they chose not to. Part of it was, at the time, without getting the full, geekiness of delving into this, government has wide latitude when there's a government purpose. There are also some restrictions as well. When you're restricting private entities, individuals, there's more scrutiny, strict scrutiny of that. As an example, I'm going to pull some other kind of legal framework here to illustrate the point. Cities can restrict red light districts. They can restrict, pornographic establishments. The government can do that, can limit private exercise that to protect the welfare of the community. They can go too far as well. They can, violate constitutional rights. Being that y'all represent government and that y'all are the custodians of the school district, you have some latitude in your decision making. The way the law is written, the school board is ultimately responsible. So the legislature, fairly or unfairly, has placed this on y'all and said, hey, we're going to pass the buck to the school districts. That creates opportunity and challenges. The legal challenges that creates are you're going to be criticized. No matter what decision you make, you're going to have people either saying you're banning books or you're allowing obscenity because people are going to have different opinions of that. Some people may view the Song of Solomon as scripture as obscenity. Some may view, want outright pornography as, look, I'm okay for whatever, God knows what reason, are okay with that. So y'all are going to be criticized. There are going to be different perspectives on that. I would encourage y'all, y'all were elected for a reason. The voters trusted y'all. Y'all are going to reach the right conclusion for your community. Y'all are going to decide what you have in place now. I had it pulled up earlier, but what you have in place now sets up a system where it removes you to a certain point from it, where there are decisions made at the earliest stage of the process. Then there's an appellate process where it eventually gets up to y'all's level. At the end of the day, though, we can't get away from the fact that y'all have to make a final decision. There's disagreement or different viewpoints. The way the appellate process is set up is it's going to come to y'all at some stage. And that creates risk and opportunity. It creates opportunity because ultimately y'all are the final decision maker. It creates risk because you're going to be criticized no matter what you do. But your current policy as it exists today is an effective policy as far as keeping y'all removed to a certain point. And Ms. Nancy, you drew some examples where some books were taken off, some were placed back on because y'all ultimately had a viewpoint. In this room, there's been some disagreement. Without using the names of the individuals involved, you have people that have strong opinions about this, and they're going to continue to raise. No matter what y'all do today, if y'all adopt a community standard, I promise you, there's going to be criticism of this, and that individual or others will find, why is this allowed in here? A biography of Harriet Tubman is critical race theory. I'm not laughing to disparage. I'm just saying you're going to have that criticism no matter what. So what I encourage y'all to think about, and y'all have all said you need to do some more thinking on this, is do y'all want to take the current policy and modify it? And we can modify it in a way where it's legal, but at the end of the day, it's still going to come back to the board. The board is the final decision. We can't move away from that. The statute does not allow it to be delegated to the superintendent. Right now, the way I've reviewed it, based on others, it does remove y'all to a point. I mean, it really only gets y'all's level if there are multiple wickets in the process, which I think is the best. We want to remove y'all from the process as much as possible because you can't get in the weeds on all this, right? But, that is one option. The other option is to go to more of a community standard. Legally, the statute allows for it. It even says in the statute, a community standard. Other school districts have come up with it. Yeah. I think what's been pointed out here, not to reiterate it, but it's just something legally to think of. All of this is legally defensible. The challenge, though, is some strategies are going to invite more challenges. Like right now, I'm not aware of y'all being sued on your current policy. I think it's pretty strong and legally defensible. If you go to this, there will be some legal challenges from the left or the right. Mm-hmm. It's just the way it is because these are laws that have not been fully vetted. They've not been fully fleshed out in the court system. It's going to happen at some point. Hopefully not, but we have to prepare for that. Hope for peace and prepare for war, right? So we have to be prepared for that. I would say your current policy is pretty strong legally. It has not been challenged. It doesn't say tomorrow someone would file a suit, but y'all are following the law as it's written. Y'all are currently following the law. You have a process that's following the law. Of course, that doesn't make everyone happy. There's still going to be unhappy people out there, but y'all are doing, and your staff is doing a good job. I know it's stressful, but if we go to this may be a really good solution, and I think it'll be legally defensible as well. But you have to be aware that because this has not fully gone through the wickets of the court system and the appellate process and everything, it allows for more subjective viewpoint. And I'll draw your attention to something. No crude profanity, F-bombs, slang for genitalia, slang for sexual acts. Just all of us in our life experience know that there's different meanings for different words. I mean, that's just, in my household, not to be, my wife and I have a disagreement of whether saying bottoms or rear ends, right? I just use that as a personal example. I was raised a little bit differently than she was. We have different, so our kids are confused about what to say. So I say it's subjective. You're going to have some opinions that differ from this, right? And you're going to have some people say, well, look, in my household, that's completely acceptable. So it could elicit a even more negative response than you have now. And that could raise challenges. People have time on their hands, and you have public interest groups that are all about hiring law firms to sue. That's now become a cottage industry. Where I worry is I want to make sure y'all are protected at the end of the day, so y'all are not having to deal with that. Y'all have a lot of work on your plate right now. This has taken a lot of time and energy for all of y'all just to sit here today and vet this. You know, the citizens of Clay County should be grateful they have board members that are this vested in this. My concern, though, is what you have now, it's not perfect, and it's not making anyone happy. But it's from a legal standpoint, it's legally defensible. This is going to make some people happy. It's going to make others even more upset, and it could create some legal challenges. And again, not legal challenges that we could defend. We certainly will. You know, what do they say? Scared money doesn't make money, right? So we can protect you guys legally, but it's going to create some challenges. And I've shared this with the superintendent, Mr. Daly. I do have some concerns. I understand Duval County has this, other counties do. But in fairness,
I'm not actually a big fan of that, so.
Right, no, I understand. But in fairness, we're not looking back 5 years at that. I mean, these are all recent changes they've come up with months ago. And I promise you, just in the legal undercurrents, there is going to be some litigation that's targeting some of these school districts.
But even without that, these 171 books that came to us, we straight up have to vote yes or no. We have to bring it to discussion, we have to decide. I mean, how do we even decide as us? I mean, if we, without a guideline or, I don't know how we're supposed to, when the books all come to us, make decisions.
Well, the way your current policy, let me respond if I can, because I think your current policy, and a lot of this is just new, right? Some of y'all have been doing, you've been on the board since 2014, you've been here, so all this is like in 2 years, a lot's been, and I think our legislature, when I've had an opportunity to talk to them, I've reminded them, you have packed a lot on school boards in a very short time, all from a good place. I mean, they're trying to empower, but it also creates more challenges. The way your current policy is written, it really is an up or down vote. A recommendation is made that y'all vote up or down. That is not a perfect system. It is not perfect, it's not going to stop y'all from being criticized. But legally, it is the best process to stop y'all from getting in the weeds.
Can we still bring books to discussion to talk about them and then vote, or?
Absolutely. You can always pull things off an agenda to discuss further. I would say as board members, we want to get you as removed from this process as possible. Ultimately, you have the final decision.
Yeah.
But when y'all are openly discussing which books, there's benefit in that, but it's, in my opinion, the legal challenges are outweighed, because then it makes y'all a target one way or the other. So I actually think the current system is what y'all have created, this is y'all's system, can be effective if we tweak it a little bit. I think there's some tweaks that we can put into it that maybe avoids this, where we can make it a process where you have much layers and echelons below y'all are evaluating this. And again, people, that's why we have Court of Appeals, because you have a trial court judge that maybe doesn't get it right, so it goes to Court of Appeals on the Supreme Court. So you could have situations where different opinions are at a lower level, where you have a group of people, review, the current, say, well, I don't find that this violates, and you have a process where that can be evaluated and considered, and really an appellate process, a due process part. But I think that really protects y'all where you have an up and down vote. Now, obviously, if there's a specific book, like the book that's used often is heroin. Obviously there are things in that book that are offensive, that clearly I've read portions of it. Not something that I want my family, to read or be a part of. But the challenge is it doesn't currently violate Florida statute the way it's written, which, again, I come back to this, the legislature had an opportunity to write that law in a stricter way, and they chose not to. We can blame our state legislators for that, but if they had written it a little bit differently, it would have protected and really taken all of this out of our hands. I believe they did it that way because they were worried about some of the First Amendment pieces, so they punted it to y'all at the school board level. So we want to do what's right always. We want to do what's right. We want to do what's fair, what's equitable to the public. At the end of the day, we want to take care of our kids. So I think there's an opportunity for us to take your current existing policy. I'm not saying dismiss this. I think y'all need to study it, think about what you want to do. But what you currently have has not had a legal challenge. I'm not aware of any public, really, because it tracks with state law, and no courts have challenged that. It's pretty straightforward, and it allows some latitude. Where the Supreme Court and other courts have found is where you have government saying, basically content specific, okay, well, if it's this or that. That's where the whole obscenity thing is tough. But again, out of fairness, the Supreme Court for a century has not been able to define what obscenity is. And again, I think as parents, we know what it is, but they just have not been able to so these are issues that are being way over all of our levels. So again, I think I want to remove y'all from that process as much as possible, so y'all are not individually having to weigh in on individual books. We have got to get y'all removed from that process, where y'all have a final sign off on a decision that's made at a level that's lower, where you have a couple of different steps in the process. So my recommendation would be, y'all, let's maybe, if it meets the Madam Chairman, you're in the boards, let's give y'all time to absorb all this, to research this. I was going to bring this up in attorney comments, if I could just say it right now. I think y'all as board members can send information to each other. There's a way to do it that guards that. I would prefer, so we can make sure everyone's protected, to either send that to Miss Bonnie and let Miss Bonnie individually send it to y'all. That way we don't unintentionally create a two-way communication. Or send it to me, and if you ask that I send it, I will have Miss Bonnie distribute it. That's appropriate, that's okay, does not violate sunshine. Please just don't send anything to individual board members. There should not be any, to each of y'all. I will try never to email, because someone may inadvertently respond and we could create a sunshine issue. But this is a healthy discussion. I think thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this. And I think it's something that we can share. If you'll send it to Miss Bonnie or myself, we'll make sure it gets distributed. When we have a workshop, we all can I'll do more research. We can all come with an approach. But again, like I've told you, Mr. Brodsky, the best legally defensible way is to stick with a policy that removes y'all as a board from having to make those decisions. It just exposes y'all to too much. Y'all are already being sued in another area, which is unfair. It's accusing y'all of all sorts of terrible things. So we need to remove y'all as much as possible, so you don't become. Does that make sense? I mean, does that make sense to everyone?
Love her.
Sure.
Mr. Daly, yes.
To go on what Mr. Walker said, this first came to us 2 years ago, and it was brand new. The initial investigation I did on how to proceed led me to exactly what he's described for you, that the Supreme Court, in fact, one of the justices said, I don't know how to define it, but I know it when I see it. I remember reading that, right? In reference to obscenity. And so all of these other things can and will trigger challenges for First Amendment rights. But what we've done to protect the district, and I've said this many times, I meant that books that I didn't like personally, didn't violate the law, had to be returned because they didn't violate the law. And anything the board does is in addition to what lawmakers have provided. And as he pointed out, and I mentioned this to you last presentation, there was language that they could have brought forward that would have addressed all of this, and then in the committee it died.
Yeah.
And they did indeed come to you. And that's certainly not fair on lawmakers. But they brought this whole spotlight on books forward 2 years ago, and then did not give us the tools we needed to deal with it. And so that's a precarious place for this board to exist. Right now, we're protected and fully defensible. And so, whatever, again, I will do whatever you direct me to do, and I will protect the board and the district to the best of my abilities. But it's a tricky situation.
So I guess my request would be that if we're going to have a separate workshop, or if we want to put this policy on the end of October workshop meeting, what I would personally like to see is Mr. Blocker's recommended policy.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned a few amendments.
A couple of tweaks, you said?
Yeah. So I would personally like to see that at the next workshop. And then I think really where I'm kind of settling on this is not to use it in policy, but to use it in, like I had mentioned before, guidelines for media center specialists. I think that's where
Like a
this
rubric
belongs.
guideline.
Yeah, I think that's where this belongs. And I think it's, you know, to Mr. Daly's point, we can't expect a library media center specialist to read the 10,000 books that he or she has in their library. However, if there's a challenge being made, I would expect that librarian to go pull that book and check it out for themselves and see if they think it meets this criteria and if it belongs in their library, and they can make that decision. Not that we undo what we're already doing with the process, but
What would then occur, if I may, if let's say the book existed at multiple schools and they didn't all come to the same conclusion?
well, I think the challenge still happens at the district level, right? So that we're still following our policy on that, but then you're giving the media center specialist the opportunity to also decide, even if the district committee says, no, this can go back on the shelves. Well, if that media center specialist says, not on my shelf, they have the opportunity to do that. That's kind of how I see this.
And I
then this would
really,
be the
really
guideline
like the
that-
idea, that's part of this policy, a change I made, that decisions are made at school level, because I'm gonna tell you, Oak Leaf is a way different community than Keystone. And so the librarian may have different themes or structures that they know that the kids and they want versus another community. A set of guidelines will be just a set of guidelines, and that's it. It's not in stone, and I think that's why a lot of people have principals talking to parents about it, because communities are so different.
Absolutely, if I may, Madam Chairman, and Board Member Haynes, I think y'all have actually kind of hit the crux of the issue, and I love the way, Madam Chairman, how you presented that, because again, in order to protect the board, and I don't mean protect y'all like, you know, y'all, I mean, we need to protect the integrity of the process, the district. What might be helpful is for y'all to give guidance to the superintendent, who ultimately is in charge of operations, and ask him with his team to come up with a community standard that reflects that, and a standard that are more guidelines. So really, that way it removes y'all as a board and puts it on, Mr. Brodsky, I'm sorry to put this on your plate, but, you know, the board can give you guidance to say, look, we would like for you to come up with a community standard for guidelines at the lowest level that is used as a helpful way of interpreting. And that way, that gives, it removes some of that from y'all. Y'all are giving more direction, giving more working in concert with the superintendent. And then we can, you know, take the current policy and see what, you know, little improvements we can make. But again, to your point, Mr. Daly, if you have two different, it's gonna happen. People are gonna have different opinions, because not everyone's cut from the same, you know, cookie cutter. But there's still a process, it would still go through the wickets if there's a disagreement.
Well, the guidelines that you have there were already brought, I mean, that was done in good faith by members of the most vocal members of our community, the ones that are most passionate on this topic. Because for most members of our community, this is a non-issue. You recognize that, right? That most people are either oblivious to it, or it's not. We've had a small number of people come forward, but that small number have been very persistent and very passionate. Could we use those as a filtering mechanism? Yes, but I do foresee, because again, it's the subjective nature, and what Board Member Hanson just pointed out is exactly my concern is, so let's say that a community like Oak Leaf says yes or no to a book, and then let's say a community like Keystone says the opposite of that. Is it okay in one place and not in the other? Is its existence on one shelf okay in the eyes of the board? Because then that same book might be read aloud again, and the board says, what happened? This doesn't meet the guidelines, but the person's interpretation of the guidelines were different because of the community they serve has different needs.
Doesn't our policy say that it gives the librarians the authority to develop a collection to reflect the community standards, right? Libraries are very,
slide 31 of the
they're very diverse, you know?
Yeah, so the slide 31 that you put the check marks on, the very bottom bullet of that says that, it says in one thing they shouldn't have these, but it directly contradicts itself on the very bottom bullet. Directly contradicting the same slide. And I know that because when it first came out, I was like, oh, that's very helpful. Right? We waited for 6 months for the big reveal on the state training that did nothing in addition to what we already knew. And so it hasn't been helpful. And it does contradict itself, and we do have a very diverse school communities with different needs. And so this is always and eternally going to be the issue. We could go round and round on this point forever and never get there because people see literature and the value of books differently.
Well, Mr. Daly, I think, just through the Madam Chairman, just to respond, that's why it would be guidelines at that level. The legal, ultimately, a legal decision has to be made at some point there's a process where it's evaluated, does this violate the law? So I think you're gonna get different feedback from different schools, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the board, what I would encourage y'all to stay focused on, does it violate the law?
See, I think that's the key. I think the board, we're the government, okay? So I think that infringing on people's rights is something we have to be very careful of. So I think, again, we decide, is this legal or is it not, right? And then at the lower level, you have the opportunity as somebody who's in charge of this library collection, that's your job, to weigh in a little bit more on values related to your community.
Absolutely.
And I think what'd you say, Ms. Cooper?
And hold them accountable.
And hold them accountable, absolutely.
Wait,
Mr. Daly.
I have a question because this is a different direction than I anticipated. So would anyone who knows the answer can answer here, would I then, and Dr. Johnson, Susie Gannon, also utilize the guidelines? Or is it just the book? Because that would be policy, not procedure?
Correct.
Can I ask a question?
I think, would that be correct, Mr. Blogger?
Again, it's how we phrase this. So policy, you're making policies that are enforceable, that people violate the policy, they can be held accountable. This would be more guidelines, which each school may have a little bit different flavor on this. I mean, you could literally go to each school and have the media specialists work with the parents of that school to come up with their own filter and guideline. But that would not be, I would say that would not be, when it goes through the Wickets of the appellate process, that would not be what you would be viewing. You would be looking at the law, and the board would be looking at the law. Does this violate the law? Because the law is clear on what's legal and what's not legal. What's not clear in the legislature, again, not to beat up on them, they left some things, they clearly defined what's legal and what's not legal, and they said, hey, the community standard, y'all can figure that out. Well, taking the book like Heroin, that was evaluated that it did not specifically violate, the black letter of the law, but clearly there are things in there that, some people would find offensive. Mm-hmm. So that's where I think at the lowest level that could be addressed, and then when it reaches the legal decision, so I don't know if that clarifies that, is that?
Yeah, now when parents approve that didn't come from me.
And I think that would give, because part of the feedback we've heard is that teachers and media center specialists are afraid to make decisions on books. Yeah, I get that. So I feel like this gives them some clarity to fall back on as these are the guidelines I was given by the school district, by the board. This is their expectation. I'm following their expectations. Just like you would, we've heard some feedback on some recent changes to Florida education standards surrounding history and social studies, right? There's some feedback on that. A teacher may not agree with what they're being asked to teach, but it's one of our standards that we have to teach regardless of if we agree with it or not, right? So I think that this is kind of similar to that. It gives our media center specialists something to fall back on so that this decision is not solely within their responsibility, that they don't have a set of guidelines that they can point back to if the decision is questioned. And then I think maybe the additional layer of if we're looking at a challenged book, maybe the media center specialist and the principal together should be making that decision. I mean, ultimately, that's kind of what we spell out in our process anyway.
Doesn't that go into the curriculum council as well? If it's a challenge book at a local level? Or if somebody wants to put a book back on their shelf, it would end up going to the curriculum council as well.
This is a totally different direction. What you're suggesting to me is much more complex than what we currently have. So I will need time to digest this to figure out how all of that would work. Because you're adding a lot of complexity and a lot of steps. A lot more cooks in the kitchen.
Principals and
the only other thing that I question legally is when the board and we develop guidelines, and we give those guidelines to a lower level, whether it's a media specialist or whatnot, and it filters through, ultimately, I think the board is still responsible.
Absolutely, yeah.
100%. And I understand, Mr. with Tom Morris, this is, this is our opportunity, this is for the board's opportunity, all of us to talk collectively. But the process that's currently in place is legally enforceable. I mean, it's a process, there's a challenge book, and it goes through its process. But I think what I've heard from board members individually and just in our discussions, there is some uncertainty at the staff level. I don't mean your level, I mean at the point of contact level.
Sure.
So I think if I'm understanding the discussion here, this would provide some clarity at that level. Again, this is not the legal standard, but this is the board's, kind of coming together and trying to provide some guidance. And again, it would still have to go through the normal wickets, so is that fair? Is that what I'm kind of understanding?
Yeah, I don't want to change the process that we're currently following. All I want to do is give clarity to media center specialists about what's expected to be in the library and what's not expected to
I
be.
think I could probably have conversations with them about here are the expectations for the filtering mechanism in addition to what they currently have.
But can we have it written so that they can't be like, oh, I never had that conversation?
Yeah, they would be in receipt of it once they.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want it to be acknowledged or written like this so that there's no.
But we give guidelines on any number of things relative to athletics or PLCs or all kinds of things, so that I can see that occurring. Again, that the subjective nature of it will eventually encounter something that will create a situation in which you have two very different opinions on that.
But they want to come to the board.
The point though is that the process is not changing. What the district committee and the board is deciding on is whether this book is legally sound based on, what the statutes say. Ultimately, this just gives media center specialists the opportunity to do more. So if it passes through committee, they can say, it doesn't meet these guidelines, I'm not gonna reshelf this book.
And I think the media specialists are aware that we're in a unique situation. This isn't it's not what our neighbors are encountering. We're all in a very different situation. It was reiterated earlier.
Well, if I may, Madam Chairman, I think that's why, Mr. Brodsky, I think this is gonna, again, not to put this on your plate, but I think this is where the board can, ask the superintendent to kind of take this process, because really guidelines really should come from the superintendent because it involves operational direction to staff. The board can direct and ask him to, hey, create some guidelines, just like you would in athletic, there's certain safety protocols and different stuff. Y'all can give that direction, but what might be helpful is again, I don't want to pile more on your plate, but I think the board can give you direction or some guidance and say, work with your staff to come up with some guidelines to kind of. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think we have to digest the.
Sure. Yeah.
Different direction that ever has been discussed before.
And I think Ms. Skipper has a good point about the accountability piece. That that there's it's an expectation that we're going to follow the standards in the library, just like there's an expectation that we're going to teach the standards in the classroom, right? That there's a.
Ms. Gill has a hand.
Yes, Ms. Gill.
When you're talking about this policy guideline or these guidelines that you're talking about disseminating to media specialists, I've heard several times discussion about how it's up for interpretation. There are things in here that I might look at one way and someone else might look at another way. And then I'm hearing people say we need to hold them accountable, and it sounds like a scary thing for a media specialist. So I think when you're giving them something, the law is clear, this isn't. So I'm wondering how are you going to resolve that? We can't really drop it. I don't feel we can drop it in the media specialist's lap. Use your judgment and then nail them to the wall.
No.
If their judgment is different, then maybe, so how can is there a way that you're going to plan to make it more?
Well, I really think the best way is if you look at a book and you think 2 out of 100 people would be completely offended, just choose one of the other million books in the world.
Mr. Daly.
Honestly, common sense says if you're going to upset somebody, don't buy it. Teachers do that. We make good choices.
If I may, this is what I would consider common sense.
It's common sense. It's kind of
But
hard.
And you say, well, why don't we utilize common sense if you have it, right? It's not that I'm completely absent of it, it's just that the law didn't give me language to this. If this provides some language, this was, and again, I've said this many times, this was put together by people that came from very, very different sides of the fence. And so I do think that a conversation with media specialists who are professional educators, we could get closer to being on the same page with this. I think the point I'm trying to make is not going to be perfect all the time. Will it be better than it is now? I think yes.
See, I like the guidelines, Mr. Daly, but there's the F word 45 times, a lot of other stuff in heroin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when we're looking at those guidelines, that's really common sense to me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And everybody in the room should be like, well, 45 times along with teaching kids how to inject their arms. I mean, this has got to be, you know, I almost feel like the books in question are pretty easy to solve. You know, I mean, they go way beyond those little guidelines.
So I think that heroin doesn't meet the threshold for the law, but when kicked back to the school can look at the guidelines and go, maybe not.
Maybe we shouldn't have bought it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that I want us all to kind of take a beat from this and let Mr. Broski and Mr. Daly work together to see what they think about the guidelines, and then have a little bit of tweaking to our policy, and maybe we can pick this back up the end of October. Everybody amenable to that we can do this at the next, do we need a separate workshop, or are you guys okay with putting it on the agenda review workshop?
Depends on what else we have planned.
I know.
I mean, somewhere if we're gonna vote in November regarding the district police, we've gotta have a workshop, separate workshop for that.
Right.
Or do we do a separate workshop for this?
I have not heard anything from the sheriff as far as information to be considered from their department.
I think she was gonna meet with all of us individually. I've already met with her. And may meet again.
Okay.
Can we submit policy tweaks?
What's that mean? Because I haven't heard from her on that one.
Probably because I reached out based on questions that Dr. Kemp brought. I went to her, and then she made the statement that she was expecting to meet with each of us individually.
Okay.
But I would give her a little bit of time.
Well, I know that recently, but I'm just, October 1st is this weekend.
Right.
And if we're going to be voting on this the 1st of November.
Right, we've got to figure out what are our priorities now.
Your understanding was that she doesn't plan to make a presentation to the board at a meeting?
That's not for me to.
Okay.
So I would suggest you as chair calling her and clarify.
Thank you.
As for this, can we send tweaks or ideas to Mr. Blocker and let him just start, maybe some of them mesh with what he thinks and some don't, but let him, I don't know the legalities of this, start fixing it, and can't you send out copies for us to look at as you make tweaks, or do we have to?
So y'all do have some policies that govern, like, you know, the final, like, thing has to be published for 28 days. It's always difficult. This is kind of why earlier, hours ago, we talked about it. It takes time when you rewrite policy, because there's a process where the attorney would draft the policy, bring it to the board, get all of y'all's public input, and then go back, make changes, and bring it back. So, you know, you're looking at 90 days, sometime longer. I know this is exhausting, because y'all been dealing with this for 2 years now. I would say, please send me, if you have, you know, suggestions, please send them to me. You know, please don't be offended if it doesn't. What I always try to do is look at, you know, where is this being challenged, what policies do they have? And then I can, you know, when we go over it, I can highlight, you know, these are some suggested policies that then you as an individual board member, or I can start with, because I don't think we have to do a lot of tweak. I think it's a pretty solid policy. There are one or two suggested, but please send me what you have, then we can, you know, have an open discussion like we have now and go from there. Again, I'll tell you, I think what y'all have, not to beat a dead horse, is a good policy, because it enforces the law, as the legislature has written it. I think the guidelines are helpful at the echelons further below, but I think there are some things that we can tweak, and I'd love to get y'all's input, obviously, because it's y'all's policy.
So if you guys have input, let's email Mr. Blocker, whatever you may have. And then if you'll bring us a conglomerate at the end of October that we can all consider to put on the agenda to vote on in November. And I'll be in touch with the sheriff, and I will let you guys know if she's wanting to schedule a workshop for a presentation. Does that all sound good? Did you have anything to add, Mr. Broski?
No, ma'am.
No?
Can you clarify one thing for me because of my emails? Teachers are not, they don't have to teach 7 mindsets, they can't, right? It's not mandatory, that's what we said at the workshop.
No, I said I would go and check with the individual schools.
Look into schools, force them to do it, because
I-
it's not mandatory. 360 is, I know that.
Right. I think that usually faculties decide as a team, the leadership team and faculties decide how best to do.
What if you get an email that says you have to teach it on this day and you have to do it?
Then there'll be an expectation based on the fact that the leadership team has developed that. I don't know the school.
I don't know what that answer is.
Well, because there is no answer to it. I mean, it's quite simple. You think about it from the leadership.
Oh, she
team.
said, and I went back and watched it, it's not mandatory. So I'm having trouble with the,
Right, it's hard for me to say, no, it's not mandatory, so don't do it, when the whole leadership team gets together and says, as a faculty, this is how.
so we can force everybody to do it. Is that what you're saying?
I think what he's saying is the district is not making it mandatory, but
Right.
school leadership may be making it mandatory at individual schools. Is that what I'm
If they've
understanding?
I'm not
chosen
used to
to.
mandates like this. All right,
Okay. Anything further from the board?
cleared that up.
I would like amongst the many things we have to add to the list, I would just like, I don't need an elaborate, extravagant 30-minute presentation or anything like that. I would just like a quick, update on transportation, where we're at with them.
I was assuming that Mr.
I give you an update right
was
now,
going to be
in
bringing
less
stuff
than 2
to us.
minutes. So right now, we started off in August without very many double backs and whatnot. We have had driver's leave, as you pointed out. So there's about 5 or so double backs each day based on the 3 tiers, elementary, junior high, and high school. 8 drivers are currently out at FML, which means that you're going to have double backs and that many people are out. There's 11 trainees that are currently in training. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks for that training to occur, so 11 people in the pipeline. Also 9 interviews were completed, and now they're in the HR process. Believe it or not, it's more challenging to be a bus driver in the state of Florida than it is to be a teacher, as far as requirements go, state requirements. One of the things that we looked to do was in our training was to also have a school bus driver only endorsement. We wind up training folks, and then those folks go, and I specifically mentioned dump trucks, and there was a number of people that went right to that particular issue, so we've done
Do you have
all
numbers
of
on
those
how many
things.
double ups that, because I know of kids sitting on other kids' laps. You got the double backs, what about the double ups?
I don't have info on double ups, I can certainly look into that. Typically, we don't do that if it's against the number of students in the seat. Remember, there's 77 passenger buses, so quite a few students.
What about addressing the pay deficit?
I think that there's always, like I said before, pay under 447 is not negotiated out in the open, it's done in executive session. The board has to make targeted choices, right? Because if you looked at how we talked about compensation, we said, okay, here's an amount of money that we have related to increased compensation, and then you have to target which ones you want. In previous years, last year we targeted specifically the trades. HVAC was high priority because we couldn't get HVAC folks. So we targeted compensation to that. The board has the option to target bus driver compensation, if that's what the board believes we should do. That's done in the shade and an executive session. But remember, the cost of doing that is then subtracted from something else related to that. So if it was as easy as just saying everybody gets everything, we just do that.
If we do have a shade discussion within that board that limits, can board members bring ways to find money to make that happen? Is that part of the
It wouldn't be part of the shade, that's done during the
It
normal.
can be if we,
To bring money.
well, because it's hard to talk about giving someone a raise without talking about where it might come from, that's all.
But that's done
It's
during
like
the
a whole
budgeting process and through Dr. Legaccio's office. And there's many processes along the way that happens, whether it's the renewal of contracts, allocations, there's all kinds of ways.
Oh, I know, I've been in her office a lot lately.
But, to answer the question, executive session is defined by statute as to what you can talk about, which is only negotiations. It's not to be a budget discussion, not to be about other things.
So when do we get to talk about it?
It's the budget.
Oh, yeah, about where we can find money.
We just approved the budget through all the processes that
It's
we
a
go
working,
through
it's
the
a
entire
document,
year.
working document. I know, it's a living document.
So that takes care of the transportation thing. You can increase salary. You can also increase number of years of experience brought in. You can do that in order to rectify that, but you could also be taking away from somebody else in that process. That's the choice that has to be made.
To answer your question, Ms. Hanson, you can always make a suggestion at a board meeting of a place you think we should save money. It does not have to be in relation to where you'd like to spend that money. Does that make sense? All right. Anything further, Ms. Skipper?
And then just, I don't really know how to go about this either, but, and we don't have to discuss it deeply, but maybe, so like, for example, like we saw with the safety and security feature today, it's a system for like four things, right? It encompasses more than just one thing, and we're not spending a ton of money on different contracts and whatnot. I was wondering if we could maybe look at each department and think about if there are programs that we can do to, one, make our lives easier so that it doesn't cripple a whole district when we request paperwork or request items that we as board members need. And two, if there's programs that we can condense, if that makes sense, to save us money. We may spend money in the beginning, but then save money in the long run. Because I know of various different areas that staff has brought forward and talked about how we could utilize in saving money, and we wouldn't be so dated, if that makes sense.
Are we talking about IT programs?
Yeah, right. Like, nursing, we have our own charting system, and then it does lab work as well. So you're not buying a lab system and a charting system. You've got one that does it all, but also saves money and secures data appropriately, so that, again, when we request information, it doesn't cripple our whole district because they have to go through 1,000 files or paperwork or whatever. So, just my 2 cents.
Ms. Bullock?
I'm good, thank you.
Hanson? Ms. Clark?
I was, but it's duplication, so I'm fine. We're good.
Mr. Blocker, anything further? All right.
So good.
Yes.
Before I let you go, you do have legislative priorities. I'd like to have discussion at the October workshops, because we moved Clay Clay Day up to January. So now the timeline on this has increased.
Yes.
And so I want you to just give some thought as to legislative priorities, and we could have the discussion at the next workshop.
I'd like to thank my fellow board members for going with me to this convention tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for jumping on board with that.
I think you're going alone.
This little thing, I don't know, what? It's like a 3-day thing in Gainesville, this thing is school board, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you guys, you got an email, it's a school board thing.
Is it FSBA?
Yes.
Well, have fun.
No one's going.
This meeting's adjourned.
Okay, bye.
Nobody's going with me, it's gonna be so boring. Yes.
Oh.
It's 2 days at the convention center.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Going through that.
Michelle, do you have everything you need? You have the tax.
I don't have my tax-free thing, though, I lost it.